Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and in this video I'm going to walk you through how I went from this guy, 18 years old, dead broke dropout, loser with nothing going for him, to this guy at 27 years old who's made nearly $40 million online and is literally living his dream life, i.e. my dream life. Now, this is called Unrelenting Discipline. It's a 50-page resource that I'm going to walk you through that will show you exactly how to get your shit together and unfuck your life and completely master the art of discipline and self-control. I've got step-by-step instructions on exactly how I did it, and you can follow them to a T to get the same result that I did. Now, I had to split this into two because when I printed it out, one stapler wouldn't fit through the whole thing. It took me 1 month to create and 4.5 hours to record, as you can see by the length of this video. It's called Unrelenting Discipline. It's from my free training program, Imperium Academy, which is a 6-week free program that shows you how to achieve financial freedom. If you want access to that, the link's in the description. But without further ado, I'm excited. Let's get into it. Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. If you want to become successful, and if you want to get rich, and you want to be in a good place in life, then you need discipline. It is literally impossible to become successful without discipline. And the level to which you are disciplined, and the level to which you exercise your willpower against your pain and your suffering, is the level to which you will succeed and get rich. Most human beings rely on motivation for their source of energy when it comes to exerting themselves. And so if they want to get in shape, they'll wait until they feel motivated to go to the gym. Or if they want to eat clean, they'll wait until they feel inspired to eat what they need to eat to lose weight. And the same thing is true with work. Most entrepreneurs and most people who try and start businesses, they only do the work when they feel like it. Or they only do the work when they have an overwhelming wave of positive emotion. Well, what I can tell you is that on your journey towards success with this program and your business and your life, you're going to go through tough days, tough weeks, tough months, sometimes even tough years, or God forbid, tough decades. And life's going to throw things at you, and you're not going to feel great. And you need to be able to do the work and continuously exercise your willpower in spite of how you feel. And the way you do that is through discipline. Now, hyper successful people at the top of their game, people who make the 8 figures, the 9 figures, the best in the world at what they do, are disciplined on a level that you and most people cannot even comprehend. And what we're going to do in this video is explore how to comprehend it, but more importantly, how to actually do it. Because discipline is a skill and it's a muscle. In the same way that you can do bicep curls to grow your arms, you can also do discipline curls to grow your discipline. And every time that you do something that is hard, that you don't want to do, you become slightly more disciplined. And if you do that for a long time, then boy, oh boy, you're going to be unrecognizable. This is how you win. This is how you beat people. It's very, very, very hard to outcompete someone who has more discipline than you. In fact, I'd go as far to say it's impossible. Okay? So what you can see in the back here are a couple of monks. And when we think about discipline, we think about monk mode or monk-like discipline, because, these guys dedicate their entire lives to, nothing but discipline, and they're pretty inspiring, which is why I chose them for the slideshow here. So as you can see, this is a very long video. This video is no small feat. We've got a 55-page Google Doc to go through on discipline and how it works. And this video has taken me about a month to complete, and an awful lot of discipline as well, ironically. So without further ado, here's what we're going to cover. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing, sacrifice, giving to get, focus, projections and mirrors, client mirror, the endless source, achieving consistency, athletic recovery, homeostatic disciplinary regulation, battery theory, discipline debt, asymmetric charging, battery efficiency, draining intensity, disproportionate actions, burnout, integrated rest, habitual discipline conservation, and delusional rest. Discipline's quite a deep topic. You can't just watch a 30-second David Goggins Instagram reel and know what you need to know to have that sort of level of discipline. And so what I've decided to do here is basically compile 10 years of knowledge and experience with this topic and put it into this one video. And needless to say, that wasn't a very easy thing to do, but more importantly, I think this is probably going to be one of the most important videos that I've ever made, because if you get the discipline thing right, like you can't be beaten. It's very hard to beat someone who's disciplined. So let's have a look. So as you can see, we've got the infamous 55-page Google Doc here, which will be available in the description, of course, of the video as per usual. So welcome to Unrelenting Discipline. Here we will explore how to become hyper-disciplined and how true masters of sport, business, and other realms of life get to the top. Discipline truly is the tool of the master and is the big secret behind the success of anyone who has won. So when we think about a tool is something that you use to become successful. And, you know, at least in the context of success. And discipline really is something you use. It's like you've got imagine in life, you've got like a mental tool belt of different things. So you've got the tool of your intelligence, you've got the tool of all sorts of different things, but you've got the tool of discipline. And sometimes in life, you're going to have to be able to pull that thing out and use it. Hyper successful people are disciplined on a level that you cannot fathom. But after this video, not only will you be able to fathom it, but you'll be able to do it as well. Now, there's 3 very important definitions that you need to understand to get the most out of this video. So what actually is discipline and how do we define it? Because you might think you know what it is, but it's nice to have some common ground of understanding to get to grips with this before we pull it apart for a few hours. So discipline is doing the work, okay? And really it exists in 2 forms. So it's mental and physical exertion. And what exertion basically means is using your energy to do things, right? And using your energy to do things you usually don't want to do. But the other side of discipline is resisting impulse. So when we talk about doing the work, it's talking about exerting yourself. So for example, I'm recording this program video right now for you, and I am mentally exerting myself in the process. And so I'm exercising discipline as we speak. And also, you also have to resist impulses. So, you know, as you're exerting yourself or as you're working, you might have impulses to check your phone, or you might have, you might be out shopping and have an impulse to buy something you don't need, or you might have the impulse to play a video game, or, open up Instagram reels or something, right? These are impulses, little, pockets of emotion that encourage our body to move towards an action that satiates that emotion and gratifies it. And we don't want to do that. When we talk about work, well, we talked about this in Trial by Fire, and we can define work as meeting resistance with effort. So we know from Trial by Fire days that resistance basically manifests when we try and do something because of our current sense of self. It comes in all sorts of different forms, and the way that we combat that is with effort. And when resistance meets effort, we get pain, which is basically just work. And then we also need to understand the term rest. This is ceasing to work, so mental or physical inactivity. So discipline has an opposite, and the opposite of discipline is rest. And this is when you're not working and you're relaxing and chilling out and not exerting yourself. And rest is extremely important, because we're going to talk about how to become really disciplined and how to get really good at the skill of discipline. But what we need to learn to do is we also need to learn to rest, and we need to learn how to recover, because discipline takes a pretty remarkable toll on our psychology and physiology and our body and our biology. It's tough to keep this going. And so if you want to learn how to be disciplined, then you also need to learn how to rest as well. And this is a really interesting topic of discussion that no one in this space talks about. We've got the manosphere, online digital culture of grind, hustle, do the work. But no one talks about rest and recovery and time off. And it's stupid that they don't. And we're going to talk a lot about that in the second half of the video. And it's just as important to know how to rest as it is to know how to discipline yourself, okay? So total discipline. At this point in the training, you have a clear vision of who you need to become. You understand beliefs, pain, and reality on a level understood by very few people on this planet. And you have a pretty good advantage because of this. So, there's 7-8 billion people on the planet, and you now understand some of these core things that drive success better than 99.9999999999999% of them, right? So you've got a pretty cool advantage. But it's all now down to daily execution and staying on the rails. Because you can understand all of this stuff, this mindset stuff, the business abstractions and the theory, but really, once you understand it, you've got to execute. It's having the discipline to get up and do it every day. Success is ultimately the sum of your willpower, which is the ability to control yourself, your impulses, and your actions. Willpower allows you to do something difficult without giving up or getting distracted, and it's basically just discipline. So willpower, discipline, same thing. Most people rely on motivation to get things done, but the issue is that motivation is fickle and fleeting, and motivation is like a warm bath. You can sit in it and it feels great for a while, but it gets cold pretty damn quick and it goes away. And so most people rely on motivation, and because they rely on motivation and their belief systems are tied up with the idea that they can't do anything if they're not motivated to do it, then if they don't have motivation, they have to wait for motivation to come back around again before they can do anything. So, your average normal human has a belief system locked into their brain that states the truth, or the perceived truth, that I can only do the work if I'm motivated to do so. And you've probably seen this, it's pretty prevalent with a lot of people these days who are unsuccessful. True masters and killers rely on discipline, not motivation. Self-discipline is the ability to control your emotions and your impulses and defeat your weaknesses. So let's start with delaying gratification. Because ultimately, when we exercise discipline, the thing that we are trying to do when we exercise discipline is to delay gratification. And delaying gratification is basically having some time elapse between doing something painful and receiving the reward for doing the thing that's painful. So the secret to disciplining yourself is to train your brain to think about the long term and live accordingly to your longer term goals. So you have to hook yourself on long-term gratification, and this basically means that you wait for reward. And so you're doing this actively right now by having made your way through the program this far, having been through all the foundational videos. You're putting in work, you're paying attention, you're taking notes, you're doing the action items, you're telling your friends about the program, you're doing all sorts of things. And you're probably you haven't seen any rewards yet. At this point in the training, we've gone through your business foundations and what you're going to sell and who you're going to sell to, and we're starting to build your mindset, and we're getting really clear on that, and you're getting real clear on who you need to become. And we've done a lot of personal work here, but you've probably been doing stuff for the last couple of weeks, but you haven't got a client yet, you haven't made any money yet, and you haven't received any real tangible reward. And that's perfectly normal and perfectly acceptable, and this is just delaying gratification. And you might have to wait a little bit longer to get a client and make some money. And business is basically synonymous to delaying gratification, where you do lots of work now and lots of suffering and pain now with no reward. Think about me building this program. I've been working on week 1 and week 2 of this course, so the Foundations and Mindset module, for the best part of 6 to 9 months just to make 14 videos. That sucks, and I'm not going to see the effect of this until I launch the program and until clients start going through it and people start, scheduling to buy Easy Grow and referring their friends and growing it. And I'm going to have to work basically a full year on this thing, pretty much, before I receive any level of reward at all. It's a year of pain with no reward. That's delaying gratification, and it requires a lot of discipline to do that. When you do something, you don't see the positive effect of that thing for weeks, months, years, or even decades. And those are the things that you want to do. This is what masters of any field are capable of. Every action they take is pegged against the long term. So if you think about an Olympian, a professional athlete, let's take a 100-meter sprinter, right? That person could train for, a decade and not receive any gratification or reward until the day of the Olympics. So they start training when they're, 9 years old, and they enter the Olympics when they're 20 or something. That's 11 years of pain just for one moment of gratification. And that's what the masters are good at. The alternative to delayed gratification is instant gratification, which is probably what you're quite familiar with. This is basically experiencing instant pleasure without any delay or latency. Latency, by the way, means delay. You want it and you want it now. So YouTube, Netflix, sugar, comments, views, smoking, drugs, music, drinking, partying, gossip, vaping, processed foods, seed oils, you name it, you want it now. Most people are hooked on instant gratification, and because of this, their lives are incredibly miserable. So, most people's brains, they just operate on this constant instant gratification thing. And that the real problem with this is, most people who are normal civilians and not entrepreneurs, that kind of stage that you're not so much a civilian anymore because you're going through this, you want to become a business owner, etc. But like most people, their brains are hooked on instant gratification. And when they get into business or when they try and do anything that requires delayed gratification, they quit and give up because their brain is so hardwired to expect instantaneous results that when they do work and don't see instant results, they think it's a scam or they think that it's just not gonna work. And this happens a lot with people who are like, courses are scams. Like I've got to, what do you mean I've got to do months of work and not make any money? Scam. That's just someone basically translating their idiocy into words because their brain is so hooked on instant gratification. Like, yeah, all right, mate, why don't you just pull your vape back out and fuck off? To encode delayed gratification into your life, you must do all of the following 10 things. So really there's 10 things that feed delayed gratification and thicken the neural pathways that will allow you to delay gratification in your life. So first of all, the most important one is to resist impulses, because the gateway to experiencing instant gratification is impulse. And an impulse is basically an emotional, a temporary fleeting emotional uprising in your brain that makes you feel like you should do something to receive an instantaneous reward. So, when you're scrolling through, Instagram reels at 1 a.m. and, you see a really attractive woman and, there's a link in the bio, there's a link in the bio and you're like, oh, maybe I should go and go to some dirty website and masturbate. That's an impulse, right? Or maybe you're sat there and it's Sunday and it's 4 p.m. and you're watching a movie and, out of nowhere comes the impulse for you to order a burger and some fries and just, indulge. That's an impulse. Or, maybe you're addicted to vaping or smoking, and you're sat there and then you're like, oh, where's my vape? And then you just you go and start looking for it, and then you start panicking because you can't find it. These are impulses, okay? So you need to resist them, and you need to get good at resisting them. Or sleep. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day without wavering. So sleep is a really good form of self-discipline, and if you can nail your sleep and you can delay that gratification to just go to bed at the right time, wake up at the right time, that will compound over time. Gratitude. So give thanks for what you have every day and recognize your blessings. Because what we need to learn to do is understand that anything that's good in your life that you have right now, you need to associate that with having delayed the gratification to get it. So there might be something you've got going for you, something that you've done for a while that is paying off, and maybe you're in decent shape, or maybe you've got something going for you. Maybe you've got a good relationship or something. Be grateful for those things and exercise gratitude to encourage future delayed gratification behaviors. Goals. Always keep your eye on the prize and never forget your goal. Look at it daily. If you remember why you're delaying gratification and doing what you're doing and putting yourself through the pain to receive the reward, then you'll keep doing it. As soon as you forget what the reward is, you stop caring about it and your behavior will wane and you'll start being an idiot. Organization. Keep your email, phone, desktop, house, office, bedroom, everything clean. So you want to keep everything in your life neat, tidy, and organized. Because if you do this, then it's way easier for you to be disciplined. So for example, if we have a look at my my laptop background here, what you can see is pretty much nothing. So I'm not existing in this like chaotic state where I've got 100 different folders and everything. You know, I've got a VSL that I'm working on here. I've got the slides for this video, some graphics for this VSL, and then just a workout split that I'm going to add to my phone. Then I've got the Academy, what I'm working on, and then some other stuff in here. And this level of organization is true for my phone. I don't have any apps on my phone. I don't have any notifications on. My office is neat and tidy. My house and bedroom are clean. Everything's organized, clean, and neat and tidy and put away. Because when your environments, both digitally and physically, are optimized in this way, it's incredibly easy to do the right thing and behave properly. And time management. So plan your time meticulously and always have a prioritized list on lock. So you should always know what you need to do, and you should always have a to-do list in place to make sure that you're doing the right things, and that's how you're going to keep yourself accountable to the right behavior. And you want to plan your time. So you want to plan your days, you want to plan your hours, you want to plan your weeks, you want to plan your time off, you want to plan your months, you want to plan your quarters, and you need to have a nice linear to-do list of everything you need to do so that you don't go off the rails and keep yourself clean. Now, similar to sleep, diet. Cut everything except single ingredient foods. Simplify and stick to it. You know, it sounds weird to have dietary advice in a business training video, but I cannot tell you, if you cut out all foods except single ingredient foods, like raw single ingredient foods, I cannot tell you how much more money you're going to make. Because when you do this, you're going to drastically reduce the inflammation in your brain, which is going to raise your clarity, reduce your brain fog, and give you more energy and focus, which will allow you to execute on tasks with more efficiency and effectiveness. But also, like, you're not going to have crazy energy spikes or crazy emotional spikes because you're not putting, you know, weird chemicals or manufactured organic material into your body that your body's not supposed to naturally digest and deal with. And it might seem like a weird thing to say, "I'll just eat clean and you'll make more money," but trust me, you will. And anyone who's successful will tell you this. It's like boxers. They don't like to eat shit food because then they've got to exercise on shit food, because shit food doesn't really burn a clean flame. And that means that their training sessions are fueled by dirty flames, right? And that tends to not work very well. And then exercise. So work out at least 4 to 5 times a week with intensity, regardless of your mood. So, you know, exercise your body, put yourself through some physical pain. And if you get this thing right, as well as the diet and the sleep, your body's going to be naturally energized, and conjuring up discipline and willpower is significantly easier when you've slept well, you've eaten well, and your body has been exercised. And love suffering. So remember to love and embrace the trial by fire, and meet effort with resistance, and face the pain and look to love it. Fall in love with the pain. And persistence. You need to do all of these things every day, all day, without wavering, come hell or high water. Okay? So I don't care if you're sick. I don't care if someone's died. I would have empathy for you there, and I'd certainly care, but for the sake of taking the stance of your slightly harsh mentor, I don't care if you're going through a bad time. I don't care how anxious you feel. I don't care how depressed you feel. I don't care what your parents say. I don't care what your friends are doing. I don't care how you're feeling. You have to do these things all day, every day, because any excuse you find to slip on one of these things is an excuse you find to slip on your goals and slip on your life, and basically end up at 85, 90 years old on your deathbed, miserable and unhappy because you didn't listen to some random dude on the internet. Okay? So do them, come hell or high water. And discipline is an all or nothing affair. So if you want results, and if you want this mindset thing to really, truly work, then you have to be all in. So you can't just think, "Oh, I'm just going to work really hard on my business." Because remember, we don't have business problems, we have personal problems that reflect in our business. And so, you know, if you're trying really hard in business and you're working really hard, but you're eating like shit, you're not exercising, you're sleeping like rubbish, you're not grateful for anything, you forget your goals, you're messy and not organized, then yeah, you might become a little bit successful, but significantly less than otherwise. This success thing is an all or nothing affair. You need to be on top form everywhere in your life. There is no room in any component of your life for you to slack off and basically seek instant gratification, because that's what slacking off is. And so these are the main components of your life that you need to be disciplined in. First of all, business. You need to be pushing the business forward constantly as hard as you can. And so what happens is people try and just do the business thing and they ignore the other 7 things, and then the business fails, and then they say, oh, it's all right though because 9 out of 10 businesses fail. Fucking hell. Pull your vape back out, mate. Anyway, finances. Saving money, being smart, investing wisely, and not spending like an idiot. You need to be disciplined with your money and your personal finances. And your body. You need to be exercising, eating clean, sleeping well, and taking your health seriously. And your mind. You need to be meditating, keeping yourself in check, and managing your emotions and your mental health, and keeping your mind sharp and intelligent. And focus. You need to be focusing on one thing at a time, keeping your mind clear, sharp, and singular. So no multitasking, no bullshit. Social. Removing bad friends and people that don't help you achieve your goals. And dopamine. You need to learn to manage your dopamine levels, not overstimulate yourself or let yourself become limbically hijacked. So limbically hijacking, or becoming limbically hijacked, is basically what happens when you expose yourself to a stimulus that essentially hijacks your limbic system and bypasses your consciousness and forces you to act on things without thinking about it. Primary example would be going to Pornhub, and then you see a thumbnail and a title and you don't even know why you clicked it, but you did. That's you've allowed a corporation to hijack your neurochemistry. So don't go there. Don't visit the website in the first place, you bloody idiot. Knowledge. Constantly learning new things and becoming an information sponge. So you need to learn that this is all or nothing. It's not just business. It's not just making money. It's not just getting clients and doing outreach and doing sales calls. You need to be on form with your finances, your body, your mind, your focus, your social life and relationships, your dopamine, and your knowledge. And the reason you need to be all in, and the reason this is all or nothing, is because how you do one thing is how you do everything. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Discipline is a universal currency, and so is laziness. So what you need to realize is your brain is programmed in a certain, your brain is programmed in a certain way, and we want to program it towards discipline. And on a neurochemical level, on a basic brain level, right, on a limbic level, your brain cannot tell the difference between tasks. So if you're dealing with your relationships or socializing, or if you're reading, or if you're training and working out, or if you're exercising, or if you're working, or if you're doing a sales call, your brain on a limbic level, it doesn't have this like conscious thing. It's just a ball of biology. So it doesn't have situational context. It's binary. It's ones and zeros. And what that means is that your brain does everything the same way because it doesn't have context. So it's not gonna chemically prioritize business over exercise. It's just gonna use the same behavioral mechanism to act on both things. And so what you need to learn to do is exercise discipline in every area of your life, because what that will basically ensure is that your default mode for dealing with everything is discipline. So lazy people struggle with business and doing work because their default mode, their default brain operating system is laziness. So in the same way that if I've got a MacBook right now that I'm recording this video on, if I open up Google Maps, then the MacBook doesn't know that I've opened up Google Maps. It's not conscious, right? But what the MacBook does is it uses its Mac OS operating software to run Google Maps. And it will use the same operating software to run Microsoft Word. And it will use the same operating software to run Google Chrome. So think about different components in your life as like programs or apps for a computer. And your brain has an operating software, and it will use that operating software to run every single program in your life, whether that's your mind, your body, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, your business, your finances. It deals with this, it deals with everything in the same way. And so what you need to learn to do is discipline yourself in every component of your life so that your natural default mode for operation, your default operating system for every program you run in your life or every app you run in your mind is discipline. Because if you're seeking instant gratification in one area of your life, then this will seep into every other area of your life and destroy your chances of being successful. So this is why, for example, if I'm eating food for lunch, I will avoid watching YouTube or scrolling through short form content or watching a movie. Because what that means is I'm training my brain to do that in other areas of my life. So it means when I sit down to work, my brain's default mode is slightly biased towards, wanting to watch some videos or listen to a podcast whilst I work. Like if you multitask in different areas of your life, then you will bring that into work. And you cannot get away with anything. Any mode of behavior that you facilitate outside of business and work will seep into your work. So it's crucial that you're airtight everywhere. And how someone works out is how they will work. So, if when you're working out, if you're working out and you get to the point, you're doing like a set, let's say you're doing a set of bench press, and if you're sort of like getting a little tired and you kind of can't be bothered to do some more reps, then you're going to carry that energy and that mode of behavior into your work. And how someone socializes is how they will work. So, if someone's got a massive social circle and, they've got a really divergent social circle and they're constantly making new friends and filling this social void, then what they're going to do at work is bring that in. They're going to try and, talk to loads of people and be really extroverted and probably get nothing done. And how someone watches a movie is how they will work. So when you watch a movie, are you sat on your phone or are you actually paying attention? Are you having to indulge in sugar and popcorn and stuff whilst you do it, or can you just sit and watch it? How you do that is how you will work. And how someone sleeps is how they will work. So if you've got a nice, clean, regimented sleeping pattern where you go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, and you sleep properly, you'll do the same thing with your work. And how someone reads is how they will work. So all of your behaviors, all of them will feed into your work. It's impossible for your brain to differentiate between tasks. It treats everything the same with the same mechanism. And your brain works on familiarity and application. Whatever mode is most familiar with the brain is the mode it will apply to work. Now, if you're seeking delayed gratification in your work, but instant gratification everywhere else in your life, then your work will suffer and your business will fail. And this is because the brain will use the easiest default mode to deal with whatever it's familiar with. Okay? So like I just said, if you're seeking instant gratification in other areas of your life, then you will seek it in your work. And it's impossible to find in your work, so you're going to give up or start doing shit that's stupid and won't actually get you results. Becoming successful requires you to be great in every area of your life, not just the business. You need to smash it with your finances, your personal finances, right? Your body, your mind, your focus, your social life, your dopamine, your knowledge, and all other areas of your life if you want to win and succeed. Why? Well, it's because people don't have business problems. They have personal problems that will reflect in their business. And a business is basically put on top of the founder's life. And you can imagine business as like pressure. So, when you're just existing, when you're just living as a normal civilian, you can get away with this shit. If you just got a 9 to 5, you're just working in a restaurant or something, or you're just chilling, like you can get away with being a little hungover at work, or eating loads of shit food and being really tired in the afternoon, or having a chaotic social life, or having a toxic relationship. Like these things, like if you bring them into work, it doesn't really matter because you have no ambition or desire to rapidly grow your career. But the second that you assume the responsibility of a business and you have this entity and employees, and suddenly it's like, you've got this becoming self that you've got to become, you start to become responsible, and this is pressure. So you can imagine that like a person with a shitty life, it's like having cracks in their life. And, if you're a submarine and you have a crack in your hull, so if there's a crack in the submarine, then that might not be a problem at the surface of the ocean. But the second the submarine submerges down deep into the water pressure increases, and any little crack is vastly expanded and will explode. And so this is my point, is the size of the bigger your business gets, the more pressure that's put on you. And if there's cracks in your life or there's issues in your life, then the pressure will expose those cracks and your business will fall apart because of them. There's no room to have cracks. Okay? You truly cannot get away with anything. So that addiction you've got, that habit you've got, that person in your life, that snack you eat every night, that YouTube video you watch, that YouTuber you watch outside of educational content, that show, it's all got to go. You have to seek greatness and perfection everywhere. And this moves me on to my next topic, which is sacrifice, giving to get. So let me ask you a rhetorical question, because obviously parasocially you cannot answer through this video. How bad do you want to be successful? If I ask you that question, you'd probably say, yeah, real bad. And if you ask most people this question, they say, yeah, really badly. Like, I really want to be successful. Like, I want success as much as I want to breathe. That they quote that motivational video that you might have seen, maybe you haven't. But everyone says they want it. Everyone says they want to succeed. Everyone says, yeah, I'm going to do it. I really want it. I want it real bad. Now, the problem with this is it's very easy to say that you want success, but it's another thing to prove it, because everyone says they want it, but no one proves it. How do you prove it? What's the true measure of how bad you want to be successful? One word: sacrifice. Giving things up. This is the true measure of your desire to succeed. There is no greater telltale sign of how successful someone's going to be than how much they're willing to sacrifice for that success. People talk a big game and say they're hungry to succeed, but the minute you tell them to sacrifice something they care about, or the minute they realize they have to sacrifice something they care about, they reveal their true character and their true priorities. You have to learn to worship success. And when you worship something, you naturally have to make sacrifices for it. So religious people understand this. If you believe in God, or if someone believes in God, then they worship that God, and they will sacrifice things in their life for God. They'll sacrifice their time and by going to the church or to the mosque, and they'll sacrifice behaviors like lustful behaviors or proud behaviors, or all sorts of things that you might want to do that would feel pretty pleasurable. You have to sacrifice for the God you believe in, whether that be Jesus, Muhammad, or there's plenty of religions, but you get my point. Every activity or thing in your life that isn't related to the achievement of your goal must be eliminated immediately. I don't care about your emotions. I don't care about your feelings or your reaction to this statement. You're welcome to hang on to your thing, but just know if you do, it'll cost you everything. And if you don't sacrifice things for your goal will become the sacrifice. So you're probably thinking right now, there's probably a few things in your life that you need to get rid of, but you don't want to. Fucking get rid of them. If you're not willing to sacrifice those things, then you will not become successful. It is as simple as that. Get rid of them. Okay? We'll talk about it. So here's a list of everything. Well, it's not really everything. The list would probably be more comprehensive than this, but here's a list of everything that I could list in 5 minutes that I sacrificed to become a multi-millionaire. So I got rid of sugar, which sucked because you have cravings and withdrawals, and you go through something called keto flu, which is very unpleasant. And getting yourself off sugar or carbs as well, is tough. It's difficult. Alcohol and heavy drinking. Smoking. So quitting smoking, that kind of sucks. Late nights, lay-ins, parties. I basically sacrificed my 20s, like the social life. When I put uni library here because I've got a fond memory. It wasn't so fond at the bloody time, but there I used to go to university at a university called Plymouth University in the UK, down southwest of the UK. And the library of the university was called I think it's like the Charles Seal Hayne Library or something like that. And every night, my flatmates and my friends would host parties, because I lived in student accommodation, so university halls, or dorm rooms as you'd call it in America. And every night my friends and flatmates would host parties, and they'd buy loads of drinks and alcohol and drugs, and we do, like in the UK you have this thing called pre-drinks, which is where you drink in your flat before you go out, and then you drink more, and then you end up seriously regretting that. But they'd have parties, and the parties would be at my flat. And what I would do is I'd pick up my gym bag, at like 7 p.m. and I would walk myself over to the university campus, which was about a 15-20 minute walk. And in my bag, I'd bring books and my laptop. And what I would do is I would go to the library and I would sit there and speed read self-help business books until 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Then I'd go home, cook some food and go to sleep, because I knew that by 11 o'clock or 12 a.m., the local club, which was called Prism. If you've ever been to a prison before in the UK, I do sincerely apologize for your experience, because it's not that great. But Prism would open at like 11 or 12. So I knew that by then all of my friends would have gone. And, so I would just leave. As soon as, if there was a party being hosted, I would walk to the library and read. And that's a sacrifice to make at the age of 19 or 20. Like, that's a fucking hard thing to do. But I knew this stuff and I had to do it. I had to sacrifice porn. So I don't watch pornography. I don't engage in any of that stuff. And I also don't have any social media either. So I don't see any of that, any of the porn bait that you'd get, like the OnlyFans stuff, whatever. But I had to get rid of this, because I was like, I know that I can't be, engaging in just short-term pleasure and watching this stuff, and I'm never going to have a healthy long-term relationship, and all these things have got to go. Xbox and PS4. I had an Xbox and I ran a bath and put it in the bath. And also I had a gaming PC as well when I was younger, when I was like 17. And I basically got the gaming PC, I got a screwdriver and took it apart, and then I smashed up all of the parts, and then I couldn't put it back together. And because I was only 17, I didn't have the money to buy another one. So I literally just sacrificed my gaming PC. I literally just disemboweled it and then destroyed it. And then a day or two later were the insane urges to play League of Legends or Minecraft or whatever stupid game I was playing at the time. But I couldn't indulge in those impulses because I'd sacrificed the PC. I've done some extreme shit to become successful. Like, people look at me on YouTube and stuff, and I get comments, and I get comments on videos, and I get people in like real life, like friends and stuff, being like how did you do this? Like, why is it that you got to the multi 8-figure mark and everyone else who started around your time just gave up or struggled or is still just making like no money? It's because of this. It's because of the shit like smashing up the gaming PC or going to the library or all this stuff. And my friends, I turned my back on everyone I knew for a year and a half to become successful, and I lost a lot of friends. And Netflix and YouTube and short form content and all social media. So I used to have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. I've never had TikTok actually, because it's only been released in the last like 5 years, and I had it on lock by then. But I used to have all of this, you name it, I had it, social media. And I had to delete it. I got rid of it, and it sucked and it was horrible, but now I don't use it. And junk food. So, I had to sacrifice like junk food and all this crap. And also my entire wardrobe. So what I did, and this is, you don't have to necessarily do this, but what I did is I got rid of all of my clothes, and I bought a bunch of black t-shirts, a bunch of black trousers, and a bunch of black shorts. And then I just I basically worn the same thing every day for like 8 years. And the reason I did that is to reduce my decision fatigue. And decision fatigue is the more decisions you make throughout the day, the worse your decisions get throughout the day. And by wearing the same thing every day, it's one less decision I have to make, which means that when I make business decisions, I'm slightly sharper and I don't have to think about this. And also I don't get weird impulses to buy random clothes. And dating apps, like I got rid of I just didn't date. I basically didn't date for like 2 years. Like I didn't like watch porn or have sex or do any casual sex or anything like that for a very, very, very long time. I was just dialed in. It's a sacrifice. You know, who the hell wants to give these things up? These things feel great. Like in the moment, like these things, they're fucking awesome. Like you loving it. But I knew that I couldn't. And, you know, here's a list of things that I currently sacrifice to get to the next level. So, you know, I'm at the point where I'm at that 8-figure level, on the way to multi 8 figures, and I've got no doubt in the near future on the horizon will be 9 figures, multi 9 figures. Like I'm going to be a billionaire. There's no two ways about that. As long as God or the universe, or whatever you believe in, graces me with enough time, I'll get there. And there's not a doubt in my mind. But, you know, I'm not going to get there whilst clinging on to lots of shit. So here's some things that I currently sacrifice that I could have, that I don't, to get to the next level. So supercars. So, you know, if I wanted to, I could go down to, you know, Mayfair in London, where I am right now, and I could go to the Lamborghini dealership or the Bugatti dealership or the Ferrari dealership, and I could go and spend like $1 million or $2 million or $3 million on supercars, and, you know, find a garage and just put them in there and drive them around and have civilians rotate their neck muscles to pay attention to me and all of my clout. I could go and do that, but yeah, sure, that might feel good. Like maybe sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I wish I had like a Lambo so everyone knew who I was. Then I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That'd be stupid. So these things might feel great, but, you know, fuck it. Fame and influence. So, you know, I've got the know-how and the money and the competence from a content perspective to make viral content and become famous. I know the playbook. I know exactly how to do it. And if I wanted the massive audience with, you know, consumers, I could do that. But my videos are more business focused and focused on, you know, my mission and my vision, which is helping people start businesses and become successful. And, you know, I don't want to just make, you know, trite, shallow lifestyle vlogs that don't really add any value and just capture the attention of random people that have no interest in actually doing anything. They're just dreamers, right? And boats and jets. So, you know, I don't want to switch. Don't know why my language has just switched to Arabic. Sorry about that. Anyway, boats and jets. So, you know, I could go and buy like a Sunseeker yacht, and I can probably charter like a private jet to go to Vegas and gamble. But, you know, I'm sacrificing these things. Famous friends. So, you know, when you become dutiful, you can get into some pretty exclusive clubs. You know, I know lots of people who know lots of people in Dubai and London, etc., who are quite famous. You know, and I know where these people hang out. I know what clubs they go to. I've played sports with some of them, and like I've met some of them and stuff. And like, you know, if I wanted to, I could become this like socialite person that is friends with all of these big YouTubers or, you know, rappers or whatever the hell. Not like A-list celebrities, right? I'm not talking like Kanye. I don't think he'd be that interested in being friends with me. Then again, I might not be interested in being friends with him, but that's a story for another day. I'm sure he's probably an all right guy. Anyway, he's a bit controversial, so we'll leave it at that. But you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like banging on Harry Styles' door like, all right, babe, do you want to go out for a drink? But my point is that, you know, I could have this wild, Great Gatsby social circle, but I would rather just have the boys that I'm friends with, right? Luxury brands. So I could go and buy all the luxury brands, or watches. Like I could have a, you know, multi-$6 or $1 million watch collection, or a mansion. Like, you know, I had the mansion in Dubai. I lived on the Palm. I had like the most exclusive address on the planet with a house that cost like $10 million, and I had it. And you know, when you have a mansion, like everything, I had it. It was great, but I realized I had to sacrifice it. I moved back to London, right? Since I started recording this program. And I moved to London, and I live in a nice apartment in London, and it's in a posh part, expensive part of London, and, you know, stuff like that. But I'm not living in like a 8-bedroom fucking giga mansion that, you know, you bring a girl home to that and she's just like, marry me. That's pretty much what happens, by the way. Story for another day. But anyway, parties. So same thing. You get invited to lots of parties. When you're successful, you can go to these clubs and you can buy tables for 10 grand and all these dinners and stuff, galas, blah, blah, blah. Travel. So I could literally go wherever I want, whenever I want, with whoever I want, at pretty much a moment's notice, anytime, anywhere, wherever. If I decided tomorrow that I wanted to go to the Maldives, and then the next day I wanted to be in LA, and the day after that I wanted to go to the North Pole, I could fucking do it. Like once you have the money, you can go anywhere. and I want to get to the next level and become a billionaire. And I'm not going to do that by partying all the time and traveling all the time and spending time in stupid mansions or buying these silly things. And the same thing goes for freedom, right? And social life. So to be fair, I have a decent social life. I play some sports, I see some friends, but my social circle is quite tight-knit and small. And the last one is the woman thing. So what I can tell you, if you're a young guy watching this, maybe you aspire to this, but once you get to a certain level of financial abundance, you become very confident, and women, the whole dating thing gets quite easy. And the really attractive, the 10-10 models, whatever you're looking into, whatever you want, they get, they actually become attracted to you, because people tend to date at their level. And so if you've got a woman who's beautiful in her own right and she's like a runway model or something, those girls aren't dating guys that are just broken. Some of them might, I'm not saying they're gold diggers, and I'm not calling attractive women gold diggers at all. I'm just saying that if, as a woman, you're beautiful, you have more, let's say, social leverage to pick and choose who you want. And if I was a beautiful woman, I would probably pick and choose a man who was competent enough to take care of me financially. Why would you not? In the same way that lots of rich guys who are very successful and have high status and high value want a beautiful woman. And so, if I wanted to, I could hop on Raya, which is the dating app for the rich and famous. I'm not on it, but I could. I know people that are on it, so you just get referred. And then, I could do that. And then what I could do is I could start posting on Instagram, like all of my fancy shit, and then start the DM game where I'm sliding into the DMs of Instagram models, and they would reply because they can see all of this stuff. And then I could start sleeping with these people. Like, I'm telling you, once you have money, all of this stuff is possible and easy. Like, the world just opens up to you. But that's a big problem, because if you want to get to the millionaire, multimillionaire point, and then enjoy the fruits of your labor by having all these things, then you can absolutely do that. And I'm not advocating for sacrifice of these things if you want them. What I'm saying is I want to be a billionaire and build a massive, impactful company more than I want the instant pleasure and status associated with the following things that I've just highlighted. And so what you have to do in life is you have to pick what you want, because if you want to build something massive, you can try to keep these things in your life if you want to, and you can probably still build a big successful company with a few of these things in your life, but it's going to be significantly harder, it's going to happen 10 times slower, and it's far less likely to happen. Okay? Like, yeah, you might find that, but what about this guy that's got these cars and is more successful than you? Or what about this guy that dates all these women and is a billionaire? Like, yeah, I'm not saying this is like a bulletproof thing. My point is that when you sacrifice these things, they drastically increase your chances of becoming successful, and they make it more of a sure thing. Now, the only things that I haven't sacrificed in my life towards my goals are my very close friendships. So, my best mates, my relationship. So I'm not one to talk about my personal relationship with whoever I'm with, because it's not really anybody's business, and I like to keep my very, very personal relationships private and personal, as I'm sure you would if you had an audience as well. And my family. So I'd never sacrifice my relationship with my family, but also my health. So the only things that I don't sacrifice are my close relationships with people that I love, or my health. So my best friends, my girlfriend or my wife, whatever, my mother, my father, my grandmother, my sister, my brother, my uncles, my aunties, my family, all of those people, I'm never sacrificing. I would rather be unsuccessful than lose people that I love, right? Because there's nothing more important than that to me, at least. Well, that's a very sweeping statement, and I don't know if I've thought that through entirely, but you get my point, right? And also health. So something that I would never sacrifice is my health. Now, I have in the past sacrificed my health, and as I'm going to tell you a story later on in this video where I did kind of let my health slip for my business and my success. And sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to take short-term health hits to get your business off the ground, but for the long term, it's not advisable. You still need close relationships. You still need love. You still need a loving relationship. You still need to sleep properly, eat properly, and exercise. Without these things, your limbic system will wreak havoc on you and mess your focus up. So, if you don't have any friends, or if you don't have any love in your life, then your brain won't let you work because you're just going to constantly seek it. Now, that's not to say that you can't go a year or two without those things like I did. So when I got rid of all of my friends and I didn't have a girlfriend or anything like that for like nearly 2 years, and I didn't really eat or sleep properly whilst I was building my business for the first 2 years, and I came out just fine. But for the long term, if you want to do this for anything longer than a couple of years, then you need to kind of have these things on lock, which requires discipline and obviously delayed gratification. So what you want to do is you want to think of it like this as a visual. Everyone in life has a flame, and this flame represents your energy, your focus, and your personal, mental, or time capacity for success. So, when you're thinking about becoming successful, there's this flame that burns inside of you. And the bigger the flame, the more energy, the more focus, the more time you have. And right now, you spend a lot of your energy. So this flame is burning in all sorts of different directions right now. So all of your energy, focus, capacity, and time is spent on lots of bullshit that doesn't help you achieve your goal. So, your wardrobe and what you're wearing, or what you're eating, or your junk food, or your social media consumption, or your short form content addiction, or you're spending time on YouTube or watching your Netflix series. You're spending time with friends that aren't good for you or playing video games or on your Xbox. You're spending time watching porn and trying to find the perfect video to masturbate to and spending hours doing that and thinking about that and being an idiot. You're spending loads of time laying in bed and just being lazy, or having these late nights, or partying or drinking or smoking. Like, all of these things are behaviors that take energy from you, right? You only have so much flame, so much burn that you can give. And what you do is you throw it all on the fire. So metaphorically speaking, when you sacrifice something, what you do is you take all of the energy, focus, mental capacity, and time spent on it, and you burn it. And what that does is it increases the size of your flame so that you can channel this all into work. And so when you sacrifice something, you basically gain more energy and more time, because all of the energy and time you were putting into it is now available to you to put somewhere else. So let's say right now that you spend 3 hours a day playing Call of Duty. If you sacrifice Call of Duty, you now have 3 new hours per day, and however much energy you would spend on that thing to put into your work. And that's how you get an advantage. And when you sacrifice everything at once, your flame will burn. Because imagine if you did no bullshit, you'd have all the time in the world to just work. And then that's how you become successful, because you can start executing on things real quick. So you want to sacrifice all of it. And I can hear what you're thinking and saying right now. But Charlie, I need it. I can't possibly get rid of X. X is denoted not as the social media platform, but the thing that you need to give up. Like, don't lie to me. Don't lie to yourself. There's something in your life right now, the big thing, that big thing that you're thinking about right now as I'm talking about it, that you need to sacrifice and get rid of. There is. It could be a game. It could be a person, a relationship. It could be an addiction. It could be a habit. It could be anything. It could be a belief system. But you know what it is. Probably not a belief system, although we're going to sacrifice it anyway. But you know what I mean, right? And you're probably talking about it like, I can't possibly get rid of it. I need it. That's what you're saying to yourself. You're saying, I need it, Charlie. I need this thing. Well, you fucking don't. You don't. What you need is to get rid of it so you can become successful. It's bullshit. You can get rid of it. You just don't want to, and you're frightened. You've cooked up a lie in your head that this thing is necessary and that you and your business need it to survive. You don't, and it's bullshit. Truly, if you really want to know what this thing is, all it is just you clinging to your current identity it's your current sense of self and your current identity clinging onto something that gives it steam and life. So remember when we talked about this whole point of like, you need to sort of kill your current self to become who you need to become to achieve your goals? And we discussed this and how, like, in Trial by Fire, we talked about how it's your current sense of self has a survival bias, and it's going to try and stop you from, doing new things that basically, kill it off. Well, all of these things that you need to sacrifice are things that your current sense of self is attached to. And so when you sacrifice one of these things, you sort of remove that part of your identity, which is quite painful, which is why you're so convinced you need to keep it. This is all just resistance, and your current sense of self is just kicking up a fuss here. So what you need to do is make the decision to get rid of all of it. All of these things you need to sacrifice. Think of it like this. This is a really cool metaphor here. So, when you play a video game and you try and defeat a boss, and that boss has healers. So maybe you've played like a video game before and you're trying to kill a boss, and that boss keeps getting healed by these things. And usually if you're doing that, what you would do is you'd kill the healers. Well, all of these things you need to sacrifice are like healers for your current self. So if you're trying to defeat your current self, which is the boss you're currently fighting, but you don't take out the healers, then what's going to happen is the boss or the current sense of self is going to be consistently reinforced and healed by the healers, which means that you can't defeat it. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at this thing. It doesn't matter how much magic power you use to try and defeat the boss that is your current sense of self. If it's being healed by these stupid behaviors, then you're not going to defeat it. So imagine in a video game, you're trying to defeat a boss, but NPC mobs keep spawning to heal the boss. Like what you would do is you defeat the healers. But this is what is sacrificable behavior that is your current identity. So in video games, if you want to kill the boss, you kill the healers first. And I'm telling you that these things that you need to sacrifice are like the healers. So when you try and take out your current sense of self and you start trying to change, if you're keeping these things behind and you're keeping the addictions and the bad habits, then your current sense of self is being consistently reinforced and healed. And it doesn't matter how hard you swing at it, it's always going to come back with a vengeance. So think of it like that and sacrifice everything. And I know it sounds extreme, but the reason that this program and that I get such extreme results for you is because I recommend extreme measures. Get rid of everything. Do not get rid of your health, your family, your relationship, or your very close friendships. Anything else, because these are the things that you need, right? These are if we ask any deep psychologists like Maslow's hierarchy of needs and stuff, these are the things we need. Like you don't sacrifice the roof over your head. You don't sacrifice your access to running water. But those are things that we have in the West that we take for granted anyway. Maybe you're in the East, but you probably have those things, right? I hope you do. So don't sacrifice these things, because these things you actually truly physiologically need. Your limbic system needs these things to, work and run properly. And yeah, you can go without them for a year or two, but not for the long term, because you'll go weird and strange. So what we're going to do is a sacrifice audit. So I want you to do this right now. So this is a personal sacrifice audit. So what you're going to do with this is basically list everything below that you're going to sacrifice for the pursuit of your goal. So, we've got this little bullet point list here. So, you can access this resource in the description of the school community, of the school group. And I want you to do it right now. So it shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to just list these things out. So pause the video and go and do it now, or, just let me explain. So, you could put in like League of Legends, or you could put, weed, anything like this. These things that you think you need that you don't, okay? And then what you're going to do is you're going to write out the one that you really don't want to list. So this is the big, bad, scary one that you do not want to get rid of. So what you're going to do is you're going to list out a bunch of stuff here, but you're going to probably leave one thing out. You're going to leave out the thing that you really don't want to get rid of, and I want you to write it here, because we need to get rid of it. And by writing this out, and by sorry if you can hear my water bottle opening here. I'm just going to drink something real quick. These recordings can be pretty tiring on the mouth. Anyway, now write out the one thing you don't want to list. So get rid of the one thing, and then what I want you to do is write down what action items you're going to take today to start the sacrifices. And then you're going to write out what drastic action you're going to take right now to get rid of this final boss sacrifice as well. So basically, if you're scared or anxious, this is good. If you're in pain right now and you're feeling nervous about this and worried, that's good, because you're experiencing pain. Remember, pain is when resistance meets effort. So you're going to feel a lot of resistance to sacrifice these things, but if you put the effort in to sacrifice them, you're basically, remember what we talked about this with the bank of suffering, right? And building up this pain tolerance and stacking as much pain as we possibly can, this is the easiest way for you to earn lots and lots of pain points and to stack up that pain currency bank account. Like, because this is the most painful thing. Like, if you can do this, if you can sacrifice all these things, I promise you that everything else gets easy and the world will truly open up to you, because this is the hardest thing to do. Like, doing the outreach, the sales calls, the client delivery, building the business, it's hard, it sucks. It's going to be lots of pain, rejection, fear, doubt, stress, tiredness, exhaustion. But the hardest thing to do is giving up the shit you don't want to give up. So if you can do this, then the rest of what you have to do will pale in comparison. And there's no better way for you to build up your pain points than this, I promise you. So for example, for me, the one thing that I didn't want to get rid of when I was like 17, 18 or whatever, it wasn't 18, I was like 16, 17, was video games. Like, I really did not want to get rid of these things. Like, I played my computer religiously. Like, if I had a spare moment, I'd be on there playing League of Legends, I'd play Minecraft, all sorts of stuff. And it had to go. And I was like, I managed to get my diet in order. I managed to sleep well. I did everything right. But the one thing that I couldn't get rid of was the gaming thing. It was the one thing that was like the ultimate thing. So, what I did is the drastic action I took was to destroy, right? So what I did is like I told you, I disassembled my PC and I destroyed it. And then I ran a bath, and I kid you not, this is no word of a lie, I put my Xbox in the bath. And lo and behold, the Xbox didn't work anymore. And, I got my PC components, I put them in a box, and I chucked them out. And I chucked the Xbox out. And what that meant is I had no means to play video games anymore. It was hilarious, because the only thing that I had left that I could play video games on was my Nintendo DS. So most of you who are Gen Z, you won't know what a Nintendo DS is, but it's like a little flip up like gaming console. And the only game that I had that I could play was Pokemon Platinum or something. And it got to the point where I was trying to play Pokemon. I was that addicted to gaming that I was trying to just play Pokemon on this little Nintendo DS screen. Then I kind of realized I was like being an idiot, so I just put the DS away and just never looked back. But you need to just final boss sacrifice. There's got to be a drastic action you can take, and it's gonna feel fucking drastic. Like, people are gonna think you're insane, because this gaming PC I had was like it was like £2,000. My Xbox was like £300. Like, these were Christmas presents, these were birthday presents. And, people thought, like, my parents were like, what the fuck are you doing? My friends were like, what the hell are you doing? But I was like, the more drastic the action, the more of a statement it is. In the same way that, when we're looking at what I'm sacrificing at the moment, all these things here, like, I'm just trying to think of an example of like a drastic thing, but I've never really engaged in any of these things, to be honest. So yeah, no, we won't go down that path, but you get my point, right? So yeah, write down what you're going to get rid of, write down the big thing you need to get rid of, and then write down what you're going to do to get rid of these things. So if for example, you want to sacrifice junk food and sugar, then go into your cupboard at home right now and get rid of all of the junk food and sugar, and just, any energy drinks or Coca-Cola, just pour it down the drain, and any sugar or any shitty foods, just take it to a food bank or put it in the bin. If you're trying to get rid of porn, or you like a porn addiction or something, then go to your internet provider and tell them to disable it. Like, tell them to disable adult content, and then that way, if you want to turn it back on, you've got to go and ask them, which is a little bit awkward. But actually, that might not work, because I think internet providers you can turn it on and off like yourself. But some of these things you have to just power your way through. But we want to find actions where we can. Okay. So, here are some personal examples of drastic action I took to sacrifice the things that I needed to get rid of. So, we know about the gaming PC analogy and the running the Xbox bath thing. Now, this is another one. When I was 21, 22, at that point I was a millionaire, and I went on this sort of like dating rampage, because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna, now I'm a millionaire and I've got all this money and I can, and I can attract these girls, and I did. And at one point I was talking to, I think, like probably like 4 or 5 people at once, just like aimlessly texting them and like sleeping around as being an idiot, stupid. And, you know, I kind of realized, I was like, I have to sacrifice this casual dating thing. Like, I've got to sacrifice these women, like not in an actual physical sacrificial way where I'm like slitting their throats and taking them up to a temple or something. What I meant is I texted all of the girls that I was seeing that I'm not interested and don't see a future with them. And this is a painful thing to do. I text everyone, all these girls that had potential that I was talking to that I didn't have any long-term intentions with, I was just casually seeing. I just text them all. I was like, hey, you know, I'm ready to focus on my business. I don't see this going anywhere. I want to be honest with you, so I wish you the best of luck. And I copy and pasted like this message to like, you know, like 5 or 6 people. And, you know, you can only just imagine the responses, right? Understandably, it's my fault. But I did that. And, you know, and that was pretty drastic, because I can tell you from experience that if you say that to someone and you cut that off, and a month later you change your mind and message them, they won't have any of it. All right. So drastic action. I moved to a city. So I moved down to Plymouth, you know, when I'm brand new, knowing no one, which was a good sacrifice. I also sacrificed this was a big one. This was a massive one that massively helped me become successful. No one thinks about to do this, but this really helped. I sacrificed my financial comfort zone. So one thing that happens is a lot of people are very comfortable in life and they like their little comfort zone, specifically with their money and their finances. So what I did is I had this money that I had saved up, and, you know, it made me feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit secure, which is fine. But what I did is I bought a high ticket course for the business, right? So there was this course requiring me to put like 10 grand, 15 grand down or something, right? And that was kind of, I had a little bit of money, but a payment plan, it wasn't that much, right? And what I did is I bought this high ticket course from my mentor, which was absolutely fucking terrifying, because I was like, you know, this is my like last bit of money, like I need it to work. But what this did is I sacrificed my comfort zone financially, and that it forced me to work. Like it pushed me to, I was like, I've got to replenish these cash reserves. So I kind of gave myself no choice. Like I burned the bridges, I burned the boat, so to speak. And it was very uncomfortable. It was very painful. But I'll tell you, in terms of deposits to the bank of suffering, that was a big one. That was a massive sacrifice. You know, you can't afford to be risk averse here. Like if you want this business to work, sometimes you have to sacrifice money and short-term comfort. Like, you know, you need to actively seek out a way to wisely invest what you have so that you can push yourself out of your comfort zone. And to me, the most logical thing was to buy a high ticket course from Sam, my mentor. And that was 7 years ago, I think. And that was a very worthwhile thing to do. But yeah, I also chucked out all my clothes, bought a new cheap, simple wardrobe. You know, I used to spend like all my money on clothes. I'd buy like $2,000 sneakers, and I'd buy all these brands and like all this shit and these watches and stuff. And then I just chucked them all out and just bought black t-shirts. And I told everyone that I was going to stop. So this is a big thing you can do. When I say X, I don't mean like Twitter, right? But I told everyone I was going to stop whatever it was I wanted to stop. So if I decided I was going to sacrifice drinking or smoking, I just tell everyone, like, hey guys, I don't smoke anymore. Because then if you're with them and you smoke, they're like, I thought you said you weren't going to smoke, you idiot. And then you feel, you know, you get this thing called social cognitive dissonance, which is where you start feeling guilty that you've told someone you're going to do something and you're not doing it. And don't think you can get away with anything. So when it comes to doing these sacrifices and listing out these actions and starting to note what you're going to do to get rid of these things, you cannot get away with anything. So, you know, what you might be thinking is, oh, I'll just put the Xbox under my bed. You know, once every now and then can't hurt, right? Fucking wrong. Or, you know, I'll just tell that bad friend or that toxic relationship that I just can't see them for a month and it will fizzle out, right? Fucking wrong. Or, you know, I'll just ask my mum, like, you know, I'll just ask my mum to hide all the junk food. I won't go looking for it. Fucking wrong. Your decision to sacrifice whatever it is you need to sacrifice must be absolute. If it isn't, you haven't really made the sacrifice. You've just buried it in a coping pretty fucking hard. Okay? So, you know, if you're like, if there's something you know you can do to sacrifice something you know you need to get rid of, Like I'm just trying to think of an example here. Like, okay, perfect example. Oh, perfect example. Okay, so let's say that you want to get rid of Instagram because you're probably going to need to sacrifice Instagram. Now, is it going to be helpful in the future for business? Yeah, maybe you're going to start an Instagram account for your personal brand and start making content to get clients, right? That might be a good thing to do. But right now, you probably have a personal Instagram account, and on that personal Instagram account, 3 things happen. 1, you post pictures of yourself for validation and attention, which reinforces an instant gratification feedback loop. Bad. 2, you scroll through your newsfeed and you scroll through your Instagram reels, stimulating your brain and encouraging your brain to expect instant gratification with the flick of a single muscle group in your finger. Bad, right? Probably a bad thing to wire your brain in that way. It's like the least amount of effort possible for the most amount of reward is scrolling through short form content because it requires literally no calories burned in that finger scroll. 3, you spend your time looking at other people and being jealous and envious of them. So Instagram is not conducive to your goal. It's going to hold you back and it's going to wire your brain in the wrong way. It's going to keep this narcissistic craving attention loop open in your mind, and it's going to encourage you to look at what other people are doing and be an idiot. So you need to sacrifice it and it needs to go. And what you're going to do is you're going to say, yeah, I'll just delete the app. And then it's gone. Delete the fucking account. That's right, the one that you've got your followers on, the one that you've got your friends on, the one that you've got your algorithms on that are perfectly engineered to deliver your brain exactly what it needs to keep your attention. Now that I've suggested that, you're a bit like, oh, I don't know if I can, I'll just delete the app. Well, you're a fucking idiot. Pull your vape out, mate, because you're coping, all right? You know, like I did this where like I was trying to sacrifice Instagram, and what I would do is I would delete the app, and then lo and behold, 2 months later, I'd re-download it. Because when you sacrifice something, it has to be total, it has to be completely absolute. Like if you delete your account for good, that tells your unconscious and yourself that you're serious about the sacrifice and there's no turning back or going back. But if you just delete the app but keep the account, then all you have to do to get that back is go on App Store, type in Instagram and download it. There's no effort in that. The level to which you sacrifice something is denoted by how much effort you'd have to go to rebuild the thing to get the same level of gratification that you initially received from it when you had it before. So if you just delete the app, you can just type it in, download it, and then within 30 seconds, you're back on it. That's not a sacrifice. This is why I destroyed my gaming PC. This is why I put my Xbox in the bath. This is why I burnt all the bridges with my casual sex relationships that were just stupid and lustful and idiotic. Like, you have to just absolutely get rid of it. So delete your accounts, delete all your social media accounts. Block people. That's another thing. Like if you've got toxic people in your life that you want to get rid of, just fucking block them. Or just tell them that they're toxic. Just say, hey man, like I don't think that where I'm headed in the future is I don't think that, you know, that we're the best fit for each other in terms of being friends moving forward. You're going to piss them off. They're going to hate you. Good. There's no going back from that. Sacrifice. Absolutely. So now we'll talk about focus, because this is like a big heavy thing, and this is a big heavy video. Like we're not even 7 pages in yet, and I think we're like an hour and 20 minutes into the recording. So let's keep this moving. But do this personal sacrifice audit. Do it now. Don't put it off. Don't be an idiot. You know, maybe you're vaping. Why are you vaping? Oh yeah, I know that's a great idea, isn't it? Let's just put a what is a vape at first principle? It's a plastic device that allows you to initiate instantaneous pleasure at a moment's notice. Yeah, why don't we just keep that in our pocket? That'd be smart, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's a really good idea to, you know, hardwire our brain to, you know, with literally the lift of an elbow and the lift of a shoulder rotator cuff, receive instantaneous pleasure. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't see any second order consequences to that whatsoever in terms of our success or the way that our brain deals with work. No, not at all. So get rid of it. All of it. Hell, like go and buy some fireworks, attach your vape to a firework and then shoot. I'm not saying you probably don't vape. If you vape, you're an idiot, right? But you know, the point in making it is that the bigger the spectacle, the bigger the action, the more drastic the action, the more likely you are to never return to it. If I had a vaping addiction, I would literally do that. I would go and buy fireworks, I'd attach a vape to the firework, and I would shoot that firework off into the sky and watch my vape explode 100 meters up. In fact, if any of you do vape and you want to sacrifice vaping, which you should, record it and put it in the community, because that would be absolutely hilarious. Anyway, focus. So another massive component in discipline, a massive component of discipline, as well as sacrifice and, delayed gratification and all or nothing, another massive component is focus. Focus basically just means doing one thing. And you need to train your brain to do one thing at a time. So when we talk about focus, like there's lots of different levels we can discuss focus on, in terms of like just having one goal or just having one relationship or whatever. But really, when it comes to work and what you're doing with your day, focus is discipline. Because the opposite of focus is distraction. And so the ultimate discipline when it comes to working is not getting distracted, which means just focusing on one thing. For example, I've been recording this video now for an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it is now. And I've been fully focused that entire time. I haven't been on my phone, like pulling my phone up. I haven't been on like social media or anything, or like going off to eat or anything. I'm just purely solely focused, and I've engineered my day to do this recording so nothing can get in the way. So you need to have singular focus always. Everything you do should be focused and with sole intent, because if you manage this everywhere in your life, it'll be easy at work. So the point here is, this is again an all or nothing affair. If you learn to focus in every other aspect of your life, then when it comes to work, it's going to be really, really easy. Because when you're eating, just eat. So if you're eating lunch or dinner, don't sit with your laptop in front of you, or don't sit on your phone or listening to a podcast. Just eat, because you're just doing one thing. If you're going to the bathroom, don't bring your phone with you. People do this. If you're watching a movie, don't hold a conversation or talk or have your phone near you. If you're in the gym, turn your notifications off or put your phone on airplane mode. If you're listening to a podcast, don't text or message people. When you're at work, only have windows or tabs open relevant to your project. If you're in a meeting, close everything. Like, you need to learn to just do one thing at a time. Because when you do one thing at a time, the 86 billion neurons in your brain can all latch onto the one task at hand. And that's how you make insanely good shit. If you watch these videos, and I'm hoping you're in awe as to like, when you watch these videos, you're like, fucking hell, these are good videos. Like, how the hell does someone make videos that good? I'm hoping that's how you feel. That's how I feel. I feel like they're pretty good. But anyway, maybe you don't. I hope you do. You made it this far, so you should. But when you look at these videos and you think, God damn, these videos are good, it's because I've focused. I've put every single ounce of neuro power that I've got into this Google Doc or into the Google Docs. So when I'm working on these things and I'm typing them and filling them out, I'm not like, doing stupid. I'm not like trying to watch a podcast at the same time or message people on Slack or email or, talk to my friends or anything. I'm just like locked in. And that's how you produce insanely good stuff. Whenever you watch like a great movie or read a great book or anything that's ever been good ever, if you see like an athlete performing at the highest level, all they're showing you is the result of their focus of just doing that one thing over and over again. And you're training your brain to use the mode of one thing at a time. So remember we talked about how your brain uses a universal comprehension mechanism like an operating software to run these different programs of life, whether that's your money or your finances or your wife or your husband or your kids or whatever. How you deal with one thing is how you deal with everything. And if you're focused in every area of your life, then you'll be focused at work. But if you're distracted in every area of life, then you'll be distracted at work. And this accelerates the speed at which you can get stuff done and increases your output quality tenfold, because focus is a force multiplier and it's an exponent, which basically means that it multiplies the efficiency and effectiveness of your workload. Okay, so when I was making this document, what I thought I would do is show you my screen. So here was my screen from when I was making this document. You can see how long these documents take to make, by the way, because at this point I'm like nearly halfway through the document. It's the 28th of May and I'm now recording this on the 16th of June. But here's my screen right now. So, in my tabs, I've got the module I'm working on, the plan for the module, the Google Drive of the module, which is in my Google Drive. I've got the personal sacrifice audit document here and the Miro board for some diagrams that I was drawing. And then there's nothing else. So like my screen when I'm working contains nothing but the thing that I'm working on. I don't have like a billion different tabs up here, like 30 tabs open with like notifications pinging with like loads of different shit. Just one thing at a time. So if I'm logging into school to check my communities and deal with my communities, then I log into school, I go in there, I can show you what I do. So I'd come here, and we go to school like this, and I'm not logged in. Now, by the way, this is going to probably look entirely different because I haven't actually launched the program yet. So you're looking at just a placeholder for this program. But what I would do is I'd log in and then I'd do my thing. So I'd check my messages or reply to whatever. I don't actually check my messages, to be honest, but because I get so many of them nowadays. But I do what I need to do. And then I would log out, right? And the point is what you can see here is I'm not even logged into school. So I spend all of my products are in school, for God's sake, but I'm not even logged in. Because what I do is when I'm finished doing something, I log out and close it. And I do this with everything because that way, like, it's done, it's finished. So when I need to use school, I will log in, I will do the work, and I will log out. And then I will go back to the next thing. And so what you want to get into the habit of is doing one thing at a time. I don't check school randomly and then leave it open in the tab and then come back to work. Because then I've got like having multiple tabs open in your brain or multiple windows or apps open in your phone or your computer, it's like your brain dedicates part of its power to that tab. And this is like people who have like 30 tabs open and their desktops are chaotic. It's like, how the hell did you get anything done? Like, you can't focus, right? So when you finish something, close everything relevant to it. Like, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I had a personal phone call with a friend of mine, and I went on a walk. And I sat down in a nice park in London. It was nice and sunny, and I was talking to a friend of mine for about 45 minutes. And I just put my phone down and we just talked. It was just a conversation. I wasn't like replying to other people at the same time. I wasn't like trying to like run around and do stuff and run errands at the same time, or go and do this or that or the other. It was just talking to a person, and it was a really good conversation. And, we connected through that conversation, and it was nice, and it was very nice. And most people, when they talk to people, they're doing something else. And so they're not really paying attention to the person's not really paying attention to them. And so they kind of have this weird parasocial proxy relationship where they don't really know each other because they don't pay any attention to each other. So you need to learn to do this in your relationships and your conversations as well. When you finish a social application, just log out. Make sure everything is closed and finished before moving on to your next task, and turn off all your notifications and lock your phone away. Don't let tabs and windows build up, you fucking freak. Close down apps on your phone you finish using. Don't leave emails half done. Like, your desktop needs to be organized. Don't leave projects half completed. Don't leave messages left on read. Don't have notifications on remind me later. You shouldn't even have notifications on full stop. Don't have movies half watched. Don't have series half completed or conversations half finished. Like, I cannot watch some of a movie. I can't. Like, if I'm watching a movie or reading a book, I cannot start another movie or another book until I finish that movie or that book. Because it's one thing at a time. It trains your brain to finish things and complete things. So you must finish what you start. Because if you start something and don't finish it, and you start something else, now your brain has to sort of unconsciously tangle between these two things. Finish what you start and religiously do one thing at a time. So there are a few exceptions here. Driving, walking, and listening to music are all fine. So whilst making this resource, so whilst I was making this Google Doc for you, I'm listening to music. So I was listening to music whilst doing that, right? Or maybe if you go for a walk and you listen to a podcast, that's fine. Or talking to a friend whilst driving. Like, you've got these, unconscious, behaviors that you can execute on or partake in that don't require any conscious effort, that just sort of sit in the background. So like for example, with like swallowing, like when you swallow or when you breathe or, when you thermoregulate your body, or sweat. You don't do any of that consciously, it just happens, right? So things like driving that you can just do whilst listening to music or having a conversation or walking or whatever, that's fine, right? But generally speaking, you want to avoid switching. Switching is where you have multiple environmental stimuli that require your attention that do different things. So having your phone on your desk, or having Instagram open, or reading emails whilst in a meeting. The quality of your work or anything you do is determined by how focused you were when you were doing it. So the reason that this video recording is of such a high quality, or the reason this Google Doc is of such a high quality, is because when I'm building it or when I'm recording it, the only thing I'm doing is it. And that allows it to be pretty damn good. So right now, if I was recording this video for you whilst I was trying to text a friend, it would be awful. It'd be all over the place. So focus. One thing at a time. It's discipline. It requires discipline to do this. You need to learn to do one thing at a time. Like, you know, if you're watching like a series, let's say you're watching a show on Netflix or something, right? Like just watch one series at a time. Like finish the like I will not start another series until I finish the one that I'm watching right now. Like, and what I'll do is I'll give a new series one episode, and if like I don't watch series that often, to be fair, but if I ever do, I'll give it one episode. And if I like it after one episode, then I will commit to finishing the entire series, no matter what. But if I don't like it after one episode, then I will stop watching it. And it's almost like I never started it, if that makes sense. Same thing with movies. I'll watch the first 10 minutes. If I'm not into it, then I'll stop. Because there's no point in watching like a 3-hour movie that you're not interested in. But you should know after 10 minutes, right? So one thing at a time, simple. Whether that's eating, whether it's talking to a friend, whatever, one thing at a time. So another component of discipline is projection and mirrors. And this is really interesting because you need to have the discipline to recognize your projections. Now, a projection is a pretty interesting idea in psychology, which basically denotes that we use other people to project our own bullshit onto. And it's a hard thing to explain, so let me try my best. So you're going to have to deal with other people as you build this business. That's an inevitability. You're going to have clients, you're going to have prospects, you're going to have business partners or employees, you're going to have team members and contractors, you're going to have an audience maybe, you're going to have all sorts of stuff. And it's inevitable. But as you do, you're going to project all sorts of stuff onto these people and screw up your chances of being successful. So what is projection? Projection is where you unconsciously assume that everyone thinks, behaves, and perceives the world the same way you do. So if I said to you right now, well, actually, I'll give you some examples in a second. This is how you seriously snooker yourself in life and in business, because your capacity to deal with people, trust them, and persuade them is truly limited. So a lot of people love to project their shit onto other people. And so if you assume that someone thinks the way you do, or behaves the way you do, or perceives the world the way you do, then you're projecting your perception of reality onto them. So let me give you some examples. So let's say, for example, that you think that all people who sell courses are scammers. Well, the problem with this is you're never going to be able to sell a course. Why? Because if you think that everyone who sells a course is scamming, then you're going to think that everybody else thinks that whoever sells a course is going to be scamming, which means that if you sell a course, everyone's going to think you're a scammer. Do you see what I did there? Do you see how that works? It's a projection, it's a mirror, right? You have to recognize that, like, how people behave. How do I explain this? Because it's a bit tricky to explain. Like, well, let me give you these examples and then I'll try to give you some more ones. So let's say that you think that everyone who's muscular is on steroids with no exceptions. Well, you're never going to try to get muscular because it's impossible to do so without steroids. So if you just assume that, like, you know, everyone's on steroids who goes to the gym, then you're probably not going to bother going to the gym. Or let's say, this is a big one. Let's say you hate receiving cold calls. So let's say someone cold calls you and they try and sell you something and you judge them for it and you think that they're horrible for trying to sell you something. Well, you're naturally going to hate cold calling because every time you cold call someone, you think someone's going to hate you. So your expectation of the perception of other people depends and hinges entirely on your perception of other people. It's a projection, it's a mirror, okay? And the same thing is true in business. So if you take a long time to make decisions and you can't make decisions quickly, then if you try to convince someone on a sales call, for example, to make a quick decision, you simply can't. Because what you will do is you will project your decision-making pattern onto them. Because if someone says they want to think about it, then you'll assume that that's true and right and that you should give them the time because you would think about it. In the same way that if you, let me see if I can think of another example here. Let's say that, okay, this is a good one. Let's say that you cheated on a partner in your past life, in your past relationship. So let's say that you cheated. Now, hopefully you haven't done that because that's not a very nice thing to do. But let's say that you did cheat. You are going to live in constant fear of being cheated on. Why? Because your expectation of other people's behavior depends on your own. So if you've cheated on people before, then part of you is going to worry about being cheated on because you've seen that happen yourself. You've done it yourself, so you expect other people to do it to you. And so this is why some relationships go really south and really toxic, because if someone's constantly terrified of being cheated on, it might be because they've cheated before. Because how can you be afraid of being cheated on if you haven't experienced it doing it yourself? It could be because they've been cheated on by their previous partner, right? That's entirely likely. But my point is these projections are everywhere. And that's the example I gave here. Now, the big bad wolf to watch out for here is judgment. So the thing that you need to discipline yourself out of is judgment. You cannot judge people. You cannot afford to judge people unless they vape. I'm just joking. There's an underlying funny theme of this video. When you judge someone, you hold up a mirror to yourself and you create a fear of being judged for that very thing. This is crucial. Every time you judge someone for behaving in a certain way, you effectively lock out that behavior and you will not be able to do it for fear of being judged. So you need to try your best as you can, to not judge people for anything. It doesn't matter how crazy you think their political ideologies are. It doesn't matter what they do, what behaviors are taken, how insane things seem, how much you hate them. Do not judge anyone for anything. It's a really hard thing to do, and I've been working on this for 10 years and I'm still not perfect with it. Trust me, I'm far from it. But you need to stop judging people, because when you do, you basically lock behavior behind bars. So say that say that you get like really drunk and you get really rowdy in a pub and I judge you for that. Well, now, if there's ever a time that I've got to be loud and rowdy for my business and my commercial success, let's say I'm trying to record an ad where I'm pretending to be drunk and I'm a prospect or something, I won't be able to do that behavior because I'll be afraid of being judged because I judged you for it. So what you judge people for is what you will fear being judged for. Okay? There's no way around this. So if you judge a salesperson for being salesy and think they're slimy, then you'll never be able to use proper sales techniques for fear of being judged as slimy. And if you judge people for what they wear, then you will fear the judgment of others for what you're wearing. And if you judge people's Instagram and social media posts, you'll be terrified of your own. So I know people that want to start personal brands and YouTube videos and content, and they're like, oh, I can't start my YouTube content journey. And I'm like, why not? They're like, oh, because people are going to judge me. I'm like, well, the only possible psychological way for someone to fear judgment is if they've been judging other people for that thing. And so I say this to people: if you're afraid to make YouTube videos or you're afraid to post on social media because of people judging you, it's because you've been judging other people for doing that. There is no other possible way for you to fear judgment. That is it. So let's say, for example, let's take the approaching women thing. So, if you're out and about and you see a beautiful woman and, you want to go up and ask for her phone number, right? And you don't do it because you're afraid of being rejected and judged for being rejected. Well, the only way that you can fear the judgment of rejection is if you judge people that you reject, or if you judge people for being rejected. So let's say that you watch a YouTube video online and there's a guy, and he goes up to a girl, and let's say he's really bad with girls, and he makes an absolute idiot of himself, and looks like a fool, and really fucks it up and just fumbles the bag. If you laugh at him and you judge him and say, God, what an idiot, he's got no riz, I'm glad I'm not him, then you're never going to be able to approach a girl in your life, because you're afraid that if you fuck it up, that you're going to be judged in that way. So you need to learn to stop judging people as much as you can, especially with money and finances. I had this the other day with a friend of mine. Actually, she wasn't a friend. I was out in a bar. I was out with it was a friend's birthday party, and we went for a drink or two at this bar, which is a rare occasion for me. But we went out, and we were having this conversation, and someone overheard us talking about money. And my friends and I, as you're aware, we've got some level of financial abundance, and she overheard us talking about money and being millionaires and stuff, and she said like, oh, like, you guys are so rich, like, how much do you give to charity? And we kind of explained to her like, oh, well, we don't take much out of the company, we keep it in the company so that we can grow the business, and we feel like we're doing good work in the world through our business. And she was going hard. She was like, you guys are awful, you need to give more money to charity, like, how greedy, how awful. And she was judging us, right? And I thought to myself, well, there's a woman who's never going to make money and become financially successful because she's afraid that if she does, she'll be judged for the way that she manages it. And you serious, you snooker yourself here with judgments like that and behaviors like that. If you, let's say that, like, you get people who judge like politicians. Let's say the Donald Trump thing. Let's say Donald Trump is ruthless in a business dealing, and there's a recording of him being ruthless with another world leader. If you judge Donald Trump for doing that, then you're not going to be able to be ruthless in your business dealings. Why? Because you're going to fear judgment of it. You cannot afford to judge people. It's tempting and it's intensely pleasurable in the moment, but you have to try your best to not do it. Because if you do, then, you're gonna snook yourself. The only way the brain knows to register the fear of judgment is by first creating it externally itself and projecting it onto another human. This is an inescapable truth. If someone is afraid of being judged for something, I immediately know that they have been silently judging others for that very thing. This is why negative comments online don't bother me at all, because all these people are doing is projecting their bullshit onto me, and in the process locking away behaviors that will be conducive to them achieving success. So I kind of get this little pleasure from this, because I know that there's people in my market who want to compete with us, right? Smaller people who make less money. When I say smaller people, I mean like smaller audiences, like trying to compete, right? And I know that a lot of them judge my content, and a lot of them, like they judge me and they judge the business. And I kind of like that, because when someone judges me, they lock behavior away that they might need to do to become successful. So, an example I can give you is one of my YouTube videos. The title of it, I copied pretty closely from a competitor because he had a good video and it went really viral. And I thought, oh, I want a piece of that. So I got the title and I copied it. And as you can imagine, he wasn't very happy about that. And he was judging me for it. And I know he was, because he was like posting about like this indirect, like, this guy copied my title and stuff, and like he can't be original. So I was being judged, and I thought to myself, I was like, that's good, because that means that this guy, my competitor, isn't going to have the courage to copy what works from other people, because he's afraid that if he does, he'll be judged for it. So it's a little advantage, these things add up. Another example. For example, I recently made a social media post saying I've been silent online recently. So there was this post we did on LinkedIn recently for like appointments or something. I didn't even write it, but one of my team members wrote it. And this guy, it was like about me being silent on social media and how like I've been working behind the scenes and stuff on this program. And some dude, I didn't know who he was until this. It was funny. My head of appointments sent this to me. It's quite funny. Some dude commented on this LinkedIn post, calling me some massive liar. I can't remember his name. And like, he was like, "You're a liar. Like, you've been on social media, like on YouTube." And it was like a hard judgmental comment. Like this guy big time. And I shrugged it off. I was like, right, okay, well, this guy's being a bit of a silly man because, he won't be able to post on social media without first triple checking he's not contradicting himself in any way, shape or form. So he's snookered himself. He's not going to be able to slightly contradict himself, or like he's going to be more afraid to post on social media because of fear of being judged or called out for behavior, right? So when you judge someone for a behavior or something, you lock that behavior or that thing away and you'll be unable to execute on it for fear of being judged by others for it. In essence, when you judge someone, you snook yourself. And your silent judgments are still judgments. So just because you don't say or articulate your judgments doesn't mean you're not judging them. So you need to be aware of this in your brain. Like if you judge someone silently, you're still judging them. So commit to becoming non-judgmental in your thoughts. It's tough, but very important. Anytime you catch yourself judging someone, you need to become aware of it, then revoke it and say, I don't care. So even if you don't say it, even if you just think it, you're still judging them. And it's still harmful, and it's still doing you way more bad than good. People think when they judge people, they get this like little weird egotistical one-up on them. It's like a little status play, like, oh, he's wrong, and I'm right, and I'm judging him for this. Like it's very much an ego status thing, right? But you have to stop doing it. And this is why most people are afraid to try and succeed or start a business, because they've spent their lives quietly judging other people who have failed or tried, and they're projecting this onto everyone else. It's not real. It's a figment of your imagination and your own consciousness. People are going to judge you regardless, so you might as well try. When you take this perspective on judgment, it loses all its power. It's nothing. So what if people judge you? What are they going to do about it? Nothing. So don't judge people. It's a mirror. Now, talking of the mirror, I want to walk you through something incredibly powerful. Like this thing here, when you get this, like that little clicky moment, this one is aha moments. Another big projection and mirror is in the clients you attract. So when it comes to exercising discipline, we need to be disciplined with delaying gratification. We need to be disciplined with sacrifice, focus, judgment. We don't want to do those things. We need to do those things and not judge people, right? But also another thing that you want to learn to do and discipline yourself towards doing is the client mirror. This is huge. When I figured this thing out, it was amazing. So spawn in, pay attention, listen to this thing. It's massive. You must become the client you want to attract. This is what my mentor Sam told me. He's now a billionaire, by the way. So in case you're wondering if that knowledge has any efficacy, there you go. As Newton said, for every action, there's an opposite equal reaction. So the world works on a mirror. If you become the client you want to attract, then you will attract those clients. And this is because people are attracted to people similar in them in life. It's almost like a law of physics. Like you've got this thing in quantum physics called quantum entanglement. We won't get into it too much, but this mirror thing, this opposite equal reaction thing exists on a quantum level, and it exists on a social level and a conscious level. It's insane. So you must become the client you want to attract. Sounds a bit woo-woo, but let me explain. Now, when I started my first business and started going through my first course and mentorship, I was not a good client for anyone. So if anyone tried to sign me as a client, I would have been a bad client. I took ages to make buying decisions, never left reviews, didn't do the work, didn't refer business to my vendors, etc. I was just a bad client, right? A nightmare client. Once I recognized I wouldn't pay on time, like I failed on payments, I'd like trigger refunds. I was a bad client at the beginning. Once I recognized that I was a bad client and started changing my behavior to be everyone's dream clients, I started getting insane business results. So something that I did in my life is I focused on trying to become the dream client for everyone. So anytime I had a vendor, if I bought a course from someone, when I had my accountant, if I worked with a lawyer, if I worked with anyone, a personal trainer, if I went to a gym, if I went to a dentist, anytime I went anywhere, I focused on being the best possible customer for that business. Okay? And when you do that, when you focus on becoming the client you want to attract, you're naturally going to start attracting them, because like attracts like. It's like a magnet. So some examples in my life. So like I started making buying decisions instantly. I would never give let me think about it objections. So if I'm on a sales call with someone, the answer is always yes or no. It's never maybe or let me think about it. It's either yes or no. I'm decisive. And I always actively look for ways to give my vendors referrals. So if I'm working with someone and they're delivering value to me, this could be in any professional context or personal context, I will actively try to find people to refer to them in my network. So, for example, my accountant is great, and her name's Steph, and the company, I can do that. I can prove this. My point right now. I'm doing this right now. The company is called TaxGem, TaxGem Accountant. So TaxGem, and Steph Jemson is the lady who runs that accounting firm. And it's a UK-based accounting firm, and we've been working with them. And I think I've probably referred Steph 60 or 70 clients. And now I'm probably referring her thousands of clients through that recommendation. They're amazing. But this is my point. I will look for as many ways as I can to refer people to my vendors. I do this with anyone who mentors me. I do this with anyone who delivers good results. And I do it all the time. So you want to, in your life, when you're dealing with someone in a professional context that's delivering value to you, you want to find ways to bring them new customers. Why? Because what it means is when you go to look for referrals, you're going to have an abundance of them. Because if you actively give out referrals and you actively try and find people to refer to you, then you can naturally expect that from your clients, and your clients will refer people to you. It's weird. It sounds woo-woo, like it shouldn't work, but this shit works. It really does. And likewise, this is a big one. I'll always actively seek to give testimonials to products or companies that help. So, for example, I did some shadow work, some mindset training with someone, and we worked together for about, I still work with them now, but we worked together for like a year. And after a few sessions, I said, "You are amazing. You're brilliant at this. Attached to this email is a quick testimonial video about my experience with you." And I went to her Trustpilot and wrote a Trustpilot review for her as well. And was it? I don't think she had a Trustpilot. No, that was somebody else. But basically, this is my point: is I will find people's whether it's Google reviews, Trustpilot, whatever, and I will give them testimonials without them having to ask. And what that means is I get tons of testimonials and I get tons of social proof from my clients. Because I give it out to the world, I receive it, if that makes sense. And I can easily ask for it and easily expect it because I do it myself. So what this means for my business is my clients are decisive and make quick decisions because I make quick decisions and won't tolerate maybes. It also means I get a ton of referrals because I expect them, because I mirrored it, and I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone on the history of the internet. I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone in the history of internet marketing. I'm not even joking about that. Collated, we've got literally thousands of them. And this is because I give it out so freely. So not freely, if someone doesn't deliver results for me, then I'm not doing this. But let me give you a wholesome example. Just an easy example, because this is ingrained into my life. It was my mother's birthday recently, and she came to visit me in London, and we went for a nice walk around central London in Mayfair. And in Mayfair, I think it's in Mayfair, there's a statue called the Arch of Wellington, or the Wellington Arch or something. And it's sort of it's in central London. And that building is operated by a company called, I think it's English Heritage or British Heritage or something, English Heritage. Anyway, all of that to say, I was looking at this massive archway with this chariot and this angel and this beautiful bronze statue. It's massive. And I wanted to know when it was built. So I went over to the guy who was under the arch, who was working there. He had a nice red tie on. His name was Clive. And this was a week ago. His name was Clive. And I said, "Hey, man, I'm just wondering when do you work here? And if you are, do you know when this thing was built?" And Clive gave me the most comprehensive, intelligently articulated, enthusiastic answer that I have ever received when it comes to historical knowledge. It was amazing. This guy, he lit up completely, and he told us all about it. He gave us all the details. He was knowledgeable. He was enthusiastic. He shook my hand. He shook my mother's hand. He was amazing. And then when we went to leave after he told us, he said, "1 second," and he brought out a little postcard of the arch and gave it to us and said, I give little postcards to people that ask questions because I love answering them." That's a dude that deserves a review. So what did I do? I go on Trustpilot. I find the English Heritage Trustpilot page, and I write a Trustpilot review for Clive. 5 stars. It's little shit like that that just makes your life in business so much easier, because you can expect that from the universe and from other people that you work with. So every opportunity you get, you want to try and write good, like leave like nice testimonials for people. You want to like seek to give them referrals where you can, because I've done this before as well. If I find a good restaurant, I'll recommend it to all of my friends. Like, it's just, you need to learn to project this stuff out into the world, because then you'll receive it in kind, okay? You don't have business problems, you have personal problems affecting your business. So any time that you hire someone or engage in a professional relationship with someone and they over-deliver, or they give you loads of value, or you find them to be really helpful, refer them as many people as you can. Like, go out of your way to be the best client possible, because you can expect that from other people, okay? And let me give you some other examples in my life. So the Clive example was a recent one, because I do this all the time, right? But I couldn't find a specific book from an author that I knew existed, right? So I was looking for a very specific niche knowledge book on subconscious psychology from from Carl Jung. And I couldn't find the book on Amazon. But what I did find is I found the book was a PDF, right? So I downloaded the PDF, I read the PDF, it was great. And then what I did is I went on Amazon and I bought another book from the same publisher or the same author, so that the company who was selling the book got paid all the same. And I did that because I was like, I don't want my moral balance sheet to be out of whack, because if someone went through my shit, and it was supposed to be paid and they went through it without paying, then I would want them to pay for it, right? And so that means I have to do that. I have to do that in the same way for all the other things. Another example, I watched a pirated movie with a friend. What was it? This was a while ago. They didn't want to rent. Yeah, okay, I remember it. So I was with a friend, and they were like, "Oh, let's not rent the movie. Let's just watch it for free." And I was like, "Sure, whatever." But when I got home, and I secretly went on Amazon Video and I rented the movie, even though I'd already watched it. It was like $10. And I did that because, like, I don't want to, like, pirate shit or steal shit, because that's bad juju. Like, what that means is, if I'm going around pirating shit and stealing shit and not repaying the debts that I owe to the vendors that I've, contracted from, whatever, like, then that's going to happen to me, and I'm going to not be able to prevent that, right? So you need to be on the ball with this stuff, and you need to be honest, you need to be moral, and you need to be good. And another example, one of my ex-girlfriends, we went to a city in the UK called Bristol, which is a near city to where I grew up. And we had a reservation for a restaurant on Valentine's Day. We basically decided last minute that we didn't want to go to the restaurant and that we were going to stay in and get a takeaway. So we were going to watch a movie. But the restaurant was a small restaurant, a cute little restaurant. And, I hadn't paid a deposit on the table or anything. So I called up this restaurant an hour before service, and I said, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, but we can't make the dinner tonight. Please, can you email me your bank details so I can pay you the set menu amount that you would average for tonight? Because I understand that you're a small business. You're not going to be able to fill this table in the next hour because it's Valentine's Day and everyone's got plans. So please send me an invoice for how much I would have paid had we gone to the restaurant." And I remember the lady who ran that restaurant was called Babs. Her name was Babs G. That was the name on the bank account. And she was gobsmacked. She was like, I can't, no one's ever done that before. Can't believe that. Of course, and then she sent me the invoice, and it was like £80 or £90 or something. It was like £50 a head or whatever. And I just sent the bank transfer. And at that time, I wasn't even making that much money. I was making like a couple of grand a month. But I knew that this shit mattered. And it's all. And now that if it just matters. It does matter, because if you treat people how you'd want to be treated, then people will treat you like that. Another example. Once, my masseuse, so when I lived in Dubai, I had a wonderful, wonderful masseuse called Uni. So she was from Indonesia, she's from Bali, and she was a really great masseuse. And once, she showed up to my house for a 2-hour massage, but I forgot. So I'd scheduled this massage with Uni, and I completely forgot about it, but she showed up anyway. And she was like, hey, like I waited for like, an hour, but you weren't in, so I went home. And, bless her, she waited out in the sun in Dubai. So what I did is I paid her in full for the full 2 hours, even though the massage never happened. I said, no worries, Uni. I've just sent you the money for the 2 hours because, you could have been seeing another client and you could have made this money. So I paid her the money. Another a while ago, this is a little bit longer ago, one of my friends sent me someone's free course content. And I checked it out and it worked. I used this course content temporarily and it solved a problem for me. So I tracked down the coach, booked a call with them and paid for the value of the course. I was like, hey man, like I've been doing I kind of got this thing for free, but here's the equivalent of what I should have paid you for it because it worked for me. And you can't get away with anything. Like I have tried my best throughout my entrepreneurial career and just personal life in general to constantly settle the score, where I don't want anything hanging in the balance, any shady morals or shady shit. Now this might seem like one big virtue signal from me to you. Truly, I couldn't care less what you think about my moral status. That doesn't bother me at all. The point I'm trying to communicate here is I take this really seriously and I want to be the dream client. Like my entire mission with this thing is to become the best possible client. So if someone takes me on as a client, they're like, fucking hell, he's a brilliant client. And what that means is I can expect that from my clients and I receive that from my clients because it's an energy transfer. People that always look for the cheapest and free information are doomed to fail. And this is huge because if all you look for in your life is cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in your life and your business is cheap and free. So if you're the kind of client that just wants the cheapest and the freest stuff, right? And you want to just go around being an idiot and just stealing stuff and being cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in life and business are clients who want cheap and free stuff. People who look for loopholes to get stuff for free or for cheap are well and truly fucked in business in the long term because they will carry this energy and project it onto their market and all their prospects. And all they're going to receive is cheap and free. It's no wonder that they can't get people to buy or invest in the full price because they don't do it themselves. So you get lots of people who they'll go and they'll pirate things and they'll steal things and they'll look for all of the shady, loopholes to get shit for as cheap as possible without paying full boat that people would deserve to get paid. And then what happens is these people can't get clients at full price. They can't get people to buy things. Why? Because they're projecting their perception of how they would deal in business onto the market. Okay? And this also happens with pricing as well. You're only willing to charge what you'd pay. So, if you want to charge a high ticket price and you want to have real serious clients in your business, then it helps if you are yourself a real serious client. If you're not willing to pay high ticket for yourself and your business, if you're not willing to invest thousands of dollars in your own development and knowledge, then how can you expect people to pay that to you? You can, it's impossible, right? People who sell cheap, low ticket stuff only do so because all they've ever invested in is cheap, low ticket stuff. So how can you expect your people to invest high ticket with you if you're not willing to invest high ticket with yourself? How can you expect people to make a fast decision to invest with you if you're not willing to make fast decisions to invest with yourself? And how can you expect to charge what you're worth and demand high prices if you're always feeding off the bottom from free content and cheap ripoffs? I constantly look for opportunities to be a good client. So another example, we'll close this up in a second because I know it's a bit of a stretch, but someone in the internet marketing industry once gave me some really insane value because I was a friend of a friend. So a friend of mine, I needed some help with something very specific in business. And I reached out to my friend who I knew someone. And this person was like, oh yeah, like no worries. So this guy hopped on a call with me and he spent 2 hours with me on the call, giving me advice for free, completely for free. And I was like gobsmacked because it worked and I solved the problem. And without this person even having to ask, I then went on to purchase their paid product. So I just said to him, hey, send me an invoice for your course. It was a high ticket course, was his next upsell thing. And I did this because A, I wanted to say thank you and be a decent person, but B, to obviously extract more value from what already worked. So I was like, right, if your free stuff, if this free call that you gave me is this good, then your paid stuff must be even better. That's like a logical step, right? And that's almost always true. But also B, I was like, this guy, I knew that the reason he gave me this free stuff was because he wanted me to naturally go on to buy the course. It's reciprocity, it's altruism, it's the way the world works, right? So I responded in kind and I did that. And now I've got a really good relationship with this guy and I'm close to him and he helps me out a lot. So always treat others how you'd want to be treated and never miss an opportunity to reciprocate to people who have done you big favors. So if someone's done you a big favor in business, like always seek to settle the score and pay the debts. Like, you know, if you do, if someone's like really helps you out, like ask yourself, like, what can I do for this person that would make them like, that would settle the score, that would allow me to reciprocate? Is it buying their stuff? Is it referring stuff to them? Is it giving them testimonials? I will ask myself that all the time, and you need to have the discipline to remember to do this, because it makes your life in getting clients and keeping clients and your relationship with clients so much easier. This is the reason we get so many upsells. It's the reason we get so many referrals. It's the reason we get so many testimonials. And it's the reason why my relationship with my clients is amazing. It's because I try my best to be a good client. Now, let's talk about something called the endless source. So what I'm going to do now is walk you through how to have discipline for days. And I don't mean days, I mean decades. Like, there is an endless source of discipline that you can find and dig up. And if you locate it, you'll be able to pull on it for years. It is an inexhaustible and sustainable source. It's like the sun. Like, it's just there's a constant source of energy within you somewhere, locked away, that you can use to unlock unlimited discipline. And it's a big secret to keeping yourself on the straight and narrow and being relentlessly disciplined. So this is something called drive vacuums. And this is how you get endless discipline to do all of these things that I'm talking about. Because trust me, like, you know, it's hard to delay gratification. It's hard to reserve judgments. It's hard to be the dream client. It's hard to make sacrifices. It's hard to do these things and be disciplined. So what you need to do is you need to find a source of energy to do this. And we do that using something called drive vacuums. And these are things in your psychology that are buried deep away. So a drive vacuum is a deep psychological need that you are trying to meet. And your business is simply a vehicle to meet it. So think about it. What you want is highly abnormal. So you want this big, successful money business thing, right? It's not normal. You want this business thing, and you know, it's not conventional. You're not normal. And the only thing that separates you from others is your psychology. So somehow this must be different. Now, at first glance, your goal seems pretty simple, direct and straightforward. So let's say you want to make 10K a month, you want to get some clients, you want to become financially free. That's what your goal is, right? That's what you think you want. What you've got to recognize is that your financial goal is not really your goal. Like, the goal that sits in your consciousness, the money, the freedom, that's not really what you want. That's a vehicle for you to get something far deeper. It's not what you want. It's not the thing you're working for. So when it comes to your goal, you have what you need and you have what you want. What you want is the surface level conscious idea of the future that you want to achieve. So this could be becoming a millionaire, making six figures, etc., etc. But underneath what you want is what you need. And if you can unlock the need and make that conscious, you can give yourself infinite fuel for discipline. So goals reveal drives, and drives help us understand ourselves better. So a drive is like a deep base psychological need, like a need for love, or a need for affection, or a need for growth. Once you strip this dollar per month number down to the purest and most fundamental reason you want to grow your business, you'll have found your drive. Now, we call these drive vacuums because it's kind of this, a vacuum is like a space that needs to be filled, right? And so a drive vacuum is kind of like a constant thing that needs to be filled and can constantly give you energy. And this is one of the most enlightening things a human being can do is to find your drive. You need to find your deep psychological needs and drive so you can become ultimately disciplined. Once you bring this reason to your consciousness, you can use it every day to fuel your discipline and the transformation of your life to bring even more order to chaos. This is how we figure out why you do what you do, and most importantly, why you're putting yourself through all this pain. Because this is a bit weird. Like, this whole thing that you're trying to do with your business and your life is not normal. You're preparing to put yourself through decades of suffering just so you can experience a bit of growth in the corner of the universe in which you inhabit. That's not normal. You're not normal, which means that you have something abnormal in your psychology. Not in a bad, unhealthy way, but in a way that needs to be explored and discovered to understand why you want this. Why do you want to make 10K a month? Like, why do you want to get to, the millionaire status? Because, a lot of people say they want that, but they don't actually do anything. You're actually doing something about this. Like, you're watching 3-4 hour long videos on discipline and you're attentively engaging in painful activities that drive you towards financial growth. What the hell's going on here? Because most people who, by the way, most people who are in this course have given up by now. You're part of the 99, you're part of the 1% that are actually going to make this work, because you're still here. Most people who started with you in the same race have dropped out. They're gone. They've got their vape out and they're on fucking Instagram reels looking at, I don't know, Joe Rogan memes or something. I don't know what's on Instagram these days, but you get my point, right? So you have to be honest with yourself here. Why do you want what you want? Well, the chances are your goal and what you want might reveal some pretty ugly motives, or maybe some healthy ones. Either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase our goal, and then the goal becomes the vehicle for satisfying the reason. So I'm going to give you some exercises here, and we're going to get to the bottom of why you want what you want. Because Nietzsche said, he who has a why can bear almost any how. And the how in question here is going through this course, it's doing the work, it's doing the sales calls, it's doing the outreach, it's doing the struggling, the success thing. It's going to suck. But he who has a why can bear almost any how. So any how means the work, but the why is the reason. Why are you doing this? It's kind of like when we think about Ukraine, and we think about all the men in Ukraine that went to war and sacrificed their lives. Well, that's a big ask. That's a big how. He who has a why can bear almost any how. For them, the why was to protect their land and their families. You know, it doesn't get much closer to home than that. Like when your why is to defend your country and your value system and your mother and your father and your family, like that's a pretty big why. So, you know, in proportion, the how is pretty big. If you're going to go to war and sacrifice your life, you're only going to do that if you've got a good enough reason to do that. And so we need to understand what your why is, because if you understand your why, then you can bear any how, and everything that you do will seem way easier because you know why you're doing it, if that makes sense. So things could get a bit ugly here. Just a little warning. So let's do some goal digging. So not gold digging, but goal digging. So let's say that you want to make 20K a month, and that's your goal. Well, why? Well, it's because I want more money. Well, why? Well, it's because I want to buy a Lamborghini. Well, why? Because you don't just want to buy a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini is a vehicle, literally is a vehicle, right? But a Lamborghini is a methodology by which you can get something you need. You just want a Lamborghini at first principle is just some colorful metal glass with a big fat engine in it. If I just put in front of you that, you'd be like, oh, I don't really care about that. So why do you want a Lamborghini? Well, you desperately crave attention. Well, why do you desperately crave attention? Because growing up, your parents didn't give you any attention. So the goal is to get to 20K a month. That's the surface level conscious goal. But the need is to satisfy an unconscious craving for attention and to fill a hole from your childhood. So and I'm not saying this is necessarily your thing, but this is common. So ask, why would you want a Lamborghini? Why would you want a supercar? Why do you want to wear these fancy watches and have all this attention and have all this status? Why? Now, yeah, there's an inbuilt basic status need that all men have, and probably a lot of women as well, that can explain it. You know, that buying a Lamborghini demonstrates, hey, I have some competence to, you know, have the financial means to purchase this. So, you know, glaze me, sure. But a lot of the time, the things that you think you want come from very deep, dark psychological corners of your mind. So, you know, if you didn't get any attention when you were a kid, then buying a Lamborghini for you is a way for you to get attention from people, which kind of fills that hole. It's a you're filling the vacuum of attention. That's your drive. Your drive is to get attention. And so because this drive is so desire-driven, and because the drive is so painful, not having the attention hurts so much, you'll put yourself through this. And basically it's a question of this, and listen to this. Pay attention for a second. You will work if the consequence of not doing so is more painful than doing so. You will do what you need to do to get what you want if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. So what I'm saying here is, for some people, getting to 20K a month is painful and it sucks. But if it's more painful to not have this attention, then you'll do the work. But if you don't care about this, then you won't do it. We only do things because we have a reason to do them. We don't just wake up and decide one day that we're going to build successful businesses. You don't want a successful business. You don't want financial freedom. You don't want a car. You don't want a watch. You don't want a penthouse. You don't want that. There's always something deeper. And it's that deep thing, and it's not having this deep need, this deep-rooted need, that is the thing that is driving you to get up and do the work and do these weird, irrational things like watching 3-hour-long videos on how to develop pain tolerance. It's not normal. It sucks and it's painful, so there's a reason you do it. What about this? I want to make 10K a month. Why? Well, I want to replace my income to quit my job. Okay, well, why do you want to quit your job? Because I hate my current job. Well, why do you hate your current job? Because I hate being told what to do. Well, why do you hate being told what to do? Because it makes me uncomfortable to know that someone can exercise power over me and determine the quality of my life. Well, why do you hate that? Because maybe my father abused me, right? And I'm not saying my father abused me, by the way. My father's actually, that didn't happen at all. He's a wonderful man. But this is the point, is all of these crazy goals you've got that most people don't have are the result of something that happened to you. Trauma. Or something like, it might not be trauma, it doesn't have to be like some awful thing like being abused or, like your mother not paying attention to you, but it could just be down to something as simple as not being able to get a girlfriend in high school. Or it could be something as simple as like kids laughing at you because you weren't big enough or tall enough or something. It's like bodybuilders, right? Like what the hell's going on there? Like people who get like jacked up and steroided and stuff, and they're like absolutely gigantic and massive, and it's like they're clearly compensating for something, and that could be it could be a competitive thing, and they want to win and compete, and that's a vehicle for them to exercise status from achievement that they didn't have when they were younger, or maybe they were really insecure when they were younger and so they took it to the extreme. When you see people doing extreme shit like building online businesses and getting to $1 million status, there's always something dark underneath. There's something dark under the hood. All of these top athletes, all of these top businessmen, all the top musicians, everyone who's done anything great is a little bit fucked up. And you are as well. And you might not think you are, but you are. Now, I'm not trying to gaslight you here, but you don't do shit that's painful without having something more painful motivating you to do so. He who has a why can bear almost any how. So let me tell you mine. So my initial goal was to make £8,334 per month. Why? Because I wanted to make 6 figures a year. Why? Because I wanted to avoid getting a 9-to-5. Why? Because being average scared me. Why? Well, I'll be honest with you. I have a deep narcissism that would feel shame if I turned out to be normal or just like everyone else. I am terrified of mediocrity. That's the truth. And why? Because I'm narcissistic on some core level. I couldn't stand. I would rather, I don't know, I think I'd say die is a bit extreme, but I would, let's put it this way. I would rather put myself through a decade of intense, intentional, disgusting suffering through work, burnout, exhaustion, and fear than be normal. And that says something. I would rather put myself through the ringer and suffer immensely in the process for years and years on end with little to no break, sacrificing everything that means anything to me and that makes me feel good, just so that I don't have to be mediocre or normal. That's the truth. It's not about wanting to make this. This is the conscious communication. Like the unconscious communicates to you through your goal. So when you think you want something, or when you think you want a goal, yeah, you want that, but the reason you want that is because you need this. You need the thing that's in the unconscious. So my need is I need to be better than others. I need to perceive myself to be better than other people. And that's me leveling with you and being honest. Like I've got this, I wouldn't call it a flaw because it's just a part of me, right? I got a part of me in my psychology that cannot stand mediocrity. I have to experience growth and constant development in every area of my life, constantly, all the time, consistently. It's exhausting and it sucks sometimes. But that's why I get such insane results in business and in life, is because of this. So I'm grateful for it. The key here is this deep, dark reason you shouldn't hate. You shouldn't reject it. You shouldn't hide from it. It's your superpower. Think about any hero movie. Any hero movie you've ever seen. Every hero becomes a hero because of something bad that happened to them. Like it's kind of like the start of the hero's journey is they've got a boring shit life and something bad has happened. And so they become the hero. And then, through that, they bring this meaning to their life, right? So you don't want to hate your why. You don't want to hate your need. You need to learn to leverage it. It's the ultimate, it's like the never-ending spring of life. It's the fountain of youth. It's the thing that keeps you going. It is crucial that you understand why this is. Now, the other thing is you might have multiple. So you're going to have lots of different needs. There's going to be multiple different needs that sit at the root of your psychology that will dictate your behavior. There's not just one, there's usually a few, right? You need to uncover them and understand them and bring them to light and consciousness so you actually know like why you're doing what you're doing. Because that way, when you go to do the stupid shit that you know you shouldn't do, like hide your Xbox under your bed instead of crushing it, you actually do the thing you need to do. Because if you know why you're doing it, then you're more likely to do it. But if you don't really know why, because just saying you want to make some money, like that's not really enough of a reason. It kind of is. It's tethered to this deeper part of you that just is desperate and desperately needs something, right? It's tethered through this unconscious string that goes all the way down to the base of your unconscious and your brain and your mind. So yeah. Understand, you don't set a goal to move towards a better future. You set it to move away from a painful past or present. You're not trying to move towards something, you're trying to move away from something. You must understand this. You might think that chasing your goal is noble, but really you're just a terrified little boy running away from something deep and scary. And that's okay. I'm not judging you for it, and you shouldn't judge yourself for it. That's the truth. Anyone who wants to do anything great has this. Goals manifest from the deepest, darkest corners of your unconscious and your psychology. Goals sit on needs, the deep psychological cravings that must be met for you to keep the anxiety, shame, and suffering at bay. Now, you might be thinking right now, hang on, Charlie, but I don't have any of these. You're wrong. You might be thinking, I don't have any trauma. I don't have anything bad that happened to me. The story that I like to use is I was bullied heavily when I was 11 or 12 years old. And because of that, one of my deep psychological needs was the need for control. And that manifested as me wanting to have a business because I could not even begin to tolerate the idea of having a boss. Because to me, a boss is someone who's in charge of me and is in control of my life and can exercise tyrannical control over me, i.e. that's bullying. So what I did in my late teenage and early 20 years is built the business so that I could ensure that I never gave anyone the opportunity to bully me again. And I figured that one out and I was like, fucking hell, that's pretty strong. When you figure it out, like you can't stop working. It's like when you actually figure this out and you find out why you're working so hard and why you want this, you'll never ever lose the discipline. Like it's just, you're always, yeah, you're going to have ups and downs for sure. And you're going to go through ruts and stuff, but generally speaking, you'll stay on track. Another one of mine was I didn't have a girlfriend. I couldn't get a girlfriend to save my life. When I was young, when I was in secondary school, like high school as you'd call it in America, I couldn't get a girlfriend. I was useless with women. I was one of those low status, skinny kids that was just like playing video games and useless with girls and unhealthy. And I couldn't talk to girls, didn't have any courage. And, so one of the reasons that I wanted to become successful, and one of the things that my psychology was predicated on for success was a lack of women and attention from girls. And so I saw, or my unconscious saw, a business as an opportunity to build my status, build my confidence, and build my resources so that I could attract whichever girl I wanted to. Now, I'm not saying that right now I could attract any girl I wanted to. I'm sure there's plenty of girls that wouldn't have any interest in me at all. But the point is that I no longer struggle with receiving that attention from women should I so choose to get it, if that makes sense. And that's how your brain works. There are things that you want, that you don't have, that you need, and your brain will use this idea of the business to develop it. You don't want to start a business. Get this through your head. You're not here because you want to start a business or because you want clients or because you want to be successful. You're here because you're running away from something deep and dark, and your unconscious sees the business as the vehicle for you to hop in to run away from this thing. And that's fine. And you should do it. And you shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. And even if you haven't been through any significant trauma, maybe you weren't bullied, maybe you got girls in school or something, there is a reason. Because everything happens for a reason. Everything's cause and effect. You think that you just want to be wildly successful and richer than 99% of people for no reason? You think that's just come out of nowhere? That you think you're just wired in that way, that you're genetically predisposed to want to succeed? No, it's psychological. It's a psychological thing. Okay? So what we're going to do is a little exercise to discover your drive vacuums. And this is well worth doing. So it's crucial to understand that your drive vacuums, they do come with a danger, which we'll explore in just a second here, but we need to discover them first. So here we have the resource of discovering your drive vacuums. And drive vacuum is your deep psychological needs that are basically all of your behavior is predicated on. Think about it. Why the hell do you want a business? You know, it's part of the reason why I'm so consistent with YouTube. Like I'm a narcissist. Like part of me is narcissistic and part of me loves receiving attention. And like I thrive on this because I didn't get much when I was a kid, right? In school. You know, I didn't have any friends. I was bullied. I didn't have a girlfriend and I was very lonely. You know, sure I had my mum and dad, but you know, when you're a 12-year-old kid, you don't really care too much about that, right? So, you know, I didn't have any attention from friends or anything for a long time. And so it's no wonder that I'm able to keep my YouTube channel so ruthlessly consistent. Because what is YouTube? It's attention. I've always thought about this. Like the one thing that I've kept consistent no matter what is YouTube for the last like 4 years. Like, you know, I've had ups and downs with everything except from that one thing. And I was like, why is that? Why am I so consistent with YouTube? That makes sense because it's a way for me to garner attention from hundreds of thousands of people who say nice things about me. So anyway, that aside, let's have a look at this exercise. So this is basically discovering your drive vacuums, aka your endless source of discipline. So like I said, this can get a little bit ugly and you might not like what you find, but sadly we are motivated more by darkness than the light. So here's what you got to do. So first of all, number one, get yourself a blank sheet of paper. I'm just going to put this in the right font a second. Get yourself a blank sheet of paper and a pen and write down 5 bullet points labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what I want you to do is next to number 1, put down your desired monthly revenue for your business. So as we had over here, you know, write down how much you want to make per month, okay? And put that next to number 1. Then what you want to do is for step number 2 is ask yourself why you want this goal. So why do you want what you want in number 1? And then once you've done that, then you ask yourself, why do you want number 2? So, you know, you're going to put down, I want to make 10K a month. And then you ask yourself, well, why do you want to make 10K a month? It's like, oh, because, you know, I want to save 100K. And then it's like, why do you want to save 100K? Oh, because I want to buy a house. Oh, why do you want to buy a house? Oh, because, you know, I've never had a home before because I was an orphan. You know, these things, they reveal themselves pretty quick. So then ask yourself why you want the thing that is number 2. And then you basically repeat this. So then step number 4 is you ask yourself why you want the answer to number 3. And again, and again, and again. And basically what you do is you ask yourself why so many times until you get to the bottom of why you want to make this money. So you can get it done in 5 steps. Sometimes it might take 7 or 8, maybe 10. But you need to stop circling around the truth and find the thing. Now, I know I've already asked a lot of you by having you watched this video already and doing the action items and stuff, but I'm sure you're starting to realize by now that this stuff actually works and it's worth doing. It takes thought and it takes concentration, and it won't come naturally for you to begin with, because the truth that these deep psychological, there's a reason these things are unconscious, and that's because they're quite painful to come to terms with, because it brings up a lot of shit. But remember, we are just doing nothing but putting deposits into the bank of good old suffering. That's what we're doing here, right? So it's not going to come naturally. It's hard to do this. It's going to take you an hour or 2 to do it, but I promise it will be worth it. Think through it yourself. Think it through by yourself with no distractions until you're certain of the base drive. Now, there might be, like I said, multiple. So often, you know, I'll put this here, there might be multiple. So often there's 3, 4, 5 things maybe, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things that might be why you want to be successful and make this money. Take every single chain of questioning down to its core and find the bottom. You have to be honest with yourself here And the chances are is that your goal might reveal some ugly motives or some pure or maybe healthier ones. Either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase our goal, and this will give us a huge advantage. So what this is going to do is basically give you your why, and you'll understand really why the hell you're actually doing this thing in the first place. And once you become aware and conscious of that, the likelihood of you maintaining your discipline is significantly increased. And it also is nice to understand why you want to be disciplined in the first place. Okay, so piece of paper and a pen. In case you're wondering what method this is called, it's called Socratic reasoning. Socratic reasoning is basically just where you ask why all the time. So you say a statement, and then you question that statement, and then you question the statement of the statement, and you keep going until you find the truth. And it might take you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 whys, but eventually you'll get to the bottom of something, and you'll look at it, and you'll not want to see it because it's going to be a little bit ugly. But there we go. It could be to do with something in your childhood. It could be to do with something you were deprived of. It could be to do with something you needed but didn't get. It could be to do with a shame or some guilt or an anger or anything. It doesn't have to be about women or about love or relationships. It can be lots of different things, and you know this because your unconscious knows it. You just need to find the truth and get to the bottom of it. Okay, so go and do that right now. It's going to take you some time, and it's going to be a little bit of a painful thing to do, but go and do it. Write it down. Do it now. Pause the video. Okay, so the other reason that we need to understand your drive vacuums is because there is a danger. Okay, as we know, goals, financial or otherwise, are subconscious manifestations of desire that have a root in a fear, trait, or desire. More often than not, like multiple fears. So the reason you want your goal, money or whatever, is because you're manifesting a desire to escape a painful situation. Okay, and often these drives come from your childhood because you lack something. Like I told you about the girl thing, right? Upon reflection, and with the advantage of maturity and retrospect, if I'm being honest, when assessing my motivations for starting my business, the drive for female attention and for not being bullied were the forefront of my drive vacuums. Like the reason that having a business appealed to me, and the reason that I became so attached to that idea, was because my subconscious saw an opportunity to fill these drive vacuums. Because if I had a successful business making 6 or multi-six figures, I would be able to find a girlfriend, and I would no longer be in a vulnerable state where someone could bully me. That was basically what my subconscious was translating. Now here's where this creates a problem. And you might be thinking this through, and you're like, eventually I made £8,334 a month. It felt great. I ended up going on loads of dates and had a great time. I wasn't bullied, didn't have a boss, and school teenage me would have loved it, and he did. But what happened is I had filled the drive vacuum. My motivation for work completely dropped the second I became successful, and I ended up regressing way back. It was like my subconscious has just said mission accomplished and signed out. My point and the moral of this story, your drive vacuums will help you achieve your goal, but they will not help you go beyond that. Once your subconscious or unconscious feels that the need has been met, the motivation will disappear. And this is exactly what happens with people who become successful and plateau, and they stop experiencing consistent growth because they've ultimately got what they set out to do. Now, for some people, that's all they want, and that's absolutely fine. But just don't be surprised if you fill this drive vacuum, you get to 10K a month, you get to millionaire level, whatever that looks like for you, and you suddenly become demotivated. Understanding why you're putting yourself through the pain is helpful, but once you have the physical item that you wanted, like money or a car or freedom, your motivation to continue driving forward and making progress will diminish. And this is why humans get stuck. They hit a goal and then lose the drive and work ethic that got them there. Or basically what happens is they plateau. So you get to 10K, 20K a month, and then you lose the motivation that got you to that, but you just sustain it, because if you lose it, then you lose your ability to fulfill the need, right? Because if you make 10K a month and then you go back to making 0K a month, then you're not going to have any girls. My point is not that you can't get girls if you're broke, but you know what I mean, right? You have to have a boss or something. So your unconscious will fight like hell to not break the standard and to maintain what it's achieved, but motivation goes away. So if a subconscious drive is powerful enough, the human will figure out how to fulfill it if it has the means to do so. And this is, of course, a simplification. It's a model based on just my experience and reading a ton of books. But if you're already making good money and feel comfortable, then your past and current stagnation is nothing but a byproduct of you having nothing to drive you. This is the psychology of stagnation. So here you're dead broke and you want a girlfriend, or for me, it was having a girlfriend or sexual attention, basically, if I'm being honest, and being bullied, right? Second, I got to 10K a month, I was no longer in a position to be bullied and I could get female attention. And so the reasons that I were working were no longer reasons to keep working. So what I would do is I would sustain my 10K a month income, but I struggled to sort of break through that plateau because I didn't have a reason to do so. And so the way that you combat this is pretty straightforward. We'll talk about that in just a second. Well, understanding that your drive vacuums will give you the drive to achieve your goal is important. But you've got to know there is a strong danger that once you achieve the goal and satisfy it, your behavior will revert and you'll regress or just maintain. If you're at the point where you feel comfortable and your business is stagnant, then the quickest way to fix this plateau is to do some soul searching and find another why. And basically this is cool because you find a why that's bigger than you. And to find your why, you actually want to do this thing. Because if you don't have a why, you won't bear any how. The key is to realize that we don't have business problems again, we have personal problems that appear in the business. And if you're not motivated and you're not, well, it's not about motivation, but if you can't seem to muster up the care to have the discipline, it's because you don't have a strong sense of why. Because remember, there's no pain pushing you. Pain is petrol. There's no point in having all of our proven appointment booking systems or sales scripts or funnels because, you won't use them and they won't work. So the why is basically the most important thing because everything stems from it. So you need to find that negative, gnarly emotion and use it. Anxiety, fear, dread, shame, guilt, hate, anger, fear, sadness, grief, loneliness. Find that emotion that you don't like feeling, feel it, and then that's how you get your discipline. Because when one of these emotions is more painful than the work, you will do the work. Now, once you've fulfilled your drive vacuum, if you're wondering, by the way, like how do you break out of a plateau, it's about making the business and your work about more than you. It's about embarking on a mission and a vision and entering into a big grandiose thing. You, my friend, do not have to worry about that until you're like successful. So once you get to 6 figures, more than 6 figures, you might have a plateau. Then you need to do some soul searching, find a vision, and have a bigger reason to work. That's where Easy Grow comes in. I have no doubt that you'll get into Easy Grow anyway. And in fact, you might have already booked a call to look at it because it wouldn't surprise me if people start doing that at this point in the training. Because it comes back to this thing, like when you look at the free stuff, think about the paid stuff. I mean, you think this is good, you wait till you see Acquisition Genesis and just you wait. Anyway, right. So yeah, that's my point. Don't worry about fulfilling these. Just for now, let's just fulfill them. And when you hit the plateau and you get to that point where you've got the money and you've got what you wanted and you plateau and can't find the motivation, that's when we start talking about vision. And that's part of what Easy Grow will help you solve alongside the client acquisition stuff as well. So we need to achieve consistency. So now that we've done this, the next portion of this video is dedicated to consistency and finding a consistent, steady flow of work. Because, this is where we're going to talk about rest. So up until now, this point in training, our whole attention has been on these things here, right? So we've talked about being, all or nothing, delaying gratification. We've talked about sacrificing and giving as much up as we can for our goal to get the flame to burn. We've done a sacrifice audit. We've talked about focus and having discipline to focus. We've talked about projections and having the discipline to control these things and not judge people. We've talked about discipline to become a good client or to become the best client you can. And we've talked about the discipline to find the reason you want to find the discipline in the first place, right? Drive vacuums. Now, what we need to talk about is the opposite of discipline, which is rest. So this diagram might seem familiar to you from previous videos or something, but the key to this whole thing is to not over-discipline yourself. Because when in the current digital sphere of grind, hustle, success, online content, everyone's very, very hard jammed on the discipline side of this scale. So the opposite of discipline is rest. And if you want to learn how to become hyper-disciplined, you also need to learn how to become hyper-rested. The key to discipline is rest. The key to work is time off. And I'm going to explain this, and no one has ever talked about this before, and you would have never heard this. It's easy to get hard jammed on discipline. Everyone does this. Everyone gets hard jammed on discipline and they burn themselves out. When you burn yourself out, you're of no use to yourself, your business, or anyone. And so if we imagine that discipline and rest is like a sliding scale where you can sit on either side, everyone just sits here and they identify with discipline and they emotionally attach themselves to discipline and they reject rest. So any sort of rest or relaxation behavior is rejected, vilified, demonized, and pushed away. That's not good. What you need to be able to do in your life, through your business and your work, is flip between the two states. Sometimes you need to be disciplined. Most of the time you do. But sometimes you need to be deeply rested as well. Because the key to discipline is rest. And you need to have the discipline to not be disciplined. It's a paradox. Okay? It's a paradox. You need to learn how to rest. So let me tell you my personal story with finding consistency. Because, I hard jammed myself on this discipline thing. And, I became hardwired, and my identity and I was polarized to discipline. And, the duality of discipline and rest, I was polarized to it. And for the first few years of my life in business, really for the first 5 years, honestly, I didn't really learn this thing until way too late. Only recently, the last year or two, if I figured this thing out. But when I was younger, I would burn out constantly. Once, at the start of my entrepreneurial journey, I worked so hard that I started developing serious mental and physical health issues. So when I was 18 or whatever it was, I was working 3 jobs, speed reading a book every few days, making cold calls with every making moment I had, starting my business, and I left no time for rest. I'm not exaggerating, every waking minute was spent watching educational videos in 2 times speed reading business books, working on one of my 3 semi-full-time jobs and working on my business. I slept less to do more work, I ate fast food to save time to do more work, and I kept this pace up for about 9 months, in spite of every fiber of my body screaming at me to slow down and stop. No matter what, come hell or high water, I did the work. I'd get sick, I'd get exhausted, I'd get anxious, I'd get brain fog, I'd get night terrors, and the worst, I would disassociate from people and contract symptoms of mental dissociative disorders. I got fucking ill. For 9 months of my life, I became so polarized to discipline and so hard jammed on this end of the scale that I nearly killed myself. And I know that sounds like an exaggeration, and I know that sounds like some crazy thing to say, but I got to the point where for months I didn't think people were real. I was so burned out and so exhausted, but I carried on plugging away because I thought discipline was the key, which it kind of was, that if I was talking to someone, I would think that they weren't real. And I started to think that I was the only person on this planet that was real, and that all social interaction was fake, and the only thing that mattered was me, my business, and my discipline. And everything else was useless, and everybody else had nothing to do with it, and they were like NPCs, and I was all alone. That's called dissociation disorder. And I started to develop it because I worked so hard. And that's where you take yourself. And this was not a good thing. Now, that's great, right? Pushing beyond my limits. Fantastic. No, grind, hustle, work. Do it when you don't feel like it. Don't be a pussy. That all sounds amazing, yeah? Wrong. This was absolutely one of the stupidest things I've ever done in my entire life. And I wouldn't say I regret it. At the time, it was hell. So basically, after this insane 9-month stint of hyper discipline, where I basically was working, and I'm not even joking here, probably 100 hours a week. I don't think you guys, I slept for as little as I could. I ate as quickly as I could. And every waking moment of my day was spent doing something that I deemed disciplinary. Whether that was speed reading, listening to business videos in 2 times speed whilst I was driving to my jobs. There was not an hour for about 9 months that I took off. I was on Saturdays, Sundays, non-stop, no holidays, no nothing, no social, just no social life, no break, nothing. No video games, nothing. It was hyper, as disciplined as you can possibly comprehend, times 5. I nearly hospitalized myself, and I got to a breaking point. And I'll tell you the story. And I get a bit emotional when I talk about this because it was a little bit traumatic. It got to a point where I didn't even know who I was or where I was anymore. Like I genuinely didn't even think that I had like an identity. Everything happened on autopilot. Once, while driving back home from one of my hospitality jobs at night, I literally got lost. So I burned myself out so much that I would do things and my body would be moving, but I felt disassociated from my body. Like I was like a robot just watching my body go around doing things. It was fucking horrible. I was driving around in the dark, totally disorientated and burned out. So I was coming back from one of my jobs. I used to work at a golf course in Somerset. It was a golf course in Somerset, which is in the southwest of the UK. And I had no idea how to get home. So I got lost driving home. Like I'd done this drive over and over again, but I got to this point where I was so brain fogged and so anxious and confused and just had no idea what's going on that I got lost. And eventually I found my way home after like 2 hours of struggling around in the dark, driving around trying to find my way home. It's like a 30-minute drive. Did it in 2 hours. And when I got home, I went to my room, I sat on my bed, I turned on my red LED lights, and I had a 4-hour panic attack. And this was like consecutive back-to-back panic attacks. And basically what started happening is I started like blacking out and having panic attacks, and like everything was black, and then like I was like I couldn't breathe, and it was fucking awful. It was the worst moment of my life by a mile. It was terrifying, by far the scariest experience of my life. I genuinely thought that I was gonna have a heart attack and die. Like for 4 hours, I was like hyperventilating, I couldn't breathe, I was like screaming into my pillow, I kept like passing out, like I thought I was going blind, I thought I was going mad, I thought I was about to lose my sanity. Like I'm stressed just talking about it because it was the most horrific experience of my life. I quite literally had a work-induced manic episode. It was like literally like a temporary breakdown of all cognitive and physiological emotional function. For about a week, I existed. After this happened, I couldn't sleep. I existed in this like totally delirious state. I couldn't speak. I didn't have any appetite. I couldn't eat. I would just lay in bed without any real concept of time or consciousness. It was fucking awful. Like I can't even begin to describe the state I was in. Like for like a week, I laid in bed in the dark and just stared at a wall. And I didn't know, I didn't have any concept of time. I could hardly like muster up any words to talk to my family. I didn't have any appetite, and I couldn't even like, I can't describe it. Total burnout. And I'd have constant night terrors. I didn't know when was night and when was day, because I sat inside like in the dark, and I kept getting paranoid that there was like someone like outside in the window like looking in. Like I went to a really, really dark, bad place. And so I had sleep paralysis for like a week, and my entire world was just covered in this thick layer of brain fog. I remember at one point I wanted to get out and go to the supermarket, so I got in my car and I went to drive, and it was almost like I was driving through mist. Like I had to stop driving because I was like so brain fogged. It was obscene. And at the time, I was terrified because I thought there was something deeply wrong with my brain or my chemistry. I was like, fuck, am I ill? Am I going to have to be checked into like a mental institution? And I was, I remember my mum was talking to me about it, and like she was saying, because I was in a bad way, I was like shaking in bed, like just not eating anything, like pale as hell, like saying that there's people outside trying to get in the window, and like only refusing to turn on any lights except for my red LED lights. I was just weird. I went weird for a week, and my mum thought like, she actually didn't communicate this to me, but I'm pretty sure, I think she told me this a while ago, that she was thinking I'd have to go to like hospital or something, and like, or some sort of mental thing. Like I really wasn't well. And in hindsight, I just burned myself out and was experiencing a massive, massive crash out. What I was basically suffering with was the consequences of 9 months of non-stop discipline. And like I said, this sounds extreme, this crash out. It sounds like I'm exaggerating and lying, which I promise you I'm not. But what I was suffering was the result of 9 months of every single waking moment of the day being in some way, shape or form applied to discipline. And the more extreme that is, the more extreme the crash out. This was not good. And what followed after this week, I had the 4-hour panic attack, where I was like going blind and shit and like not being able to breathe and thinking I was dying. Then I had like the week of delirium and panic and paranoia and terror. And then what followed after that week was a massive physical and emotional fallout. So my body practically forced me to do nothing for 3 months. And it took me really like a good year to fully recover and be able to produce work again. It didn't take me a year to be able to work again, but it took me 3 months to be able to like socialize myself and be normal again. I couldn't read, I couldn't work, I couldn't exercise or do anything productive. You know, eventually I started a sales apprenticeship, and I went dark mode. I went like rest mode for like 3 months. Like I was like in a mental coma almost. But then like I got a sales apprenticeship. I got back on the rails. I started my agency, and this was pre-first agency, right? But really it took me like a proper good year before I was in any state to like really like get back to work, you know, like it took me a while. Anyway, I'm telling you this story because this is burnout, and this is what happens when, this is what would happen to you if I ended the video here. So as you'll notice, this video is already quite long, and you know, we're not even halfway through the doc yet. And that's because the key to discipline is rest. And I have learned this the fucking hard way. And not just the hard way, the really hard way. Like, you know, if there's anything that you pay attention to in this mindset training, this is huge, because yeah, this is like the big answer that I was missing in my life. Anyway, let's get into it. So I truly met burnout. And since then, I've come close to true burnout a couple times here and there, but nothing remotely close to this absolute crash out that I had when I was 17 or 18. So, you know, burnout is basically forced rest. It's when you've pushed your body and your mind so far that your body gives you no choice but to rest, right? And it's all good and well, you know, listening to the trial by fire training and the unrelenting discipline training here and saying, well, you know, it's my character and I'm going to force it, and I'm the puppet master of my puppet and I'm going to force it to do the work. And if it pulls a knife, I'll pull a gun and all this stuff. But that works to a certain point. There comes a point when your body will just literally shut down, and it will force you into like panic and delirium and pure terror. And then you'll just be paralyzed because it needs to recover, you know? So yeah, I've come close to burnout a few more times, but nothing close to this ever again. Like I will never go this far. Like never, ever, ever, ever. So let's talk about rest and recovery and how this all relates to burnout. So athletic recovery. In sports and with physical exercise, we naturally understand how this works. If an athlete trains too hard, they get injured. All great athletes prioritize recovery, which is the art of taking care of the body so it can adequately repair itself after intensive training. And your mind is no different. As an entrepreneur, you are what we would call a mental athlete. And this means that you put your mind and your body through intensive daily workouts, just like an athlete would put through their body. So for example, today, I'm spending today recording this video for, you know, hours on end. And that's like a workout for my brain and my mind. So I'm sat here at my desk, so I'm not physically exerting myself, but mental and physical exertion work with the same mechanism. So if I ran a marathon today for 4 hours, then I'd be pretty exhausted. In the same way that if I spend 4 hours recording program content, I'm going to be pretty exhausted and I'm going to need some time to recover after this, right? You've got to start looking at your brain and your mind the same way that you look at your body, because we understand this athletically speaking, that your body is a organic machine and it needs rest and it needs time off and it needs to recover. And you know, if you went to the gym 3 times a day and pushed yourself really far, within a week you'd be burned out and you'd have to take time off the gym. And the same thing is true with work and your mind. In the same way that an athlete will rest their body and partake in behaviors that boost recovery, like ice baths, lots of sleep, good diet, etc., you need to learn to do the same thing for your mind. So you need to learn to remove hyperstimulation when you're trying to rest. You might need to learn to meditate. You might need to learn to relax and sleep, etc. In most sports, athletes have an on and an off season. The on season is when they're competing at the highest level, pushing themselves as hard as they can. During off season, they'll still train, but with far less intensity, giving themselves and their body a well-earned and well-deserved rest and break. They're recovering. So the key here is understanding this word, which is recovery. Athletes massively prioritize and focus on recovery, which is allowing their body to repair the tissue that they've destroyed through their training. And if they don't recover, they don't win. You ask any athlete, any professional sports person, the key for them becoming successful is recovering from their training sessions. The same thing is true in the bodybuilding world. If a bodybuilder gets burned out, i.e. their central nervous system starts slowing down or starts going wrong, then they do something called a deload. So in bodybuilding, you have a deload, which is where you don't train for a certain period of time, like a week or two, allowing the body to recover from the intensive training. Another example, if you have an accident, so let's say you're in a car accident, which has seriously harmed your body, then what your body will do, or what your body can do, is induce a coma. The seriousness of the accident will determine the seriousness of the coma. So, if you're in a car accident and, you break parts of your skull and your body and your bones are destroyed, like what your body can do is put you into a coma, which is like the most extreme form of forced recovery. Your body will just completely shut down so that it can recover. And the same thing is true with animals that hibernate. Like we see recovery in all sorts of examples when it comes to the body, but it's definitely prevalent in the athletic world as well, in the bodybuilding world. So recovery is key and recovery is crucial. But the mistake entrepreneurs make is they forget that the mind is an extension of the body, which is an organic system that also needs to recover. Your mind is not a machine. As much as you'd love to be a computer and a robot, you're not. And even then, computers have to be charged. The kind of like the law of physics and nature is that things that require energy have to be recharged. Like if you use your phone for like 10 hours, you're going to have to put it on charge. If you use your brain for 10 hours, you're going to have to put it on charge. Yes, that's sleep, but there's other things that you need to do, and you need to learn to rest and you need to learn to recover. Because, working with full intensity back to back for months on end without any break or rest is the equivalent of trying to do that with your body. Your body's going to break down. Now, the cool thing about athletes and sports people and professional sports people is the more you train the body and the better you get at recovery, the longer you can go and the more intense your training can be, because recovery is a skill and you can get better at it and your body becomes more conditioned. It's called conditioning in science, sports science, right? So with your brain, with your mind, the same thing is true. There's a reason why I can sit here and maintain coherent thought in incredibly abstract, complicated ideas for 3 to 4 hours on end without any cuts or making mistakes or having to take a break. So I've been recording now for best part of like 3 hours or something like that. I don't know what the time is, right? It's 3 o'clock, but 3 hours. And I haven't taken breaks. I haven't gone off. I'm like training right now. I'm training my mind. I'm like intensely disciplined. And, if you tried to do that, you probably wouldn't be able to. But I've been doing this for a long time. And so my stamina, my mental conditioning for mental exerted discipline is significantly greater because I've been doing it for a long time. So you can get better at this. Now, the body can only be pushed so far. If you ran a marathon today, you'd probably be pretty physically useless tomorrow. If you drank a ton of alcohol today, you'd probably get a hangover and be pretty useless tomorrow. And if you got knocked out today, you'd probably be pretty useless tomorrow. This is easily understood when it comes to the body. We all know if you push your body too far, you need to rest, and it will force you to rest. Try and run a marathon right now and see what happens, see how you feel tomorrow. You're going to be sore, you're going to be exhausted, you're going to be low on motivation, you're going to be all over the place, and you're going to lie in bed and do nothing. And that's because you pushed it. Same thing with alcohol, same thing with exercise, right? But people, for some reason, don't see the mind the same way. Now, the mind is definitely more quote-unquote tanky than the body, i.e. you can push it really far before it snaps, but the mind will snap if you overcook it. So my example here of entering a state of pure panic and delirium and having this literal crisis and this manic episode, this was my mind breaking. This was the equivalent, like your body breaks by going into a coma or, you see people, athletes that train until they throw up or pass out, right? And that's obviously what it takes to get to the top sometimes. It's not very healthy, but, I think we're not going to go down that route, but you get my point, right? But, you can push your mind pretty far, but it will have a limit and it will give you some pretty nasty shit to deal with for a very long time to sort of get over it. So you need to bear this in mind with the brain. And the coolest mental model that I could come up with to help you understand how recovery and rest and discipline work and the relationship between these variables is homeostasis. So this is homeostatic disciplinary regulation. So your body runs on something called homeostasis. And homeostasis is kind of like a system in your body that is responsible for the cooling and heating of the body to maintain a stable internal body temperature so that your body can perform functions that keep you alive. So your body wants to be at 37 degrees Celsius. Now, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit for you Americans, but 37 degrees Celsius is the temperature that is optimal for your body. In case you're wondering why, it's because that's where enzymes can catalyze substrates at the fastest level. Biology lesson over. Your body does the same thing for blood sugar and fluid balance. So your body has got all these different systems in your body that balance these key little biological markers, right? So if you get too hot, what will happen is you'll start sweating to cool yourself down. If you get too cold, you'll start shivering to heat yourself up. If your blood sugar drops too low, then your insulin will shift. If your blood sugar gets too high, then your insulin shifts. If you drink too much water, then your kidneys will go into overdrive to process that water, and that's a reaction that's triggered through the hypothalamus in the brain. And so your body has these ways to measure different internal balances, and it has different reactions that it can produce to balance things out. Now, using this temperature example, obviously we can see, if you get too cold, you heat up. If you get too hot. So this is an example, right? So what you can see here on this graph with the homeostasis temperature example is a few different things. So we've got the optimal temperature that your body wants to maintain, from an evolutionary standpoint, where enzymes catalyze substrates at the fastest level, which is 37 degrees Celsius. So that's probably, if you're not sick, or you're not in the sauna, or you're not in the cold plunge, then your body temperature is probably 37 degrees. And we have a little bit of margin here where your body could also probably do just fine at 38 or 36. Like, it's not that bad, right? And so homeostasis is basically the process by which your body oscillates between these points to try and find the most optimal balance. This is the optimal range. Now, what we have is above anything that is 38 or below anything that is 36 is where we start to enter the danger zone. So this would be danger zone 1 and this would be danger zone 2. If you got to 44 degrees, you'd probably die. And if you got below 31 degrees, you'd probably die. Now, not necessarily. There was a child, I think, that got to like 15 degrees Celsius and survived by some miracle. But for the sake of this model, we're going to keep it simple. Bad things happen down here, bad things happen up here. The higher you go, the lower you go, the worse off you're going to be, and you're not going to feel very nice. When you get a fever, and when you get ill, you can get a internal body temperature of like in the 40s or whatever, and you're going to be shaking and shivering, and you have to take like tablets and stuff to bring your fever down. Same thing if let's say that you're in the Arctic Ocean and you fall in the ocean and you're in there for 20 minutes, your body temperature is going to drop and you're going to go into hypothermia. So we don't want to go either of these ends, right? So in the diagram above, there are no drastic changes in your external or internal environment. So your body's just oscillating. We're not in the sauna, we're not in the ice bath, we're not out in the winter with no coat, it's not snowing, we've got no infections in the body. Your body's just healthily oscillating between the optimal range. And your body will just magically do this without you having to think about it. So thank you, body, and thank you, billions of years of evolution and God. That's great. However, if the hot or cold stimulus becomes intense, so in your environment, let's say that there's a stimulus, like let's say you get an infection, you get ill. What will happen is you'll enter the corresponding danger zone. But if you go really far, it will temporarily correct into the opposite danger zone beyond the healthier optimal range. So here you are, minding your own business, and lo and behold, let's say you get tonsillitis, okay? You kiss the wrong person, they give you tonsillitis, whatever, you get poorly. What your body temperature will do when you get sick is your body temperature will increase. And the reason your body temperature increases is to try to kill off the infection, the bacteria, right? Because bacteria doesn't like heat. At least that's my very limited knowledge of medicine, but you get my point. So let's say you get to 42.5 degrees. Once you get too hot, what your body will do is like, shit, he's a little bit too hot and he might die if we keep heating this up. So let's make him really cold and let's make him sweat a lot and make him shiver so that he's cold. And so what the body will do is it will bring your temperature down. Now, the thing is, is I don't actually think this is entirely scientifically accurate, because I don't think you swing from 43 degrees to 33 degrees during a day. I don't think that's how it works, because usually your fever's higher. But you know when you get a fever, you feel like you're really cold. It's because your body's trying really hard to bring your temperature down, which makes you feel colder than you are. But for the sake of this mental model and the abstraction, let's just say that you overcorrect. So you get really hot, then you get really cold, and then you get a little bit too cold, so your body heats you up to the point where you overcorrect again, and then you oscillate again, and then your body's recovered from the illness or whatever. This is how homeostasis works, is if you get thrown out of whack in one direction, your body will often course correct into the other side of the danger zone, and then again, and then it will bring you back. And the extremity to which you go over one section will be the extremity to which you go under the other section. Corrections are very natural and happen everywhere in life. And the same thing is also true with your energy levels, discipline, and rest. So we can track the homeostasis of your internal temperature on a graph like this. And we can see how your temperature goes up and down depending on environmental stimuli, internal pathogens, etc., etc. We can understand if you get too hot or too cold, then your body's going to try and course correct, and in the process, it will slightly overshoot sometimes and bring you below or above the healthy range depending on the previous correction. But here's where this gets cool, and this, my friends, is one of the biggest mindset breakthroughs that I have ever had in my life. Period. I've been doing this for 10 years, and let me share something with you that is going to fucking blow your mind. The same thing is true with your energy levels, discipline, and rest and burnout. So what we can do here is we can, instead of having temperature on this graph, what we can do is we can have zones. So zone 1 and zone 2 is the equivalent to 37, 36, or 38 degrees. This is the healthy zone. This is where we're not exerting ourselves too much. We've got a perfect balance between discipline and rest. Zone 1, zone 2 is just where you feel good. You're not being too lazy. You're not being too disciplined. You're just living your life and just vibing, right? And then we've got zone 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in both directions. And we've got zone 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of discipline and the corresponding zones of rest. So in the same way that we'd have too hot or too cold, we've got too disciplined or too restful. And what we can do is track the intensity of these things. So understand that discipline and rest, they work on a scale. They're not binary states. So you can be disciplined a little bit, or you can be disciplined a lot. So for example, for the last 3 hours of me recording this video, I'm probably in discipline zone 6. Because it requires a lot of discipline, a lot of energy, and a lot of mental exertion to record videos like this, because they're bloody exhausting to make. If I was working for the last 3 hours instead on, replying to some emails, doing the odd meeting here and there, then I'm still exercising discipline because I'm still mentally exerting myself, but maybe only in zone 3 or mid-zone 4. So depending on the activity you do, the intensity is different. If like right now, if you go outside and run for 1 kilometer at a slow pace, then you might be in discipline zone 3. But if you go outside right now and run a kilometer as fast as you humanly can, then you're probably in discipline zone 6 or 7. And so the activity does not denote the level of discipline, the intensity does. When you're working, you're in a state of discipline, but what you're working on and how intensely you're working on it shifts where you are. So going for a run is something that requires discipline, but the intensity, the level at which you do that run will shift the discipline. So if you're running really fucking fast, then you're going to be higher than if you're running really fucking slow. And by the same notion, if you do a 100-meter sprint, then you're going to be in a high zone, but for a short period of time. If that makes sense. Now, the same thing is true on the opposite side with rest. So when I was going through this delirium panic, my body was inducing me into probably zone 7 rest. So zone 7 rest is, probably zone 6, zone 7 rest is when you're totally exhausted and you start having like weird shit happen. Your body gives you no choice, your mind gives you no choice, and you're in this deep state of rest. And it might not seem restful to have these panic attacks and these deliriums and these disassociations, but the reason I was having these disassociations is so that I would avoid social contact, because that was just even too exhausting for me. So someone explained that to me, but anyway. So like if you're having a day off, but you're still going to the gym, you're not working, you're still eating clean, you're still doing healthy behaviors, you're playing some sports, but watching a movie, then you might be in like rest zone 3 or 4. But if you're having a day off and you're binge watching, short form content, eating loads of burgers and doing stupid shit and drinking, then you might be in rest zone 6. So when I talk about discipline and rest, different activities with different levels of intensity determine where you are on the scale. And so what we can do with anyone's life, or any entrepreneur's life specifically, or anyone really who's trying to do anything great, we can track their discipline on this graph. And we can see the intensity of their discipline, all their restful states, and we can see how they correct accordingly. And so instead of having temperature as a gauge, we can imagine that discipline and rest exist in 7 zones. So zone 1 is perfectly balanced, where your discipline and your rest levels are perfectly balanced and you're never going to burn out. Zone 2 is healthy, mostly balanced, where maybe you're resting a little bit too much, but you're still in the healthy zone. Zone 3, perfectly safe, nothing to note. Here, whether you're resting or disciplined, it's just fine. Zone 4, you might see a few consequences, but nothing tragic. So zone 4 rest, maybe you, maybe you like, what would an example be of zone? Maybe you like take a nap or something, it's pretty restful, right? But zone 4 discipline could be like, doing a workout and it's a little bit intense. Maybe you get a bit sore, you need to recover afterwards. Zone 5, flying a little bit close to the sun. Zone 6, you don't want to be here. Zone 7, very dangerous. You do not want to be in zone 7. So what most people think is that zone 7 and zone 6 is where they want to spend all their time. Now, let me explain something to you. I spend as much time as I can in high zone 5, mid zone 6. You are going to struggle with that because you haven't yet learned how to tolerate pressure from discipline, right? So when you look at me and my examples of discipline, like, recording 3-hour videos or working 12 hours a day, like you can learn how to do that, and you will do that because it's necessary to become successful, but it's going to be a little bit harder for you than it is for you at the start. But generally speaking, you don't want to be in zone 7 discipline ever. Zone 7 discipline is unhealthy. This is discipline when you've jammed yourself way too far on the discipline scale. This is when you're behaving like I am here, for like 9 months on end. This is how you get the crash out, burnout, awful symptoms that you do not want, that you want to avoid, that massively hinder your ability to be successful. On the flip side, you don't want to be in rest zone 7, because rest zone 7 is like a coma or like a panic attack. This is when your mind just shuts down, and you have these episodes that basically just like force you to not do anything, right? So you want to avoid the extremes of either side. Zone 6, you can flirt with every now and then, but generally speaking, you want to be in zone 4 and 5 on both flips of the scale. If you go too far on either side, you're going to course correct. It's going to be a nightmare. So some examples. So zone 1, zone 2. This is just a normal average person. So here's the thing. You might think that zone 1, zone 2 is where you want to be. It's not. This is where most people sit in life. This is how you stay normal. It's how you stay average and mediocre. Okay? Examples of zone 1 and zone 2 behavior. Slightly lazy 9 to 5, going on a daily walk for exercise, playing a sport regularly, doing a little fast on a weekend, writing in a journal, listening to self-help podcasts, drinking some water, eating the food pyramid, and reading a bit. These are just some basic habits that most normal people would probably engage in. And that's that. Now, a lot of people, they live in constant zone 3 or zone 4 rest, where they're like someone that's like fucking unemployed and just claiming benefits and ripping off the government and just getting drunk all the time and doing drugs and being an idiot and just basically being a waste of space and whatever. Like they're not even in zone 1 or 2. They're just below baseline here, right? But like if you're just a normal person doing a normal life with a couple of healthy habits and you're not exerting yourself, you never really get tired from work or working out, you're just genuinely like a little bit healthy, right? You're just in zone 1 or 2. Nothing notable. These are all things that require a little bit of discipline or rest, but they're never going to burn you out or force your body into a state of forced rest. Just normal person shit that doesn't push the body, your mind, or your limits. If you want to get rich, then you cannot stay here. So the point I'm making is It looks good to be in zone 1 and 2 because they're green, but you do not want to be in zone 1 and 2. You're going to spend very little time in 1 and 2. Okay? And this is the consequence of being an entrepreneur. Now, just because zone 1 and 2 are green or gray doesn't mean they're good or conducive to you getting results. You cannot build anything great in zone 1 or 2. It might be necessary sometimes to be in zone 1 or 2 for a couple of days, but this is when you're just like, this is like, you wake up at 8:30, you go to your 9 to 5, you kind of slack off towards the end of the afternoon, then you go to the pub and have a drink with your friends, then you go for a little run in the evening and watch some TV and go to bed and repeat that for 40 years. That's zone 1 behavior. It's not that. It doesn't require any fucking discipline at all. You're resting at the same time. It's easy. Then you have your holiday, you drink a lot, whatever. That's fine. You're not going to do anything in zone 1 or 2. Now, let me give you some examples of zone 7. So zone 7 is the polar opposite, which is way too extreme. So zone 7 discipline could be running an ultra marathon, right? In one day. Or doing, I did this once, I wouldn't recommend this. This was when I was in my deep stage. 68-hour long sales calls in 3 days. So I once did this thing where I was like, I'm going to challenge myself. I was booking a ton of calls and I wanted to see what I could do. I don't think I did 68 though. That seems ridiculous. I did like, it wasn't 68. No, it was, sorry, this was in way more days than this. But this is an example, right? Anyway, so let's say that you did over 3 days, you got 72 hours. Let's say that you sleep for 4 hours and the rest of it you spend doing sales calls for 3 days. That's zone 7 discipline. That's ridiculous. Or taking a 4-hour ice bath, or spending 4 hours in the sauna, or trying to do the pull-up record, or spending 5 hours in the plank position. That's zone 7 shit. Shit that is so hard and so exhausting that it seems ridiculous to do, right? The spectacle discipline, okay? This is the David Goggins zone. Now, the thing about David Goggins, for example, is David Goggins is a remarkably disciplined person, and he can take himself, like for him, his zone 4 would be your zone 7. So for David Goggins, running a marathon for David Goggins or an ultra marathon runner could just be like a little zone 3 or zone 4 behavior. For you, running a marathon would probably be zone 7 shit, right? If you haven't done a marathon before. No offense if you have, right? Or if you haven't run before. So what I'm saying is the activity is not the thing that determines, once again, it's not the thing that determines the zone you're at. It's how much practice you've had doing it, right? So, like for Wim Hof, Wim Hof's the ice bath guy, right? Maybe he could take a 4-hour ice bath. And maybe that would be like zone 5 or 6 for him, but maybe it'd be zone 7 for you, okay? So it differs depending on the person and how much discipline they have. Stupid, extreme shit that you're going to pay one hell of a price with forced rest. So I'm telling you right now, if you go and take a 4-hour ice bath, you're going to get hypothermia and probably die. In case you're wondering, death is the ultimate form of rest. Right? But actually not, because that's game over. But if you took a 4-hour ice bath, I don't even know if that's possible. You'd get hypothermia. You'd get to this point where you'd be in hospital for like a month or two after that, right? Same thing if you spent 4 hours in the sauna. Bad times. Here's some examples of zone 7 rest. Coma. Having a fully fledged chronic mental breakdown like I did. Acute chronic withdrawal symptoms from heroin. So let's say that you've been a drug addict for 15 years and you suddenly quit. The withdrawal symptoms you get, you're going to zone 7. Zone 7 rest off the rip. It's not really rest per se because they're withdrawals, but you get my point. It's a biological reaction to an extreme circumstance. Hypothermia, same thing. Now, let me give you a real world example here, okay? And what I'm going to do is quickly do this. And we're going to look at a video here. So this is a video from a guy called Ross.
What is next for you?
Why isn't it letting me? Right, I can't. Okay, I can't pause it for some reason, but why is it not letting me pause this? Hang on. Right, well, there we go. Okay. So this is an example. This is Ross Edgley. And he, 9 months ago, so this is of me recording this in June, but he broke the world record for the longest non-stop swim. This motherfucker, this hard bloke, he's a bit of a G, very charismatic, I like him a lot. He swam for 56 hours. in a river, by the way, like with the Yukon River. Like this is not just like swimming in a pool. This is a bloody river with currents and animals and all sorts of stuff. This is a hard thing. This is a bad thing to do, right? And basically what happens throughout this video, it's a cool documentary, is he gets to this point where he's swimming, and I won't play it because I'm going to stop. I'm going to pause. He gets to this point where he basically ends up over here, and we can play this, and you can see he's like, he has to stop, and he's going, and he's going, and he's stumbling, and he's been swimming non-stop 56 hours. And look, and he gets out of the water, and he's like in this complete chaotic state. He's like, and he just collapses, right? And this is kind of a pivotal point in the documentary. But basically, what happens to Ross here is this is his body entering zone 7 rest. He just passes out. Like he goes unconscious. He's got to have his body temperature's fucked. His heart rate's fucked. Everything's fucked. Look at his face. Look at how inflamed his facial structure is here. Look, you can see this. Look at that. Like this is what he looks like normally. And then after 56 hours of swimming, like he's in zone 7 rest at this point, right? And he gets up, and then they basically take him away. But at this point, he's just passing in and out of consciousness. Like is this? Yeah. So here they take him away. He's got to go to the hospital, or whatever, and then he's just passed out. Like his body's just gone, right? And this is an example of what happens when you enter zone 7 discipline. So what I've done here is I've drawn what Ross's discipline recovery graph would have looked like. And this would be over a 30-day time horizon, right? So let's say that this represents the swim, which is like, basically nearly just over 2 days of swimming, 56 hours of fucking swimming. God, I can't even manage like 10 minutes, God, right? So, basically what this looks like is, for the first couple of days, he's really high up, and then for like a couple of hours, he's in zone 7. So for like the last part of the swim, for this part, he's in zone 7 here, deep dark times. And what happens, as we just saw at the 56th hour, we see it in live action here, is he just passes out. And he's just shaking, and he's in a bad way. And so what happens is he gets to this point where he can't push any further, breaks the world record, and he immediately exponentially spikes right down to zone 7 rest. So here, his body shuts down, he goes unconscious, he's got a hyper high resting heart rate, his heart rate variability is all over the place, his body temperature drops, and basically what's happened here is this is an overcorrection. So he's taken, in the same way that if your body temperature gets extremely high, your body will it will overcorrect into the other side. And so what Ross is experiencing here is restful overcorrection. So he's been in zone 7 for too long, and then bang, shut down. His body just shuts down. And then over the course of the next 30 days, probably a little bit longer, he goes into this state of recovery. So, for the next couple of weeks after being here for not very long objectively in the month, he gets his way out of zone 7 after a couple of days. And then, at zone 6, maybe he's got extreme soreness, he's got chronic inflammation, he's got a fever, he's got diarrhea, he's still vomiting, he can't keep food down, like his body's still recovering. And then after a few weeks, maybe he's just got some soreness, some fatigue, he's irate, he's still tired, he can't sleep properly. And then, maybe after a few weeks, he does like a little run, so he enters zone 3 discipline. For Ross, a 10K run would be like the lowest zone 3 you can imagine. And then he recovers a little bit more. And then after a month, he's sort of back to normal, and he can actually operate and function like a normal, healthy human again. This is how discipline and rest work. If you take yourself too far for too long, your body will force a correction and put you into a state of rest that is adequate to fully get back to zone 1 and 2 healthiness. All your body's trying to do is try and find the average healthy zone 1. In the same way that if you get really hot and your body makes you really cold, it's just trying to establish that 37 degrees Celsius level. The body is trying to do the same thing with your stress levels, your cortisol levels, and your energy, and just your bodily functions, basically. It's trying to find the optimal healthy range, the perfect balance. All this is balance, right? And so if you go up here for too long, you have to come down here for a while. And if you average out these 2 points, you find the balance in the same way that you would if you were between zone 1 and 2. And so, as you can see in the video, Ross's body literally shuts down and enters zone 7 of rest. We don't get to see the weeks that follow in terms of the recovery in the documentary, but they probably look something like the above. So this is obviously me imagining how he had to go through the recovery. But this is basically how it works. It's like deep recovery, maybe a little bit more discipline, and a little bit more recovery, and then bang, you're back to normal. And this is what happens with athletes and people that do great things. And so what we need to understand is something called battery theory, because the way that your body manages energy and the way that your body manages discipline and rest is almost akin to that of a lithium battery or any battery that you'd find in your laptop or your phone or your car or whatever. And we need to understand why this happens. So why do we go up and down and suffer the consequences of extreme discipline? Like, why can't we stay here forever? Like, especially with the mind, it's harder to gauge. We get it with the body, with the crazy swim, like passing out or running till you throw up, or training till you die, like whatever. Like we get it with the body, but why can't the mind sustain this high zone 7? Because if you could stay in zone 7 forever, you'd be a billionaire in probably about 3 years. It's like the success is the sum of your human will, and you need to stay there for as long as you can, but not zone 7. It's not healthy. But why do we go up and down? So what I want you to imagine for a second with me here is that each day you have a battery, okay? And this battery contains energy. So every single day when you wake up, you are given a battery that contains energy. It's kind of like a willpower thing. And you basically, throughout the day, you burn through this whenever you execute on tasks that require discipline. So you have a discipline battery. Anytime you do something during your day that requires any level of discipline, you burn energy from this battery. As you go through the day, i.e. exercising discipline, which is basically, remember, doing the work or controlling your impulses, the battery depletes and your energy goes down. Now, your energy, which is your body and mind's ability to exercise discipline, is tracked against 2 time frames, i.e. the short and the long term. So you have 2 batteries. You have the short-term battery, which is the battery you get in the day, and you have the long-term battery, which is the overall battery tracked over a longer period of time, which could be a couple of months, okay? And the long-term battery measures your energy, which is your ability to exercise discipline, in the macro, larger picture or perspective, okay? Because, we can track discipline in the minute, so i.e. resisting an impulse right now. We can track it in the hour, i.e. doing work for another hour. We can track it in the day, i.e. I had a good disciplined day. We can track it in the week. We can track it in the month. We can track it in the year. We can track it in the decade, right? The discipline can be stretched across all these different arbitrary time frames. And it's energy. So energy is basic. The term I'm using here, energy, is your ability to exercise discipline. It's your ability to be in these zones here without needing to rest. Okay? And it's you have your long-term battery here, which drains over time. The more you burn your day-long batteries, the lower your long-term battery gets. Okay? So here's how it goes. Every single time, every day, you exercise discipline, you burn energy. And every time you rest, you gain energy. Recharge. So think of it like a phone. Every time you use your phone, you burn the battery from the phone. Every time you recharge your phone and don't use it, you gain battery in the phone. Now, depending on which zone of discipline you're in, you will need to spend more or less energy. And depending on which zone of rest you're in, you will gain more or less energy. So if I spent a day in zone 3, discipline, I would burn less energy than if I spent a day in zone 6. If I spent 10 minutes in zone 7, I would burn more energy than 100, well, not 100. If I spent 10 minutes in zone 7, I might burn more energy than 10 hours in zone 3. So the higher we spike up here, the more energy we burn. And the lower we spike down here, the more energy we recharge. Okay? So the deeper you go in either spectrum determines the intensity, which determines how quickly you burn or recharge energy. Okay? This is why your phone would probably charge faster if you didn't use it or you turned it off, right? So, on days that you spend in discipline or rest zone 1 or 2, you're simply going to use your battery for the day. So when you're balancing between zones 1 and 2 and you're oscillating in the same way that your body would find homeostasis with body temperature, you're basically just burning your day-long battery. You're not overburning anything. You're not borrowing any more energy from tomorrow. You're not keeping too much of reserve. You're just burning the energy you get, and you're just sort of oscillating in perfect balance, right? On days, however, that you spend in discipline zone 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, you're going to have to borrow energy from the future. And the amount you borrow depends on the zone in which you sit in and how long for. And on days you spend in zone 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 of rest, you will gain or recharge energy that you can deposit into the future to borrow. And the amount you gain depends on the zone in which you sit. So this all sounds very confusing and abstract. So let me give you a diagram. So this is what the average month of energy might look like for someone with a nice fresh month. So let's say that this is what your month looks like for the next 31 days. Let's say that you're perfectly rested, you've got loads of energy, you've just come off the back of a nice 2-week-long holiday, and you're perfectly rested and ready to go. What your month would look like is like this. Let's say we've got 31 days in this month, and every single day you've got your battery, and you've got 100 units of energy for each day that you're about to spend. Your long-term battery is fully recharged, and everything's in good standing, okay? So what this would look like is that if you spend the first 5 days back from holiday in zone 1 or 2, you get back from holiday, you just come back to work a little bit, taking some time off, you're in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, right? What's going to happen is you're going to rest throughout the day, you're going to be a little bit lazy, not really exert yourself after the holiday. As you can observe, what happens if they do this is they drain day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down to 0 and burn just a little bit of energy in their long-term battery. So, when you burn a day, you lose a little bit of long-term battery, which is why, 9-to-5ers or people that just live normal, boring lives have to take a holiday every few months. Because, after just even a normal, balanced little bit of discipline, you still reduce your energy level over the long term, right? Which means you need a holiday, you take some time off. So this is what it looks like. If you spend a day in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, you're just burning your energy that you've got today. Now, let's say that this person gets to day 6. So they've just done 5 days of balanced discipline, and they go hard in zone 6 on day 6. And what they do on day 6 is they go to discipline zone 4 and 5. So they spend the day in zone 4 and 5 pushing really hard on sales calls, making lots of content, doing a ton of work, very little downtime, working late into the night. Let's say on day 6, they're like, fuck it, I'm back from holiday, I've done 5 days of balance, I'm going hard today. Well, what happens? Because they've got their day of energy here, but on day 6, they're significantly more disciplined than they were on the previous days. So how does this work? Because they've only got so much energy on day 6, right? Well, what happens is they burn all of their day 6 energy, but to sustain zone 4 and 5 behaviors, they have to borrow from their reserves from day 7. So by the end of day 6, they've used all of their day 6 energy, but also some of tomorrow's reserves. So when you push yourself beyond zone 2 discipline, you have to borrow energy from the next day because, you've only got so much energy in the day. And so, what happens here is because they only have so much energy, which is 100 units on day 6, they had to borrow some from tomorrow and tap into their future reserves. So they were in zone 5 for most of day 6, so that's quite exhausting. So they've had to basically do almost a day and a half of energy, a day and 3/4 of energy. And also, borrowing from future reserves is necessary to get stuff done, but also this does drain your long-term battery too, okay? So at this point, this person's fine. They've done day 6, they've done a hard day's work, they're not tired at all because they've got so much reserve here. They've got, for God's sake, they've still got like 20 days of reserve. Their energy level is still, 80% at capacity. Their long-term battery is full. They're fine. So what do? They go into day 7 with the same attitude. And this time they're in zone 5 discipline. Okay, so they're up here, in zone 5, working real hard, getting stuff done again, working like a beast, right? And, that happens again. But the thing is about this is they didn't have that much energy on day 7. So by the time day 7 rolls around, they've already used 75% of their energy on day 6. So they come into day 7 with 25% of the energy they would have had. So what they have to do, because they're staying in zone 5 all day, is they have to borrow energy from day 8 and day 9 because they didn't have much on day 7 to start with. And so, something happens. Because they start with day 7 with so little, they have to borrow from 8 and 9. So they burn all of day 8. So they burn the rest of day 7, that we can see they had a little bit left here. Then they burn day 8 and they burn half of day 9 because they have to borrow from future reserves, because you can't sustain zone 5 with 25 units in one day. It's not possible. And so, this also depletes their energy level a little bit as well. And, that starts to happen. And so, if we keep moving here, on day 8, they do the same thing. So day 8 rolls around, they're on a roll. They're like, fuck it, I'm not taking time off. I'm in the zone, I feel good, But the problem is they've been borrowing from the future a little bit too much without making any effort to recharge. So what happens on day 8 is they want to maintain their zone 5 discipline. And so, on day 8, they start with no energy. They've got nothing here. So what they do is they look to the next days. So they borrow the rest of day 9, then they borrow day 10 and half of day 11. And at this point now, this person's 3-4 consecutive days in a row where they've had to be in like high zone 5. They're borrowing a lot of energy here. So now their long-term battery is going down. Now, admittedly, the long-term battery probably wouldn't go down by this much already. It takes quite a while for your battery to go down, so just ignore that slight mistake on my end. But now we're having to borrow 3 days out. And then what happens on day 9 is they're tired because they're so far into their reserves, but they decide to push through. And this time they push through into zone 6. And what they have to do on day 9, they started with no energy on day 9, but the problem is on day 9 is they've already used all of day 10 and half day 11. So now they have to borrow from 11, 12, 13, 14, and part of 15 just to get the energy to push through. And they're in zone 6 for the whole of day 9. And because they're already quite tired, it's exponentially worse. They have to borrow more energy, if that makes sense. So they start feeling tired, but their body's communicating them, but they watch the David Goggins video and push through to zone 6. And the consequence of pushing through to zone 6 is having to borrow a little bit further out. And now their energy is really going down. So now they're only 9 days into the month, but because they haven't taken any adequate rest, it's almost like they've done a week and nearly a week and a half of work, but they've only done a week of work. On day 10, they're exhausted and tired. So what they do is they take a day of rest. They're like, it's day 10, I'll rest. So they rest in zone 4. So they're relaxing a little bit, but not completely, but they're still relaxed. So they swing themselves down to, zone 4 here just for a day, just so they can get some time off and sort of chill out, right? Which is a pretty healthy thing to do and encouraged. And this means they relax a little bit, but not entirely or completely. They're still maintaining some discipline, but whatever. So what they do on this day is, because they relax a little bit, is they've recharged their battery for day 15 and 14. So remember, because they entered zone 6 on day 9, they had to borrow energy from day 14 and 15 to do this. So by the time day 10 rolls around, they rest. And because of that rest, they replenish day 15 and most of day 14 just from one day of rest. Okay? And then what happens on day 11 is they feel rested. They've had a day off, so they feel that they're recharged, but it's only temporary. They go hard again. They enter zone 5 discipline. And because of this, they have to once again burn day 14, 15, 16, and 17. And this depletes their long-term battery. So just because they have one day of rest doesn't mean that they're out of the woods. So they do the zone 5 thing again and have to borrow more. And then in day 12, at this point, they're exhausted because, they're like, shit, I've got no energy. This is like a week of hardcore discipline with no rest and no time off. We're talking extreme shit here, starting really early, finishing really late, working really intensely in zone 5, high zone 5, low zone 6. Now, day 12, now they're exhausted. They've got no energy, but they still want to push on regardless. They're polarized to discipline. They've got a little bit of energy left in their long-term battery. They're here. They're like, shit, I can still go. I can still keep going. So they enter zone 5 against all their impulses and tiredness to get the day done. But to do this, it costs them heavily. Now, here's the key note. The less reserves you have, the more energy borrowing costs. So the lower your long-term battery, the more it costs you to borrow. So at day 12, this person's exhausted and they've got very little long-term battery. So what that means is a day of zone 5 here requires them to borrow out so much further than the day if they were already rested. So if they enter zone 5 on day 6, they might only have to borrow from tomorrow because they're so rested already. But because they're borrowing from day 12 where they're already really tired, they have to borrow a lot. So the zone 5 on day 12 is fucking idiotic. They should take another day off. But what happens is they push through in zone 5, and now they have to borrow from 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So they basically have to borrow like a week's worth of energy just to get a day of work done. And that's what happens when you get close to burnout territory. When your energy reserves are so low because you've pushed yourself too far, one extra day of work can cost you a week of rest, right? And day 13. So day 13 is burnout. So this is we're only halfway into the month here, but this person's been working so hard for so long with such intensity that they're now burned out. And this person is deep into his reserves, and his body has forced him to rest. He's forced into zone 5 rest, which recharges day 23, which is a silver lining. Usually a day of zone 5 rest would recharge more than a day. But because this person is so far into his reserves, it doesn't recharge much. Like the more exhausted you are, the more rest you need to obviously become unexhausted. So the more exhausted you are, the less impact rest has on your energy levels. So if you had a day of zone 5 rest, when your energy levels were already quite high, then you could replenish like 3-4 days. But because this dude's fucking exhausted, it only replenishes 1 day, quite far out. Now what happens here is when you get burned out, it's a sign that you're close to your long-term energy reserve. So your long-term battery is a scale, and you can burn through this energy in the long term over a couple months long time horizon. But the issue is once you get to the bottom of your long-term battery, you enter something called the long-term energy reserve. And your body does not like being in your long-term energy reserve. This is the energy that it keeps over for survival situations. This is when your cortisol spikes and you're basically in fight or flight all the time. This is when your stress is really high, you can't sleep properly, and you're basically in your reserves. Your body has these reserves, and it's possible to tap into them. It doesn't feel very nice to tap into them, but it takes a long time to recover. So for example, if you were like, if you were stranded on an island, your body has energy reserves. It can start digesting your protein. It will start digesting your muscles. Your body will literally digest your muscles for energy to convert into glycogen or whatever, ketones or whatever, to basically keep you alive. So obviously we're not digesting our muscles here, but the same thing is true with your mind and the way that your mind deals with mental energy. You have these reserves, which would basically be the equivalent of your body digesting your muscles from a physical level. So here's the problem. So day 13, this guy takes a day off. He's like, fucking hell, I'm exhausted. I've got very little in the tank. So he takes a day off. He rests in zone 5. He just watches Instagram reels and eats shit food and just goes to bed really late and whatever. But then on day 14, he wakes up and he makes a mistake. He's so polarized towards discipline that he's not listening to his body or his burnout symptoms. Instead, listening to the top 1% man advice, what he does is he decides to push on and dig into zone 4 discipline for day 14. He can't muster up anything more than zone 4. He can't go to zone 5 or zone 6 because his body simply won't allow him. So he pushes himself as hard as he can and enters zone 4. Now, at this point, this costs him dearly, and it consumes the rest of his energy reserves on the board for the month. He's now dug into his long-term energy reserves, which is his survival reserves or his emergency reserves, and his long-term battery is just wiped, and he's got no energy in the tank for the rest of the month. This is burnout. This is what happens when you work past burnout. Your body just goes into shutdown mode. And then what happens is it's day 15. So he does day 14 work, but day 15 rolls around, he's fucked. He's burned out, and he's forced into zone 5 and 6 rest. All good habits go out the window. All the addictions come back in. No willpower to do anything or control impulses. Total, complete laziness, and the polar opposite of how he wants to behave and what he identifies with. The sad thing, even just a day of rest here doesn't recharge anything. So he's forced into rest at this point. Burnout is forced rest. And this is why when you burn out, all of your bad habits come back in. Because all of the impulses that you currently are trying to hold back on, the food, the content, these instant gratification mechanisms, they require discipline to keep down. You've got to exercise discipline constantly to keep these impulses at bay. But when you're forced into burnout territory and you really burn yourself out, all of your impulse control goes out the window because you have no discipline left. You have no reserves to even fight off the most basic impulse. So all these bad habits start creeping in. So what people think happens when they burn out is they think it's self-sabotage. They think that they mistake burnout, which is truly just your body like communicating exhaustion and your energy levels being so low that you haven't even got the willpower to muster up energy or discipline. They think that that's them self-sabotaging. And they think that what it is it's them like intentionally destroying their thing. Now, there is a psychological argument for that, and we've talked about the self, and we've talked about the trial by fire stuff, and we've talked about how the the self has a survival bias, and you are going to self-sabotage, and we need to keep that thing at bay. But once you start your becoming self, the danger is burnout. The real danger is depleting your energy reserves to the point where the current sense of self can just come back in and, you know, there's no discipline. Because discipline is how you destroy the current self. It's work, right? So when you can't work, the current self rears its ugly head again. You then mistake the burnout for the current self being the reason. But all it is you've just basically given the current self an open door to walk through. And that's a silly thing. So he's burned out. He's into his long-term energy reserve now. And his body will not tolerate this. And so what happens for basically a week is he's spent in total slob mode, lazy mode, bad habit mode. Everything goes out of the window. He's in zone 5, zone 6 rest. It's forced. He doesn't want to be there. He's angry. He's shameful. He's pissed off. He's sleeping late. He's masturbating, watching porn. He's eating junk food. He's being an idiot. He's smoking. He's drinking. He's taking drugs. He's gaming again. Everything comes out, you know, everything. He's hanging out with the wrong people. He's not working. He's just exhausted. His body is digging its way out of long-term survival emergency reserves. So all that burnout is, and all that's happening here, is it's not like he's got some evil, malevolent self-sabotage mechanism, although that might be somewhat true. It's more just the fact that he hasn't got anything in the tank. Like it's like this, like trying to work during a burnout stage is like trying to force a car to accelerate when it's got no gas in it. A car with no gas in the tank, no matter how hard you push the accelerator and are good of a driver, it will not move. Your body and your mind are the same thing. It's like trying to turn your phone on when it's got no battery. It just won't turn on. You can't just miraculously pull discipline and willpower out of your ass when you're burned out. You can't. Because it's literally like trying to drive a car with no gas in it. You've got nothing left. So your responsibility as an entrepreneur is to make sure that you do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently through, you know, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. You need to learn how to be patient and slow yourself down and balance out your discipline and make progress slower than you'd like, but for a sure thing, okay? So on day 21, he's just about over the burnout stage, but he's still exhausted. So he takes off a few more days. And as he does this, he starts to recharge a little bit. So after like a week or two of basically just lying around doing nothing, he finally starts to recharge his energy reserves, right? That we can see here. And he's out of the long-term energy reserve, so he's feeling a bit better. And he's now got his impulses back in check. So, you know, he's starting to correct his bad habits again. He's not back to work yet, but, you know, he's still in like zone 4 rest, not zone 6 anymore, right? Burnout is like zone 6 rest, basically. And, you know, he's not burned out anymore, but he's just in zone 4. And then on day 26, he does a little bit of work, but he spends most of his day in zone 2 or 3 rest, just taking it easy. And basically, this becomes exponential. So because he takes off these days, and because on day 25, 26, he's still sort of resting quite a lot, because he's already a little bit rested from this period, his energy levels spike way back up. So discipline to rest ratios are not linear, they're not equal. If you take a lot of rest and rest another day, then you get a lot of recharge, if that makes sense. So because he's still taking it easy off the back of his burnout and not going hard again, his energy levels spike way up. So he goes from like having 25% reserves to 75% reserves just because of one or two extra days off. Like you don't need as much rest as you think, okay? And then by day 27, you know, he's rested, his long-term battery is full again, he's out of the burnout cycle, he's feeling confident, he's feeling ready to go, and you know, his long-term energy reserve is nearly full, and you know, we've got day 32, 33, 34, and he's ready for like, you know, the next 30 days again. but he's probably going to repeat the cycle. This is how most entrepreneurs live. They live in a cycle of discipline and extreme rest. They basically burn themselves out, and it's not healthy. And I know that I get it, because young men, what we do is we glorify pain and discipline and hard work and suffering. And we should, because it's the root to success. But we glorify it a little bit too much. And that's because there's a lot of pride and there's a lot of intense momentary pleasure and pride in the ability to exercise extraneous self-control. It feels pretty fucking good. It's a nice thing to do. It's great. And we become too polarized to it. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And this is how you burn yourself out. This is how you make yourself ill. It's how you make inconsistent progress, which is never progress at all. Inconsistent progress is not progress. It's just plateau, right? And so, yeah, day 27, he's ready to go again. And he's going to do it all over again. And what we could do is we could map this behavior on a discipline or recovery chart. So I'm just going to drink some water here. Excuse me. But what you can see is if we took this 30-day period, so, day 1 to day 27, like 30 days or whatever, we could map out this guy's discipline on the graph. And so what this might look like is, for the first couple of weeks, we've got the zone 5, deep zone 6 activity here with no rest. And then we've got the 1 day of rest in zone 4. And then we go back up for another week or two. And then we go too far to the point where we burn out on day 13 and spend a few days here. Then we recover a little bit here. By day 26, we're just back in zone 2 rest, doing a little bit of discipline stuff. And then by the time we get to the end of the month, we're back again. So it's like a 30-day cycle. Now, this is arbitrary. It's not always going to be a 30-day time horizon for a burnout cycle to occur. This is just an example of a month. So don't think that this is like a thing that just resets every month magically. That's not the case. But you can map this out on a graph like this. And this is what the month would have looked like. So we have extreme discipline, and then we have extreme rest for a little bit, and then some recovery, and then we're back up. So what this guy should have done is all he had to do was extend this little rest period by maybe 2 or 3 days. Because if he extended it by 2 or 3 days, every consecutive day of rest exponentially increases the charge of your long-term battery. So if you take 1 day off, you won't charge much battery. But if you take 2 days off, you'll charge like double on the second day what you did on the first. And if you take 3 days off, then you'll charge triple than what you did on the first. So rest is exponential. And the more consecutive days of rest you take, the more you recharge and the more worthwhile it becomes. In the same way that the consecutive days of discipline burn more energy. So day 1, zone 6 isn't going to cost you too much. Day 2, zone 6 might cost you a little bit more than the first day. Day 3, day 4, day 5. By the time you get to day 7 of zone 6, it's costing you 10 times more than day 1 did. It's exponential. And the more consecutive time you spend in either of these camps, whether it's discipline or rest, the more of an effect it has as time passes with intensity. Okay. So for example, I can tell you this, I've been recording this for 4 hours non-stop with no breaks. And I might have started this recording in like zone 5. I'm now in zone 6. And this next hour of recording for me is going to be more exhausting than the previous 4 hours combined, because I'm in my day reserves, right? I'm way over my 100 units of energy for today. I'm probably borrowing, 2-3 days out from now, right? And this next hour of work that I do is probably going to require me to burn an entire day of energy in the future. So if I'm on the 16th of June, I'm right now borrowing, I've used all my energy for the 16th of June by far, because got up early, did some work, finished this document, recording this for 4 hours. That's zone 6 shit. I'm done for today. My energy is done for today. So what I'm doing now is I'm borrowing from the 17th of June, but this last hour of recording is about to be very intense because I'm quite exhausted from this recording and it's getting intense. So 1 hour of zone 6 for me at the moment might require me to take all of my energy from like the 19th of June. And that's how it works. The more intense something is going to require more energy. And the longer you spend in a zone, the more intense the thing becomes. So here's the discipline or recovery chart from when I was 18. So remember the story I told you about that crazy 9-month, 3-job business speed reading discipline sprint? Then I had that 3-month crash out period. So, I was in like deep zone 6, deep zone 7 for like 9 fucking months. Like Not healthy, not good. And the thing about this is I didn't come out of it. So you can go to zone 6 if you want, but you have to be prepared to go to zone 5 or zone 6 rest every now and then to accommodate for it. But I literally spent 9 months up here. And the result of that was a correction where I started having the panic attacks down here, and I started getting delirious and ill for like, a good week. And then my recovery was slow. It took me 3 months to get back to normal, where I could get a job again and behave like a normal human, right? So, you can map it there. And it might seem familiar to the oscillatory life cycles that we cover. Now, this isn't just a clean, easy monthly thing. It's not like your energy reserve just resets every month. This is not like, I'm using a 30-day time horizon here, for example, but you need to realize that, the body and the mind doesn't really recognize calendars. Like your body doesn't understand the abstraction of time and calendars. It uses binary thresholds and biological markers to determine which state it forces you into. And this is an oversimplified model to help you understand how this stuff works. So why does this happen? Why can't we just be disciplined forever and sit in the high discipline zones for the rest of our lives? Because that would certainly make becoming successful way easier. Well, when you enter a high discipline zone, you obviously, as you know now, you have to borrow energy from the future. So it comes with a cost. You have to borrow it from the future. And the future's coming, so there's going to come, if you borrow from tomorrow and tomorrow rolls around, then you're going to be a little tired tomorrow because you're going to have to borrow from the next day. Think of it in the same way that you borrow money from a bank. When you borrow money from a bank, you go into debt. And when that bank loans you this money, they'll force you to pay it back with interest, meaning you pay a little bit more back than you borrowed. When you borrow energy from your future reserves, you incur a debt that must be paid, and that debt contains recovery interest. This means that you have to pay off the debt, and you maybe have to pay off a little bit more than you borrowed. This is why I had to take off 3 months off of everything in life. It was why, that happened. I was paying my discipline debts off to the bank of energy. So, imagine we've got the bank of energy. So up here, I'm borrowing, I am lending, like I'm taking as much money as I can from the bank at a super high interest rate. And if you borrow loads of money for a very long time from a bank, they're eventually going to want it back. And I had to pay it back. And I had to spend 3 months in here. Now you'll notice how it's disproportionate because I spent 9 months here, but only 3 months here. And that's because rest and discipline are not equal, which we'll talk about in a second. And that's asymmetric charging. I know what you're thinking. Well, shit. If every time I discipline myself, I have to have an equal amount of rest, then surely I'm never going to make any progress, right? Surely I'm going to stay stuck in the oscillatory life cycle. That's a fair thing to think. You're like, oh shit, well, if every time I go up here, I have to come down here, how am I going to make any progress? I'm just going to oscillate. I'm just doomed to oscillate between these two things. That's not true. Because if that was true, no one will make any progress ever. There is good news. The good news is that rest and discipline are not equal. Rest is significantly more powerful than discipline. It's got a multiplier. And what this means is for every point of discipline you score, you only need to compensate it with less points of rest. So for every, it's got like a 2 to 3 to 4x multiplier. Because, if I take a week off of work and I spend a week in zone 6 rest, which means that I've just let everything go and I'm totally undisciplined and I'm just completely off of it. I can take a week off and that might recharge my battery for like 3 months. If I take a nice long weekend, if I take Monday, Friday and Saturday, if I take Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday off and stay in zone 5 rest for 4 days on a long weekend, that's 4 days off, but it might recharge my battery for 3 weeks. So rest is asymmetric. And what that means is you don't need to have an equal amount of rest and discipline. Because, when you go through your burnout cycles and your burnout stages, they might only last a week. And then you might be able to go again for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? So it's important to note that for every point of discipline, you might need 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 points of rest, right? Sometimes you get 10x multiple on rest. It's insane. Rest, the return on the ROR, return on rest, which is basically discipline cash, is huge. Like, for example, when I had my crazy 9-month stint, it only took me 3 months to get back to normal to be clear and healthy again. Admittedly, I wasn't quite back to normal for a year, but I could function. So you can see this here. 9 months of deep zone 6 and zone 7, and then only 3 months of zone 7 and 6 rest. So I spent 75% of the year in deep zone 6 and 7, but only 3 months in deep zone 7 and 6. So it only took me a third of the time to get back to the healthy level. So rest is more powerful than discipline in swinging this chart. And you don't need to spend as much time in rest as you do in discipline. It doesn't have to be perfectly equal, okay? Because your body is built to rest. Your body is built to recover. You've got a recovery mechanism inside of you that is incredibly efficient. And you can imagine your body and your mind to be like an iPhone. So let's say that you charge your phone for 10 hours straight and it runs out of battery. You put it on charge and 1 hour later it's fully charged, ready to go again. So you didn't need to charge your phone for the duration you wanted to use it for. So if you put your phone on charge for an hour, that might give you 10 hours of usage. So it's a 1 to 10 ratio. In the same way that if you give your body, a week of rest, you might get 3 months of discipline from that, right? It's like when you have any battery, if you charge the battery it won't take long to charge it, and you'll be able to use the battery for longer than you charged it for. So if I've got my MacBook and I charge my MacBook to 100%, it might take my MacBook 2 hours to get to 100%, but I might be able to use my MacBook for 20 hours, which means that there's a 10x multiple on the recovery of the MacBook's battery, if that makes sense. Same thing's true for your body. It's charge to burn ratio. The battery is very efficient in these devices. So if you spent 3 months working in zone 5 or 6 discipline, maybe you'd have to spend a month in zone 5 or 6. Now, know that this only applies to work. Like, if you ran a marathon with no training and spent 5 hours in zone 6, your body might physically need 4 to 5 days of rest before it's fully recovered. So when it comes to your physical physiology, like your body's recovery, it can take a lot longer to recover, but your mind recovers real fucking quick. Like, if you think about this, if you've never run a marathon before and tomorrow you run a marathon with no training, it might take, let's say you run that for 5 hours. So you're in zone 6 discipline for 5 hours running, and it's fucking horrible. It might take you 5 days to recover from that. So it was only 5 hours of discipline, but it took you 5 days to recover. So the body takes a lot longer to recover, but the mind, the thing that you use to work, is an incredibly efficient battery. It's like an iPhone battery where you can charge it for a short period of time and then use the phone for a long time. On the flip side, the higher the zone, the more time you'll have to spend in the other zone, obviously. So if you spend a day or two in zone 7, you might need a month in zone 6 or 5. So I'd advise never go to zone 7 unless it's absolutely crucial for you, your family, or your company's survival. So I've had to go to zone 7 a few times before with work where I might have to spend like an entire 2 days with no sleep, trying to solve a problem in business. And if we're going through a crucial stage of the company, there's times before where I've been in zone 7 for a while. And I've always had to pay a serious price for that in terms of rest levels and stuff like that. So with time and practice, you can increase the efficiency of your personal battery. The more you do this, the more time you will spend, the more you do this, i.e. the more time you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at recovering and taking intentional rest, the more efficient you become. So, when it comes to burnout, you have a burnout threshold, which is how much discipline you have to enact with as little rest as possible before you burn out. And you can increase that threshold. And your battery becomes more efficient with time. So the more you do this, the longer you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at resting and recovery, the more efficient your battery becomes. So for example, I've got a decade of practice burning myself out and taking myself to my limits. And I have an extremely high tolerance for burnout. Someone like Elon Musk, for example, that dude could probably spend 6 months in zone 7 and then basically only have to spend a week in zone 6 to get out of it. You increase your battery efficiency, and when I'm talking about the level of discipline I can have, you won't want to necessarily emulate that at the beginning because it takes time to get there. But really the only way to get there is to try to be there, because that's how you get better at it and that's how you increase the efficiency. That's why I can make videos like these consistently, and most people can't even make a YouTube video. I've been making these deep abstract mindset videos, these big boys for 6 to 9 months now, whatever it's been. And it's been a little bit maybe longer than that, but I've been doing it consistently, every week. And most people can't even make a YouTube video. So it's there's levels to it. It's kind of like having, battery efficiency is like having a credit score. A credit score is something given to people in society to determine how much money they can borrow and how favorable their interest rates are. So if you have a high credit score, you can borrow more money, etc., etc. You can think of having a discipline credit score. So the better you are at paying back on time, being a reliable borrower, and stuff like that, you can get more money from the bank. And the exact same thing is true with your body, time, and energy. So if I borrow lots of money from the bank and have credit cards and consistently pay them back on time, my credit score goes up, which means I can borrow more money from the bank in the future because they know I'm a reliable borrower. The same thing is true. You have like a credit score, but for discipline. So the better you are at paying off your disciplinary debts, which is basically what you're incurring, discipline debt, right? When you spend too long in a highly disciplined state, you're basically borrowing, you're borrowing energy and you have to pay that energy back. So the better you get at paying that back on time with rest, and the better you get at intentional rest and taking time off and taking it easy, the higher your discipline credit score, the more you are reliable to borrow, right? And the more the disciplined bank will trust you with when it comes to borrowing. Draining intensity is something that's crucial to note, which is basically that the lower your long-term battery, the easier it's going to be for you to drain it at lower levels of discipline. So say your long-term battery is nearly empty and you're nearing your burnout threshold. If you spend one day in zone 3 or 4 discipline, that might have the equivalent effect than if you were to spend a week in zone 5 or 6 when you had a full battery. So the more exhausted you become and the lower your long-term battery gets, the more sensitive it gets to being drained. So, if here, right, if you're at this space, you could spend 4 or 5 days straight in maybe zone 5 or 6 and maybe reduce your battery a little bit. But if your battery was here and you spent a day in zone 5 or 6, it might reduce drastically. So depending on how full your long-term battery is, depends on the sensitivity to how much discipline it will require you to burn it off, if that makes sense. This also works on the flip side of rest. So if you take a day of rest and you're already pretty rested, then you'll fill your battery up way more than if you took a day of rest when you're already exhausted. It's pretty basic maths, okay? And disproportionate action. So we've kind of discussed this, how, not all actions will burn energy equally. Some actions in your business and in your work are going to be more taxing than others. It's not about how much time you spend in a disciplined state. It's about how intense the action is. And you don't want to fool yourself into thinking you're a high disciplined person just because you work a lot. If you work on easy shit, like if you're building a website or replying to emails or watching content, then you're in like zone 3 or 4. But if you're making like YouTube videos and deep content and doing sales calls all the time and working on your product and hiring people, that's like zone 6. So, you watching this right now, yeah, it requires a bit of discipline because you could be watching Netflix and you're watching, but all you're really doing is just watching a video and doing some action items. So maybe you're in zone 3 or 4, but you could probably find that you'd be able to spend more time doing this than you would doing sales calls or something that's a little bit more exhausting, right? So for example, if you look at this from a gym standpoint, a 1 rep max deadlift is going to take more energy and tax more from your body and your energy discipline levels than 30 minutes just walking on the treadmill. So a one rep max deadlift you could do in 15 seconds, right? But it's fucking exhausting because it's so intense. So you go to zone 7 or high zone 6 just for 15 seconds. But it would cost you more energy to do this than it would 30 minutes on the treadmill. Now, not in terms of calorific burn, I'm talking central nervous system energy reserves, right? So how much energy you burn is not about time spent, it's far more about intensity of activity. So I'm recording this video now, it's a 4-hour recording, it's exhausting. That's me good for the day. It's like, I'll probably keep going after this, to be honest, because I've got quite a lot of energy at the moment. I've really stacked up my reserves recently. But it's exhausting and it's about intensity. So for example, 4 hours of deep work on this Google Doc is going to take more energy than 20 hours of listening to business podcasts or doing meetings. And in case you're wondering, by the way, little plug, program recording is the most heinously exhausting thing I have to do at work. And this build of the academy has truly sent me to the darkness and it's done me some harm. So, you can always refer a friend or upsell and buy Easy Grow or something just to say cheers for that, mate. It's a shameless plug, but I was sort of amused as I was recording this because these videos to make, they are exhausting. And, over the last 6 to 9 months, I have been in and out of pretty serious burnout at times because of these and because I'm in such a rush to get them done because, I want to add as much value as I can as fast as I can. It's pretty exhausting, but doesn't matter. So burnout is kind of one of the last things we're going to discuss here. We've obviously used this term multiple times and you probably know what it is and how it works, but I want to give you some information on this so that you can be better equipped to deal with it should you start to experience it, which you probably definitely will because you're not going to get this right the first time around unless you properly listen to me. So burnout is defined as forced recovery or forced rest. It's when you've pushed yourself so far that your body effectively shuts down and forces you to stop. And it won't listen to rhyme or reason. If the body is burned out, there ain't anything you can do to get it up and do the work. Burnout is a total state and works on a threshold basis. What that means is it will show symptoms and happen gradually until you hit a point of no return in which you will descend into total exhaustion. It's a threshold, and that means there's an arbitrary level of energy reserve that you need to dip in to reach it. Everyone has different burnout thresholds, and you can improve yours over time by practicing and working. Now, burnout exists in 5 stages, and there's like 5 thresholds to get to each stage. So we've got stage 1, which is mental. So this is easy. This is not really burnout. This is when you get little emotional spikes, a little bit of doubt, a little bit of fear, can't really focus, like just a couple of little mental symptoms, a little bit tired, like this is nothing serious. Stage 2 is physical. This is mild physical symptoms. You feel a bit tired, you can't really get to sleep that well. You're getting a little bit sick, you're getting your bags under your eyes, you're starting to get a little bit burned out. Like it's nothing serious, it's not going to stop you from working, but it's a little bit tired. Stage 3 is where things get a little bit serious. This is when your stress levels are increased, your cortisol's up, you're not sleeping properly. This is when you actually are starting to get properly burned out. You get nausea sometimes, you get anxiety, you can get like a fever, you get properly sick. You can't really exercise anymore because you're so stressed. You lose your appetite. This is bad. Cortisol's up, right? But you can push through this. You can keep going if you want to. Stage 4 is Armageddon. This is what I got to. And this happens real fucking quick. So you hit this threshold, and if you go into stage 4, it happens pretty quick. So this is where you get panic attacks, chronic brain fog, disassociation, immune problems, weight gain, weight loss, depression, night terrors. Stage 4, you don't want to go there. Stage 3, you can tolerate that for a little bit, but you generally want to take some time off once you start getting stage 3. Because this is the thing people ask me all the time is how do I know when I'm burned out? And how do I know when I'm just coping and I don't want to work? Well, you look no further than the bodily symptoms. So you don't listen to the mental ones. The mental ones are bullshit. Like, the doubts or the little fears or the emotional spikes or the inability to focus. That's nothing. You don't listen to the mild physical symptoms either, because your body can fake those and your mind can fake those through placebo. So if you're tired, if you're not sleeping that well, you don't listen to these. What you listen to is stage 3. That's when you get undeniable biological proof that your stress levels are too high and you need some time off, right? Stage 5 is hospitalization. So this is where you have a heart attack, irreversible psychological damage, like I'm talking drastic personality change and mental disorders, rapid aging, reduced life expectancy. This is shit that can kill you, right? You don't want to go here. So I've been to Armageddon, nearly probably into stage 5, and I'm not proud of it. But generally speaking, like stage 1 will last for like 2 to 6 weeks. Stage 2 will last 2 to 6 weeks. Like, you can be in the early burnout stages for, 3 or 4 months really before things get nasty. Now, when I burned out and I had my 9-month stint and had my 3 months of Armageddon, basically, I spent 9 months, in stage 3. I was like in stage 1 for like 2 months. I was in stage 2 for like another couple of months and stage 3 for a while. And then it got to this point where it just like was a threshold. Like I just started waking up and I was like having panic attacks and shit. And that was when it got bad. So you want to stop when you get to stage 3, because by that point, you're probably, a couple of months in and you need a holiday, basically. So a brutal word of advice. I was contemplating putting this in or not, but I'm not going to advise you to do this because it's not healthy and you might have underlying health conditions. So I actually want to say proceed with caution. Do this at your own risk, right? Not advice. Okay, here's the thing. If I was starting again, I would take myself to stage 4 at least once. Because what you want to do is every great entrepreneur that I've studied, every great athlete, they've all been to stage 4. You learn a lot by going here. You learn your limits, you learn your markers. So for me, my burnout symptom is disassociation and these things. Don't go as far as I did, because I was in stage 4 way before I had that breakdown and that panic attack. But just push yourself into this little bit ever so gently. Now, I'm not giving you the advice to do that, because if you've got underlying health issues and you die because of that, I'd rather you don't, because this is serious shit and it can actually do some real damage to you. So, you can use your judgment. But it does help to learn your limits and explore the darkness and the chaos. Once is enough. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, I've had enough burnout trauma for a lifetime through those three months. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, I've been close. I actually have been close before, but not to the point where I broke down. I think what kind of happened is I was pretty deep into stage 4 and I was about to get into stage 5 and my body just shut down. So I think I was in stage 4 for like a good month, you know, where I had like these massive issues. I started losing weight. I couldn't eat anything, but I was still working and going for it. And then my body just shut down before I had a heart attack, right? I think that's kind of what happened. Thank God. Like my body just basically forced me into zone 7 rest. Zone 7 rest is fucking horrible. Like zone 7 rest is awful. That's where you just have a breakdown. You can't do anything. It's fucking horrible. But my body was like, hey, if we don't put this guy in zone 7 rest, like we're going to die. So yeah, avoid it at all costs. If you feel stage 3 kicking in, you can tank it out for a little bit, but I'd advise you take some voluntary rest before it becomes involuntary. Because involuntary rest is not nice. Forced rest is not nice. That's burnout. But you know, what I would do if I was starting again is gently explore stage 4 just to see the limits and just so I can understand like what is there, because that way you know your limits, you know how far you can push yourself, and you know it can be helpful sometimes, but it's up to you. So how do we avoid burnout? Because burnout is forced rest, burnout is forced recovery, it's your body shutting down, and basically it's a total depletion of energy reserves to the point where you cannot physically function or work. So we avoid it through integrated rest. You need to avoid burnout, okay? Burnout is too expensive, not only from a business perspective, but a health perspective too. It takes a long time to recover. And the problem with burnout is it basically forces you to have multiple weeks or months off in a row. You know, it's like if you get really burned out, sometimes you might have to take like 3 weeks off of work. And you know, that can be the product of forced rest from burnout. And deep rest zones shouldn't be sustained for too long. Because what happens with deep rest, if you stay in like zone 6 rest for too long, it can become part of your identity, and then you can start, like if you burn yourself out and you spend 3 weeks in zone 5 or zone 6, you're going to bring back all of your addictions, all your habits, and you kind of got to start again. So you want to avoid burnout because it really can set you back. And you might feel like you're proud because you're making all this disciplined progress, but you end up taking a step backwards because of it. So you'll get inconsistent results and outputs with your business and your health and everything if you have inconsistent inputs, i.e. you keep burning out. So taking multiple weeks or months off of client delivery or sales or outreach is not good. You need to learn to integrate your rest into your working days. So the question becomes, well, how do we do this? The key here is integration. We need to learn to integrate rest into our life. What we don't want to do is have a day of discipline and a day of rest, right? What you want to do is you integrate rest into your day. You don't just wake up and just stay in zone 6 all day. You dip in between zones of rest and discipline throughout the day. And this is what I've got really fucking good at. And this is how I'm able to stay so consistent with my workflow. What I used to do is I used to polarize myself to discipline, stay in zone 5 or 6 for weeks on end, burn out, and then stay in like zone 5 or 6 for a week, and then come back and then go again. That's not good, it's not healthy, and it doesn't lead to long-term business success. What you do instead every day is you find little pockets of time throughout the day to enter zones of rest. So you can pay off your discipline debt and integrate that payment in little short bursts throughout your day. What that does, instead of having to take a week off or 2 weeks off, you still have the time off and the rest, but you have the rest integrated into your days instead of having it in one massive block. And this is basically how you become consistent, because instead of having these massive gaps in your productivity, you have these little tiny gaps throughout the day. And that way, you're integrated, it's healthier, your health stays consistent, your biology stays consistent, your hormones stay consistent, your relationships stay consistent, your workflow stays consistent, your client results stay consistent, your revenue stays consistent, your profit stays consistent, and your sanity stays consistent. So integration is the key. We can't just push, burn out, take a week or 2 off, push, burn out, take a week or 2 off. I've done that. I did it for 4 or 5 years. It's not productive. It doesn't work. It's way better to integrate, okay? So what we do is we integrate. And there's 8 different things that you can use to integrate your rest. Now, we can integrate on multiple time horizons. So we can integrate in the hour, we can integrate in the day, we can integrate in the week, we can integrate in the month, and we can integrate in the quarter. Okay, a quarter, by the way, a business quarter is three consecutive months. So you've got like January, February, March would be Q1, quarter 1, right? You'd have October, November, December is Q4, quarter 4. So I use all of the following tools of rest at different time frames. So the first one is napping. So if I'm in deep discipline zones, like I am right now, I will nap daily for 30 to 60 minutes in the afternoon. A nap is an easy way to get into zone 5 rest immediately and pay off some discipline debt in the middle of the day. So for example, I'm in zone 6 today, which is exhausting. And I'm borrowing from my reserves a couple of days out, and I need to, if I don't pay that debt off now, I'm gonna have to pay it off later, and I'm gonna have to pay it off for a long period of time. So what I'm doing at the moment with my days, and I've been doing this for quite a while, is taking naps. So, it'll get to like, to be fair, I would have already done it by now. I'm recording, so if I'm making Google Docs, then I'll just go and nap after lunch. So like, I'll get to like 2, 3 p.m. and I'll just take a nap for like, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. I'll just set a timer for 60 minutes and I let my body sleep for as long as it needs to, up to 60 minutes. And what that does is it allows me to immediately enter zone 5 rest and just pay off the debt that I would have incurred by working in zone 6 during the morning. And so that way, like, I'm not building up any discipline debt. I'm paying it off in the day. Same thing with staring at the wall. Sometimes when I eat lunch, afterwards, I'll just lay down and stare at the ceiling for a short while. I know that's a funny image, but I'll do this after work too. If I'm overstimulated or hyperstimulated from work, what I'll do is enter zone 4 rest and just pay off some discipline debt by just staring at the wall. I'm telling you right now, as soon as I finish this recording, I'm going to export it, I'm going to process it, and I'm going to go and lay on my bed and stare at my ceiling for probably about 30 minutes. It's too late in the day for me to have a nap. If I nap now, then I won't sleep well tonight because it's nearly the evening, right? It's nearly 5 o'clock by the time I'm finished. So, I'll just go and lay down and I'll just stare at the wall. And what that will allow me to do is it allows my brain to rest because there's no new stimulus coming in. It hasn't got to process or deal with anything coming in. And therefore, I'm just immediately straight into zone 4 rest, allowing my body to just process some things and just pay off a little bit of the debt. Spa or bathing. I'll often sauna or take long baths with no phone, music or anything. I'll just sit in a warm space and do nothing but process and relax. And I'll do this for 30 to 60 minutes or so. And if I'm in the bath and just sat in the bath, like laying and staring up at the ceiling, that's like zone 5 rest. It's not quite deep zone 5 like a nap, but if you go and sit in warm water for an hour with no stimulation, that's like the equivalent of that's a lot of rest, And I got this from Napoleon, actually. I read Napoleon's biography. It's an 800-page book by, I think, someone called Andrew Roberts, called Napoleon: A Life. I think that's the author's name, I don't know. And what Napoleon used to do is he would take really long baths. So like during like an intensive battle, if there was like a lull in the fighting for a couple of days, because he got so little sleep, what he would do is just go and get in the bath for like 3 hours, 4 hours. And that was basically his way of integrating a pretty extreme rest protocol into a period into which he had to have hyper discipline, because he recognized that during a campaign or battle, you've got to be hyper disciplined, but at the same time you need to bring and integrate rest with you. Now, Napoleon was notorious for hypomania, which is actually a genetic condition that denotes a ability to exert mass amounts of energy with very little rest. So some people have that. I don't know if I have that or not. Maybe I do. Anyway, maybe I do. Thinking about it. Anyway, whatever. Walks. End of the day for 45 to 60 minutes with no music, no phone or stimulation, maybe a conversation with a friend, just you and your thoughts in some nature or someplace quiet. So, I'll probably do this tonight. I'll just go for a walk. There's a park near my house and I'll just go and sit in the sun because it's nice and sunny, and I'll just watch the sunset with no stimulation. That's like zone 3-4 rest. I'm just paying off some discipline debt. I'm just, I'm not finishing my work day after, a 10-hour, 11-hour recording day where I'm making documents and recording. And then I'm not like going and opening my book and like reading David Goggins. And then I'm like, meditating for like an hour and then like taking 5 cold showers and screaming at myself. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm resting. Like, I need to rest. I can't just maintain. If I'm maintaining zone 5-6 discipline for 10 hours, 11 hours, which is what I'm doing when I'm working, the rest of my day needs to be like zone 3, zone 4, zone 5 rest. Socializing. So like tonight at 9 p.m., I'm playing paddle with my friends. It's like a racket sport. And that will be relaxing. That's like easy zone 3-4 rest. It's not a very intensive sport. I'll do this a couple of times a week. If I'm in deep discipline, I won't socialize at all. So, when I was building my first business, I didn't do much socializing at all. But I find this to be an easy way to sort of get out the house, drive to the court. Sun's out, it's nice and sunny, nice and warm, play some paddle with the boys, have some fun, easy rest zone 3 to 4. What I could do is I could stay inside and, speed read a non-fiction book or listen to a business podcast or do 1,000 press-ups. But it's just that I'm just going to pay a price for that in the future. Either you pay off your debt now in short bursts, or you pay it off later with long bursts. And the long bursts are the things that get you. But when you have a long burst of rest, forced rest, i.e. burnout, your addictions come back, your bad habits come back, your old identity comes back, and then you've got to fucking work your way out of that, which is really hard. Not to mention the inconsistency. I've got 30 people working for me. I have to show up for them. I can't just be burned out and not turn up to team meetings and stuff because I'm tired. I need to integrate it. Weekends. So I take Sundays off work completely, and I usually take Saturday afternoons off work completely. This is discretionary and depends on my energy levels and what stage of burnout I'm in. So yesterday was Sunday and I spent 6 hours working on this resource. So it's not always, but if I've got the energy to do it, then I will. But I'll pay the price for that. Like this arbitrary time frame of weekdays, like this idea of days. It's funny how humans work with time. But anyway, yeah, I usually take Sundays off completely and usually Saturday afternoons, unless I've got loads of energy, which I did. Evenings, I usually finish work around 7 to 8 p.m. and log off of everything and just relax till bedtime. So unless there's an emergency, like mission critical work emergency, I just chill out in the evenings. I'll just relax. I'm just chilling. I could be in the bath. I could go to the sauna. I could go for a long walk and talk to a friend. I could play paddle. I could stare at the wall. I could watch a movie. Just chilling out. What I'm not doing is, watching 2 hours of porn and then, watching 3 hours of short form content, like shit that, like, and eating junk food, like shit that's hyper stimulating, tends to not actually be that relaxing, surprisingly. And then holidays. So I'll take 1 to 2 week vacations every 3 to 4 months where I won't do any work or check anything to do with work. So emails and messages get turned off, but I'll only activate work mode if there's an emergency. So I'll go on these holidays and I'll just chill and just do nothing. There's no shame in that. Like, unless there's an emergency. I'll tell you a story. I was in Bodrum, which is a city in southern Turkey, with with my ex-girlfriend. And we were in Bodrum and we were chilling, and Stripe decided to close our account. So our payment processing ability was just wiped out and we couldn't sign clients or take payments. And so I had to come out of holiday mode and enter zone 6 discipline for the rest of the holiday to fix the Stripe problem. I had to call them and email them and draft up emails and seek consultants and stuff. So yeah, that kind of ruined my holiday. But if it's mission critical, i.e. you can't process payments or make money and the business is going to be failing, and because of that, then you take some time off, right? Off the holiday and you go back into work. But yeah, those are the 8 ways that my favorite ways to integrate rest. I'm not playing video games or watching short form content or eating junk food or anything. Although sometimes I can do that, and I'll tell you about that in a second. So this is what an average work day would look like for me on the discipline or recovery chart. This is like an intensive day of recording. I won't always take the nap, but on my average work day, I'll spend basically 66% of my day in zone 5 to 6 of discipline. And I'll spend 33% of my day in zone 4 to 6 of rest. With my days off, I can sustain this for months. So with all of these things, so if I'm taking naps every now and then, if I'm doing the stare at the wall technique or the bathing technique, if I'm walking frequently and doing nothing, if I'm socializing properly, taking off weekends consistently, having my evenings to relax, and taking a holiday every quarter, I can sustain this for the rest of my days. Sometimes, unfortunately, I might not be able to go on holiday, or I might not be able to have my evenings, or I might not be able to have my weekends, or I might not be able to socialize because sometimes the business can demand more of me. Sometimes, mission critical things can happen. People can leave or die, or we might need new hires, or the ads might stop working, or, the content funnel might break and I might need to do some really serious work. And, sometimes I'll have to enter zone 7 if I don't want to most of the time, but sometimes I have to. But this is what it looks like. So I wake up and I'm in zone 6 for the morning. Then I'll eat, and I'll be when I'm eating, I'm just relaxing. I'm not doing anything. Then I'll nap. So zone 4. Then I'm back in discipline state. Then I'm just in the evening. I'm in zone 4, and then I'm sleeping. So sleep is the ultimate form of the recovery, by the way, which is why I sleep a lot. I sleep a lot, sometimes 9 hours a night. And sleep is zone 6 recovery because you're unconscious. But I'll spend a good 3 hours in the evening just chilling. You can see here. And so what you can see is I've got this perfect balance where 2/3 of my time is spent in discipline and 2/3 of my time is spent in rest. Is this perfectly binary? No. Is it always going to be accurate? No. Is this always what my day looks like? No. But this is what I strive for because I can sustain this for a long, long time. And this is what a typical Sunday looks like for me. So on Sunday is my day off. I keep my diet clean. I'm still going to bed on time. Maybe a drink or two if I'm socializing. I might watch a movie, see some friends or family, read a non-fiction book, or watch a good series. Maybe an avocado or a salad if I'm feeling extra cheeky. If I'm getting bored of the carnivore diet, I'll eat like an avocado. That's the extent of my naughtiness when it comes to my diet on Sundays. So Sunday, I'll just spend it like zone 4. I'm just chilling. I'm just paying off my debt from the week. You have to do this. It's an obligation, right? So you can see this is like a typical Sunday for me. No discipline, I'm not doing anything hard, not working out, not doing anything, I'm just chilling. Chilling with my friends, chilling with my family, reading a book, watching a movie, laying in bed, chilling. This is what a typical day looks like for me while I'm on holiday. So on holiday, this is the only time that I will go to zone 6 rest, right? So when I'm on holiday, I go a little bit wild. So I'll be sleeping and waking whenever I want. So there's no schedule to my sleep. I don't work out. I drink and eat whatever the fuck I want. I party. I'll sunbathe all day. I'll binge watch a Netflix series. I'll rot away in bed. I'll watch YouTube. I can play video games, whatever I want. I let this is usually twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. I'll spend a week, usually it's only a week, 2 weeks is way too much to be in this state. I'll spend a week letting go of all my impulses. Now, I keep a little bit of discipline because I won't do any drugs and I won't watch porn, but with those 2 exceptions, there's not much that I won't do. I'm not going to crazy extremes or anything like that, but for a good week, every 3 to 4 months, I'll just let go of everything. And this is deep rest for me. And if I do this, like if I work for 3-4 months straight and then have a week of this, like I'm basically just paying off debt intentionally. And I schedule my holidays out. Like I'm in the middle of the year now, and I've got one of these coming up in July and another one coming up in October. And so I know that for the next 6 months, I've got these weeks and I can allow myself to just completely decompress. And this is not what I'm like. I don't drink, I don't eat shit food, I don't party, I don't sunbathe, I don't watch YouTube or binge watch shit. But this is the thing, is you cannot get hard jammed on discipline. This is the judgment mirror thing coming in. If you judge people that are lazy and you judge people that don't do anything, then those behaviors are locked to you for fear of you being judged by the people for doing them, or fear of you judging yourself for doing them. So I won't judge people that are lazy because sometimes I need to be lazy. And if I judge them for being lazy, then I can't be lazy. So don't be afraid. Here's the thing. If your life looks like this all the time, or like this all the time, then you're going to be broken, poor, and miserable and fat, right? This is what most people's lives look like. Because they just fucking exist and they're just horrible. But you need to be able to go here. You need to be able to swing between the states. Sometimes you have to be like, shit, I am fucking about to enter stage 4 burnout. I need a good week off. I need a good 2 weeks off. And I'm going to be in zone 5 the whole time, baby. That's fine. So the objective here is to construct a routine that integrates rest into your daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly lifestyle. Running it 100% without time off, downtime, or relaxation is a surefire way to stay poor and get nothing done. It might feel good in the moment because there is intense pleasure in momentarily dominating the day, but it will not last. You need something sustainable. So integration is the key word here. You must integrate. It doesn't have to be one day on, one day off. You can rest integrated neatly into every time frame imaginable in the hour, the day, the week, the month, the quarter, the year. And I'm going to do it in a minute. I'm going to finish this recording. I'm going to export it, and I'm going to lie on my bed, and I'm going to stare at the ceiling and just let my brain process the last 5 hours of work. And that's integration. Do I feel guilty for doing that? Not at all. Could I instead, open up the next doc and start working on it immediately and listen to a podcast and do as much work as possible? Yeah, I could. But the reason I'm not going to do that is because I need to pay off the debt before I incur more debt. It's pretty smart to do that financially, at least. Just become aware of the burnout signals and listen to your body. And don't do stupid shit on your rest days. So the key here is being able to rest and have little integrated rest periods without doing stupid shit. So if you have a day off on Sunday, keep your diet clean and sleep on time. And don't be a fucking idiot. Don't let all these bad habits come back in. Maintain some discipline, but just the diet and the sleep is the main thing. Don't fuck your diet up and don't fuck your sleep up. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Also, try to avoid frying your brain with hyperstimulation, like, or alcohol. There you go. These consequences have too long of a half-life. So if I'm relaxing on Sunday, I'm still eating clean. I'm still going to bed on time. I'm not watching short-form content. I'm not doing anything stupid like watching porn or anything like that. So I don't do that anyway. I think it's disgusting. I'm not drinking loads of alcohol or anything. I'm just in like a little zone 4. I'm just going for some walks and just lying around and just chilling out, kind of like behaving like a cat all day, right? Just laying in the fucking sun. It's nice. Now, the cool thing about this is habitual discipline conservation. So when you habitualize a behavior, it no longer requires discipline to execute on. Certain behaviors require a lot of discipline. So eating clean, exercising, going to bed on time, meditating, working, these things require discipline. But here's the cool thing. Once you habitualize a behavior, which means make it a habit, it no longer requires any discipline. So for example, I eat a hyper clean carnivore diet. I only eat red meat, right? And I don't eat anything else, nothing else, no carbs, no sugar, nothing. It doesn't require any discipline from me anymore because it's just a habit at this point. So I don't get dietary cravings and I actively want to eat clean meat. So I don't get any impulses to eat shit food ever because I've been doing this for like a year and a half, which means that my clean, healthy diet, which allows me to have fully fledged focus with no gut inflammation, requires not a single ounce of discipline from me. It just happens. I just execute on it, cook it, eat it, buy it without thinking about it. And that's cool because now I can take the discipline energy that would have gone into my dietary needs and put it into my work instead. This is why forming healthy habits is a crucial thing to do in the early stage of your entrepreneurial career. If you have healthy habits that support your goal and your business success, you'll eventually be able to execute on them without any discipline. And then you can take that discipline that is in excess and put that into your work. And that's how you produce good work. Another example, I work out regularly and I love working out and it doesn't require discipline. I don't have to drag myself into the gym, and I usually have the opposite problem of overtraining. Like I'll go to the gym too much and push myself to failure too much. It's just a habit and doesn't require me to get into any debt. What this means is good habits allow you to channel all your energy and discipline into your work. Now, this is the last thing. This is fucking crucial. So I'm going to say this once without overdoing the point. Do not cope with rest. Remember what you learned in Trial by Fire Mark II. Be careful not to delude yourself and cope into thinking that you need more time off than you actually do. Your current self is very clever and will try to fool you with thoughts and emotions. Always listen to your body, not your mind, when it comes to knowing when to take rest. The body doesn't lie. So remember, you've got these stages of burnout, and you'll be able to determine when you need rest and stuff based on what stage you're at. Don't listen to stage 1 and 2. Ignore them, because it's usually just your current sense of self creating resistance and lying to you to encourage you to stop working. What a lot of people do is they use rest as a coping excuse to not work. And it's hard to balance this because you need to know when to rest and when to be disciplined. And you don't want to be completely disciplined, but you need to learn to not cope and delude yourself. Like, you wait. Let's say you wake up and you're like, I'm a little bit tired today and I've got a bit of a headache, so I must be in burnout stage 2. I've got to take the day off. Like, that's fucking bullshit, and you know it's fucking bullshit. So the caveat to this entire section of this video is to remember what you learned in Trial by Fire and recognize when you're burned out, but also recognize when you're just creating bullshit resistance. And you can do that according to this stage graph here and looking at the symptoms, okay? And I'll leave you with a quote. Rest is a skill. In the same way that you need to get good at working hard, you need to get good at resting hard, because you can only work as hard as you can recover. Discipline is a skill. It's a talent. It's something that you can get good at. It's something that you can embed into your identity and your life, and you're going to be able to do wonderful things with it. But you can't develop discipline without, in conjunction, developing rest. And how good you are at rest is going to determine how good you are at discipline. And you need to learn to rest. There's no shame in it. It's necessary. It's appropriate for consistency. So in summary, this was a big fucking video. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing. Sacrifice, giving to get. Focus, projections and mirrors. Client mirror, the endless source. Achieving consistency, athletic recovery. Homeostatic disciplinary regulation. Battery theory, discipline debt. Asymmetric charging. Battery efficiency, draining intensity. Disproportionate actions. Burnout, integrated rest. Habitual discipline, conservation, and delusional rest. I would encourage you to watch this video 10 times. Like, if there's something you don't want to forget, it's this. And you're going to burn yourself out. You're going to forget this shit probably if you don't listen to me, which you might not. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll learn your lesson straight away. But this took me 7 years to learn. And, I've only really just started to understand this idea of rest. And it's a wonderful, like this idea of the discipline recovery graph. I came up with this only recently. I had the thought around this for like a year ago. And when I started to build out the my understanding of the academy and how I was going to produce this mindset module, and like this idea is it's the big game changer, because what a lot of people teach when it comes to mindset training is they polarize you to discipline, and they try and force you to be this machine, but they forget that for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction, and that as above so below, and extreme discipline becomes forced rest. So that, my friends, is a 55-page video on unrelenting discipline. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.